Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101, Chapter 101. 3 months, quiet before the storm. It has been 3 months since the Battle of Nagori Isles, and since then, Kumo sent multiple squads to look through them with a fine comb. But despite their backbreaking effort, they found nothing. The Kiri troops hidden in the new secret underground hideout received a simple order. Stay hidden. For 3 months, they did so while Ray and Conan were focusing on enlarging the underground base to house thousands of ninja. And slowly but surely, more and more Kiri ninja were arriving by ships. Not in large quantities, rather the Mizukage chose subtlety, so it took 3 entire months for the Nagori base to house 5,000 men. Ray knew the war would start in earnest for Kiri in a short few weeks and marveled at how the Mizukage handled the shitstorm he delivered to him. Simply said, when Kumo didn't find even a single trace of Kiri ninja and heard there were some skirmishes at the southern shores of the Land of Fire, they were led to believe Kiri didn't intend to attack them. The Mizukage even leaked some intel of his war plans through a few spies of Kumo in his ranks he knew about, so it was obvious that Nagori Isles was just a distraction for a full-out assault on the southern coasts of the Land of Fire. This had a double effect. Firstly, Konoha started reinforcing this part of the country, wasting their war potential on fighting what was, in reality, poorly managed and very random, which made it frustrating to deal with attacks of various pirate crews the Mizukage hired. These men should not pose a problem to ninjas, but their raids were so spread out and random that Konoha had no other way to counter them than to keep their ninjas stationed in the coastal cities. The villages, however, were left to their own devices. Most of them were already razed to the ground, women raped and enslaved, and men, elderly, and children used for amusement as the pirates stole and plundered to their heart's contents. Simply put, the Konoha forces abandoned them to protect rich merchants in the cities. For now, Kiri was winning this foe invasion while its forces were secretly amassing themselves at Nagori base. And yet, not one Kiri shinobi set even 1 foot on the Land of Fire territory during this invasion. It was all the job of hired scum who couldn't even use chakra. Ray really had to applaud the Mizukage for this, as the man was single-handedly screwing with 2 nations of the Great Five by just spending some pocket money on expendable pirates simply by using the situation he found himself in. And secondly, after hearing of these events, Kumo finally deemed Kiri wholly focused on Konoha and stopped searching through the Nagori Isles about 3 weeks ago. Kumo was now regrouped and their ninjas well rested and better equipped, while Konoha forces were spread thin. There could be only one conclusion if one considered the hatred Kumo had for Konoha. The Kumo front opened again. It didn't take even a week after the searches were called out for some really bloody battles to commence as Kumo forces started pounding on the borders of the Land of Fire like a sledgehammer. In the end, Konoha was spread as thin as possible while Kumo completely disregarded any threat Kiri's previous presence so near their borders signified. Ray could only applaud the Mizukage for the job well done at organizing his troops, as the men showed he really deserved his S rank earned by numerous assassinations. He made it damn near impossible to spot where Kiri was going to hit next. The second Ringo awakened after the beating she received from she asked, no, begged Ray to help her with lightning release. He could only delay it so much and told her he would help when she is fully recuperated. It took her an additional month for that to happen, but in the end, Ray could only helplessly shrug and pretend the vexed and peeved look Conan directed at him every single evening as they were falling asleep didn't exist. At least, for the next 2 weeks, angry sex and the pointed glare was the norm. Tsunade certainly had a lot of fun watching their antics. After these 2 weeks, Conan had had enough. And that was when the hell for Ringo started. Conan took it upon herself to help the young woman train in lightning release with the only method a non-lightning release user could. By combat. Since then, Ringo started going to bed badly bruised or cut up while Conan was again as meek and snuggly as a kitten in the bed. Ray had to admit he didn't stop Conan because he knew these training sessions were more of a frustration relief for her, and he liked silently bashful tender Conan more than silently seething angry Conan. As a man, he wholeheartedly believed he should avoid jumping into this matter as it was between 2 women, and decided to let Conan get her frustration out of herself with Ringo's help. May also had very productive months. She didn't expect that during the war there would be a 3 months break. The war's duration was reaching almost 3/4 of a year, and yet, for May, there was only 1 battle so far. She however understood her weaknesses during it and bugged Tsunade until the woman caved and started to bug Ray, who then bugged Conan, who after that dragged Ringo into it. All 4 were giving May some lessons in their free time. Ray, Conan, and Tsunade also started doing practices in Ray's personal dimension, creating an army of tough Earth clones for May to go 1 versus army. Whoever said Tsunade was a gentle teacher was an idiot. The woman was doing her very best to stop 1 blow short of killing May. If Tsunade wasn't such a good medic who could use nature energy to heal while being fully supported by the overabundance of the said energy in Ray's dimension, May would be crippled for life only after 5 minutes of these new exercises. And yet, she was getting stronger at a rate most would call insane. The only thing Ray could do when he saw Mei's progress was to dryly think. The plot armor is strong with this one. But like all good things, the peaceful period was on the verge of the end. The Mizukage now had all troops where he wanted them. He also had all the countries where he wanted them. Moreover, he had Konoha where he wanted it, and it was time to start offensive. Fuguki Suikezen, Kushimaru Kuriere, and Ringo Emuri, these three, the Mizukage decided, would lead the Kumo front while the other 5 members of the Seven Swordsmen were preparing to lead an offensive against Konoha. These 3 were chosen especially because of how fierce they were, since that was something that would save them in this vastly outnumbered gamble. They weren't given all that much resources or troops. Their whole deployment was simply a necessary evil as the clan heads pushed for an attack on the land of lightning in some inane vision of glory. Sometimes Ray wondered if stupidity was a necessary trait to become a clan head or being a councilman. If Kiri set all its might onto Konoha, the village would fall as quickly as Uzushio did in the Second War, and yet, it was Kiri Council that prevented this from happening. Nevertheless, Ray was really curious about how Ringo would handle this when the odds were stacked so much against her. After all, he did spend most of his training time with her by giving her various strategies and teaching them how to devise her own unique strategies. He doubted she would again get cocky or suicidal enough to face A alone, not after the verbal spanking he gave her, the physical trashing Conan gave her, and most importantly, the sullen angry pout Mei gave her. Sadly, he wouldn't be there to witness or help her as Team Downpour received new orders, onwards to Suna. Author note. Yeah, I know, summary chapter, laughing face. Alas, it's a necessary evil for a time skip Koan. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Suna/Iwa Front 1. The Mizukage wanted to cement his advantages over Konoha by convoluting with the village that hated treehuggers most. The Iwagakure. Unfortunately for the Team Downpour, they were the fastest delivery boy the Mizukage had, therefore they now flew in the sky on Conan's platform made of paper towards the borders of Sunagakure, one of the least expected places where a meeting between Iwa and Kiri messengers could happen. So, what is the plan? Conan asked as she sat next to Ray, who just hummed at her with a shit-eating smirk. What do you mean? He asked, making her roll her eyes at him in exasperation. Ray chuckled at her reaction and promptly regretted it as Conan pinched his side, hard. Oh. Stop it, woman. He exclaimed, and to his eternal relief, he felt Conan stop. With an exaggerated pout, Ray turned to her and puffed out his cheeks. That hurt. He petulantly proclaimed and waved his right hand in the air, making Conan snicker at his antics while taking hold of his free hand as she leaned onto his shoulder. You know what I mean. I wasn't born yesterday. I am fully aware you planted some listening seals into Tsuchikage's office, Iwa's council room, and a few spots of interest. Conan said with half-lidded eyes as she enjoyed Ray's warmth while pressing herself more into him. Ahahaha, so you noticed. Ray tried to laugh it off and rubbed the back of his head with his free hand. Of course, Conan deadpanned, looking into the rising sun as it painted the horizon in bright orange. If it was up to her, she would want to stay like this with Ray forever. After all, I did the same and bugged these places with my paper slices too. She finished smugly, making Ray open his mouth, but no sound came out as he was quite speechless. In retrospect, I should have seen this coming. It was just a precaution though. That's why I never told you, as I never thought it would be of use. He said in an apologetic tone. Conan started but was quickly interrupted as an explosion sounded from afar and Mei jumped awake because of it, starting to rub her eyes as she cutely yawned. Mo, she whined sleepily, making both Ray and Conan smile at her while spreading their nature sensing towards the explosion and veering the platform in its direction. What's going on? Mei asked as she came closer and kneeled behind them, leaning on their backs while propping her head in between theirs. That was when they saw it. In front of their eyes, a scene of carnage appeared as they stumbled on a battlefield with still ongoing battle. Fortunately, from the platform, they had incredible views while having minimal chances of being discovered since no ninja ever looked far up into the sky due to flying being extremely scarce. Well, would you look at that? Looks like we are quite lucky today. I mean, what are the chances? Ray chuckled. Major battles like this didn't happen on daily basis. There was seldom one per 6 months, and even that was a stretch. Ninjas were more of a guerrilla warfare type of combatants. Forward clashes like the one they were just witnessing were something rare, as villages could not afford to waste their men. To think they would randomly stumble upon one. The mangled bodies of Iwa and Suna ninjas covered the desert as the two armies clashed. Hundreds of ninja fought for their villages, bravely but foolishly killing each other. Suna Tessenjutsu units worked together to perform joint ranged wind jutsu and tried to keep their distance while the weaponry and pieces of puppets from Kagutsu units flew everywhere. Ray had no doubt every single piece from those was soaked in a very dangerous poison. The Iwa had similar tactics as their explosion corps were focusing on ranged attacks and throwing explosives, and their ninjas fought more defensively with their earth ninjutsu. The situation however complicated four combatants who clashed in the middle of the battlefield, not really caring about who would become the collateral of their actions. Golden sands rose, crushing tens of people as they raced towards a plump guy clad in IWA attire. The guy just clapped his hands together and commenced weaving hand signs in preparation of his jutsu before the area in front of him exploded, tossing the golden sands away from him. The golden sands however quickly reformed into yet another wave and flew back at the plum IWA nin, who jumped back and started throwing kunai at it, each of which exploded on contact. These explosions were a lot bigger and louder than an explosive tag and released a momentary blinding flash of white light. Clever, the IWA guy is using these flashes from his explosion to make his opponent lose sight of him. The golden dust user must be pretty annoyed by now. Conan commented, more for the sake of Mei so she would be fully aware of what was going on and why the round guy managed to fight back. Look there. Conan calmly pointed towards the other high-level battle a bit away, making both Mei and Rei turn their heads towards it. A small slim woman holding two kunai was in a fierce melee clash with a big muscled guy who used his fists hardened by some earth jutsu to try ferociously hit the woman, but she always just sidestepped, using her incredible agility to avoid each strike while also retaliating with her kunai, trying to find a purchase. Conan pointed them out because these two were amazingly fast, and as they fought, they moved all over the battlefield, sometimes killing some poor soul without even noticing. Suddenly, the woman jumped back, and above her hands two fiery orbs of orange pulsed into existence. Oh! It's Bakura. Rei said, surprised. He never expected her to be so good with kunai. Conan and Mei didn't have time to respond and only narrowed their eyes at the now introduced woman as she flung her scorch orbs at her opponent. The bulky men from IWA didn't stay idle and knew these orbs would kill him on contact. But it didn't matter as he was where he wanted to be. From his mouth, he suddenly spat a large amount of lava, creating waves of it covering the vicinity. Damn, that must have killed hundreds. Mei exclaimed with wide eyes while in her head, she was already calculating how to use something similar with her own bloodline. Rei was a bit sad at how easily Mei reacted to so many people dying, but this was the reality. She would either accept it or die. Bakura, seeing her comrades scream in unthinkable pain as they were being melted by lava, screamed in rage as another 3 scorching orbs appeared around her, and she quickly sent them towards IWA ninjas rather than her opponent. From there, the battle became a total massacre. Bakura focused more on mummifying the IWA ninjas while evading currents of lava that killed everything around her, while the IWA ninja evaded occasional kunai or scorching orb while spewing lava bullets and lava waves in hopes to kill more Suna ninjas. It was no longer about a fight between the two. Instead, it was about who kills more cannon fodder faster. Rei. I never told you how happy I am you took me in. Mei suddenly said breathlessly, her mind in turmoil at what she saw. If Rei didn't take her in and train her, she would probably become a genin, an average genin, at that. Meaning she would, most likely, be a participant in a battle like this, ending in the role of the screaming cannon fodder. She gulped at the chilling realization and briefly pitted her classmates. Rei only sadly smiled at Mei and tenderly patted her head in reassurance. The fight was getting to the closure since both sides were running out of ninjas. Many already retreated and it was now mostly a fight between the 4 strongest. The surrounding area was covered in molten lava, golden sands, loads of obsidian glass created from the immense heat through the scorch or lava releases. It was a mess. Even the bodies of ninjas were already either melted or mummified, if not buried deep in the sands. The 4 ninjas suddenly stopped fighting as they realized this was a stalemate and their forces already retreated. Nodding at each other, they disengaged. Wait, what? Mei exclaimed when she saw how anticlimactic this was, to which Conan only snorted. These are the aces of their respective villages. Do you really think they can afford to fight to the death? No, it never was about killing the other guy. From the start, it was about killing as many enemy ninjas while keeping the opponent from killing their own. She simply said the complete truth that made Mei gape. Yup, continuing would be a risk. In the end, there would be a loser and they can't be sure who that would be. Losing would mean being killed, which would result in their village losing 1 or possibly 2 S-rank ninjas, which would completely change the stalemate of the Suna/IWA front. Sure, IWA would like that while Suna would rather stay it as it is, but IWA can't afford to rashly sacrifice their S-rankers. Not right now when they are in a 3-way war with Suna, Konoha, and Kumo. Rei continued the explanation. The stronger one was the lesser danger of dying. Oddly enough, quite often that didn't mean surviving due to actually winning the fights. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Suna/IWA Front 2. What now? Mei asked sullenly as her eyes trailed over the retreating form of Bakura. She didn't like that Rei recognized the woman. Nor that the woman seemed to be extremely strong and pretty. Not to mention Rei looked at Bakura more than the other S-rankers in that battle. Nope, she didn't like it one bit. Conan, on the other hand, also watched Bakura with her calculative gaze and, kind of playful expression, making Bakura feel chills go up to her spine but being unable to tell why no matter how much she looked around. Now we go and follow the lava-spitting guy from IWA. If I am right, that's the youngest son on the Tsuchikage. Ray stated absent-mindedly, bringing the two thoughtful girls to reality. He is the man we are supposed to meet and hand the letter to, according to the mission orders. He shrugged, not expecting this to be a pleasant mission at all. He knew better, as did Conan, who slightly tensed, amusement never leaving her eyes. Only May stayed blissfully clueless, not that the older duo would enlighten her. They wanted to see if she would find out by herself. A lone IWA shinobi had guard duty at the gate of the closest IWA outpost to the Suna borders. It was a bother, to be honest, and the job was dangerous as heck, since during war they had to be expecting an attack 24/7. At least, it was well paid. He was yawning as it was almost evening, and he was mind-numbingly guarding the gate for 8 hours now, despite the fact he was to be swapped 4 hours ago. When one of your work buddies is the niece of the outpost commander, then those less fortunate, like him, have to quietly suffer for it. Suddenly, in the distance, something shimmered and the IWA guard narrowed his tired eyes as he tried to get a better look at it. It took him a few minutes to finally manage, but his eyes widened when he saw 3 figures making their way straight towards the outpost gate. Now, he was conflicted. He could report this, but it didn't seem like an attack. If it was, good. If not, he may be punished for disturbing his commander. The man gulped as his mood soured. Why did I become a ninja again? Stupid, stupid, stupid. While he was having internal turmoil, Ray, Conan, and May finally arrived in front of the gate and nodded at the guy in greeting. Slowly, not to show any threatening movement, Ray withdrew a scroll with his orders and handed it to the men, who took it curiously before reading it. The scroll didn't really contain the message of the Mizukage, but it was more of a confirmation of their identity. I will get my commanding officer fast. The IWA nin scaredly exclaimed before scurrying away into the outpost. May frowned at the guy who seemingly left the gate wide open and without any guardian, but when Conan poked her cheek with her index finger and attracted her attention, May could quickly see the amused look Conan usually had when she wanted her to find out something hidden. Usually the meaning of a lesson or exercise. Oh. I get it. May's eyes sparkled and darted all over the place while she acted like an overenthusiastic child, a mere new genin who thought this was a vacation or something. 2, no, 3 hidden ninjas. She tilted her head as she turned to May and discreetly showed her 3 fingers, expecting to be praised. Almost, you missed 2 hidden in the ground. This is IWA outpost, after all. Conan bluntly said with amusement in her eyes, making May pout childishly, and the hiding IWA ninja's face fault at being discovered so easily, by a child no less, and then having it thrown straight into their face. Hey, now we would be taken seriously. Conan thought, resisting an urge to exaggeratedly roll her eyes as she, with the corner of her eye, watched the 2 men observing them from within the outpost. They waited for close to 30 minutes before the guard returned and with a shaky voice started speaking. The commander and Lord Kitsuha will see you. Follow me. He said before awkwardly turning around without even looking at them and started walking. The party was led into a big lavish room where 2 men sat behind a plain wooden table with various battle plans strewn on it. One man was a lanky, middle-aged man with short gray hair and a very calculative gaze that slithered over them like a snake, making May glare at him in return as she didn't really like the way he looked at them. The man smiled as she saw May's glare and with a slight bow, introduced himself. I am Kimura Hagarino, the commander of this outpost, and Jonin of IWA. Nice to meet you, Ray and Conan of Kiri. I wonder, who is the 3rd member of your party? He asked in a fake pleasant voice, his eyes lingering on May as he stared at her with suspicion. She is May. Our apprentice. Conan stoically stated, her expression cold and detached. Ray could only inwardly smirk as Kimura shivered at how lifeless her eyes were despite not an ounce of killing intent being used. May politely bowed but wisely stayed silent, observing the conversation. That was when the other IWA shinobi in the room introduced himself. I am Kitsuha, the youngest son of the 3rd Tsuchikage, he started with great pride. A jonin from IWA. All 3 of the team downpour recognized him as the burly lava spitter from the battle they witnessed. After all, they found this outpost by following his retreat. It was obvious the men craved recognition, so Ray just politely smiled and tilted his head enough to send the nonverbal message that he never heard of him. Amusement filled him as the men clearly understood the gesture and deflated while a small scowl appeared on his face. So easy. Both Conan and Ray thought with a sweat drop. Please, sit. Kimura gestured to 3 free chairs, obviously prepared in advance. Now then, I heard you have a message from the Mizukage for Kitsuha. Ray nodded and handed the letter to Kitsuha, who carelessly took it, opened it, and started reading only for his eyebrow to rise. His eyes trailed between Ray and the letter as a frown appeared on his face, but in the end, the man nodded at Kimura and stashed the letter away. He would have to send it to Tsuchikage, after all. Now that this is out of the way, if I got it right, you are to return towards Konoha after this. Kimura asked and Ray slowly nodded. Wonderful. In that case, what about accompanying Kitsuha? His unit is going to move in the direction of the Land of Fire and regroup with some more troops before starting an offensive against Konoha. Ray raised his eyebrow, enjoying the eye twitch of Kimura, knowing he annoyed the hell out of the men by the silent treatment he was giving him. Sure. Ray shortly replied, his eyes flickering to Conan, who slightly smiled. She enjoyed how nervous Ray was making the slimy get despite how good the men could hide it. We will gladly accompany you. Conan pleasantly confirmed, and Mei's body went rigid. She knew that tone. She knew that precise tone very well. It didn't spell anything good for. Oh, so it's one of those situations. Mei mentally groaned, resisting the urge to smack her head on the table. Mei had to admit she was out of her depth during the conversation. She didn't miss how there was no last name when she was introduced. Conan gave out nothing that could give even the slightest tell of Mei's ability. For all Kimura and Kitsuha knew, she was just a random genin. This was the first thing that made Mei tense and overly aware of the discreetly veiled distrust between their two groups. The way both groups acted, it was obvious this was yet another form of a battle between the shinobi of two different nations. Each of them overly cautious in their own way. And yet, something didn't add up. As the debate about which route they would take started, Mei was already aware this mission would end up in bloodshed, simply because Conan never used a pleasant voice unless she was talking to her sisters or Ray. Using it for Kitsuha. That could only mean the men would soon die. Mei's head swirled with possibilities of why, but her face stayed expressionless through the entire conversation. The debate finally ended and they were offered a separate room, which was promptly declined, and Mei found herself bunking in with Conan and Ray. That way it was safer since Ray sealed the heck out of the room. Not even a fly would be able to get in unnoticed, and not even an elephant would be able to strong-arm its entrance. It was only when she was falling asleep between both of her teachers, embraced from each side, did a spark of realization hit her like a proverbial truck. Her eyes went instantly wide as she kept herself from waking Ray or Conan up by abruptly sitting up. She remembered multiple discussions about bugging Tsuchiki's office and connected the dots with how Ray and Conan acted during the meeting. Yes. Mei really understood why her teachers were so unfriendly. Shit, so this is a freaking trap all along. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Suna/Iwa Front 3. Ray, Conan, and Mei joined 10 squads under Kitsuha's order that were supposed to travel through the upper part of the Land of the Wind towards the borders where an army of Iwa mercenaries and cannon fodder should be waiting. This was the web the Mizukage spun. Iwa pushing the stalemate in the Land of Grass while also attacking through the Land of Wind, going into the Land of Rivers where the Konoha didn't expect its borders to be breached due to the proverbial shield the Land of Wind provided. Kumo was expected to keep Konoha busy on the Kumo front, and then Kiri ninjas go into offensive on the northern shores of the Land of Fire without being noticed while the southern shores are busy with erratic hired pirates. Even Ray could only bitterly smile at how well the Mizuki's plan went despite his intervention on the Nagori Isles. It was really baffling and a great show of Mizuki's smarts and his ability as a tactician. Coupled with the upcoming mission of the Team Downpour in the Land of Fire, Konoha would have no time to react to the real assault in the northern shores of their territory. Ray doubted they would realize that the northern shore was the location of the real attack until it was too late. The following days spent traveling towards the borders was a pure annoyance in Ray's opinion, and he was fairly sure Conan also had thoughts of lighting the camp on fire whenever they stopped for a night. Since Mei found out this was an incredibly badly veiled ruse, there was no longer a need to keep much of a pretense of politeness with the Iwa ninjas that would inevitably end up on the other end of his kunai one of these days. Mei passed her test, so as long as Ray's actions didn't make their tag-along group wary, he decided not to act friendly towards them only to throw Mei off. Ray knew Conan was fed up with rebuffing two moronic guys who tried to win her over with their dashing looks as if it wasn't obvious they were a part of Iwa's seduction corps. The idiots didn't even try to change their mannerisms from that of a high-end manslut. To be honest, he was too bored with the Iwa kunoichi trying to flirt with him. By his estimation, 2 of the squads traveling with them, that means 10 people, were from the seduction corps, and 10 of these were a quite beautiful kunoichi. Well, beauty is good and all, but when one knows that sticking into it means being stuck by kunai in exchange, no matter if that kunai is from the Iwa kunoichi or Conan, it was just not worth it. Needless to say, Ray made sure that Conan was extremely vocal of her feelings during their nights, just to show how exasperated he was by the flimsy flirty attempts. Poor Mei had to use silencing seals to sleep. Unfortunately for her, Conan declared it was training to be familiar with sex and not act shy when witnessing it. Ray totally had no chance but to comply with that, right? Neither Conan nor Ray had any idea why that Tsuchikage deemed it important for these guys from the seduction corps to be here. Well, they did have an idea. Maybe he wanted to see if there is a way to convert their loyalties. For them to be manipulated and somehow controlled by lust. It wouldn't be the first time a dangerous S-ranker was a horndog who could be either easily killed by a prostitute or promised to have a harem for his services. Every man had his price, and Ray thought Inoki was trying to shoot blindly to find theirs in a maybe scenario. At least, they didn't go for Mei, and for that Ray was grateful. It would be so awkward explaining to her the finer divisions of ninja villages. He was aware Conan explained sex in great detail to May, and when Tsunade pitched in, to his unquenchable horror, Ray was sure May knew every little thing he loved in bed. Something he didn't forget to punish both Tsunade and Conan as May started looking differently at him after that particular debate with her older sisters. But despite that, he knew neither of the women in his life deemed it important to explain what seduction core was, and he was definitely not the one who would have that kind of debate with the girl. Nua. On the brighter side, Kitsuha was an utter disappointment, and Ray was now quite certain that Tsuchikage wanted his youngest son to die on this mission. Ray's thinking process was simple. If Ray was Kage and had a son like Kitsuha, he would also want him to die as soon as possible and stop embarrassing him. Oh, how the guy bragged when piss drunk. About this and that insignificant accomplishment. About how Kiri ninjas were insignificant pussies, in front of Kiri shinobi at that, about how he would spank Konoha's ass after he accomplished a special mission from his father and made him proud. Well, Ray was actually surprised the guy had the decency to not blurt out his special mission was to kill the Team Downpour in an ambush. Point for the guy, he guessed. Nevertheless, Ray promised Kitsuha would get a very painful end, if only due to the way he looked at his Conan. Nothing short of being boiled alive would suffice. And then the guy started droning on and on for hours upon hours about his nightly conquers of the kunoichi from the seduction corps, whose only reason for being present in this squad was to seduce Ray, not be sluts for their commander. Alas, the guy was still their commander, so tough luck for them. The more the moron talked, the more annoyed Ray became, the more kunai happy his hand twitched. The worst part? The guy just wouldn't shut up, and he would always follow Ray to talk. At times, Ray wondered if Tsuchikage was some grand schemer and this was some elaborate scheme to prolong the time he spent with Kitsuha in order to make the trash he spewed infect Ray and make him go insane or possibly die before they even reached the ambush point. It was certainly a very distinct possibility, and with every passing day, Ray became more and more assured of this theory of his. That Tsuchikage was scary. That's why, on the afternoon of the 6th day of traveling with Kitsuha, Ray was incredibly happy when his natural senses started tingling and his eyes snapped forward, widening slightly. He looked at Conan, who grimly nodded at him, signalizing she also noticed it. But heck, not even the realization of what exactly was waiting for his team couldn't wipe away the happiness he felt at finally getting away from the boasting chatterbox. Halt! Kitsuha self-importantly ordered, almost puffing in pride, inwardly almost squealing that his hour of glory was almost upon him. The seduction corps women didn't manage to do their mission and seduce Ray, nor did their male counterparts have any progress with Conan, who during the entire journey utterly ignored them, not speaking even a word to them. Ray, it was very brief, but we will have to wait here for a messenger. The best and fastest way to get to Konoha would be through the mountain pass in front of us. I wish you the best of luck, my friend. Kitsuha boisterously ushered the team downpour to continue forward with his words. Ray sighed and wondered if Kitsuha was really as stupid as he seemed. This didn't reek of a trap at all. The small straight road with two jagged tall cliff-like mountains towering on each side of it seemed totally safe. The walls were jagged enough that even attempting surface walking would be something insane and would most likely result in getting mortally injured on the sharp rocks rather than walking the surface upward. Any self-respecting ninja would never walk into such a good location for a trap and would rather go around the mountain just to avoid this on the off chance of there being an ambush, despite taking the detour took much longer. Conan actually facepalmed. May, on the other hand, was blinking as she stared at the road, her mind completely blank, not being able to comprehend what she just heard. The talk about what kind of places to not go was among the first lessons she received, and the path in front of her seemed to be awfully like those at the very top of that list. They are kidding, right? They must be, right? I mean, I'm a genin and they should be jonin. That means they should be smarter or at least more experienced, right? They can't really expect us to just walk in there, right? Don't tell me they chose such a textbook place for an ambush that would need for one to be as dense as a rock. Nobody is that dense, right? May thought in turmoil at the ridiculous situation she found herself in. Kitsuha's orders were to walk into the mountain path with the team downpour. It wouldn't be really suspicious if he did so and explained they already secured and scouted this place. In the hurry, the team downpour was supposed to not pay much attention to it, and when the people waiting on the other end blocked one of the paths, Kitsuha's 10 squads were supposed to block the other path out, trying to prevent the team downpour from fleeing long enough for their helpers to flood the narrow path, using their numbers to overwhelm team downpour. Easy plan. Alas, Kitsuha had to decide not to listen to orders and advised Ray to go through the path alone, which made it very obvious this was a trap. Ray just sadly shook his head, giving up on trying to find a shred of intelligence in Kitsuha. Let's go. He simply said with an apathetic and disappointed shrug and led his team into a clearly obvious trap. A plan on how to deal with this ridiculous situation already at the forefront of his mind, his lips twisted into a nasty smirk aimed at May, making her shudder as she was now well aware this was yet another test and a way of how to make her stronger. Oh, this will be such a pain in the ass, won't it? She groaned to herself. Author note. Okay, before someone flames me that I make Iwa being stupid on purpose, I am not. I am making Kitsuha stupid, and this was somewhat of his operation. The place for an ambush was good, but he was supposed to walk inside with Rei and Co and then spring a trap. Remember, nobody except the Mizukage should be aware of the flight ability, Ringo told him, of course, and their sensing ability. He has no idea to what extent though, so thinking this could stop the team downpour was totally normal. As for what this is, it will be revealed in the next chapter, laughing face. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Mei vs. Army 1. Team Downpour was rushing through the narrow path surrounded by tall walls of jagged rocks when Mei suddenly felt Rei's hand on her shoulder, firmly stopping her in her tracks, almost making her fall onto her back due to how abruptly she was stopped mid-run. Mei quizzically turned her head in Rei's direction, her expression clearly asking what was the plan since their current situation was quite obvious. Thankfully, neither the ninja in front of them nor Kitsuha and his 10 squads would start their offensive until Rei and his girls reach a certain point in the narrow path. Mei was in Rei's squad for 2 years, and by now she knew he would never let an opportunity to discuss the battle plan slip by, hence their momentary stop for a discussion. Well, Mei, you probably already know we will be jumped the second we reach the ambush point. It's time to get some things straight. Rei said, grinning at her, and that was when Mei knew she was in for another world of pain in a pretense of training. At least it really helps me to get stronger. She mentally grumbled while Rei obviously ignored her pouty face as he explained what he had in the store for her. Kitsuha looked through the telescope as the team downpour suddenly stopped, seemingly talking among each other. His face was instantly marred with a frown as he changed to go in his mind when he saw them almost reaching the ambush point. He could already almost see his fame in Iwa skyrocketing after he managed to take them down. The riches. The women. Respect. Yeah, not once did he regret taking this mission despite the vehement protests of his father, the Tsuchikage. Why are they stopping? He asked his second-in-command, a woman whose name he deemed too unimportant. In his mind, he called her Sucker as she had one incredible tongue. I have no idea, Lord Kitsuha. The woman evenly said, pleasing his vanity by calling him Lord. It wasn't every day she was straddled with a man-child in the form of Tsuchikage's son. Tsuchikage's inept son at that. The rumors of how different Kitsuha and Kitsuchi are were quite the thing back home, after all. Both capable and very strong S-rank shinobi trained personally by the Tsuchikage. For that, the men deserved respect, and by extension her body whenever he asked. If it wasn't for his apparent ability as a ninja, no matter if he was the commander, she wouldn't bend to his antics. Sadly, while both brothers were strong as heck, Kitsuha was always the less renowned through the nations, the child even the Tsuchikage rather keeps a secret. In the end, it all boiled to one important fact. No matter how strong Kitsuha was, he was an utter idiot. Without somebody holding his hand, he would drive others to their death. She sighed as a sudden headache ran through her head. Why the heck did I take this mission to look out for the big and dumb again? I swear this is no different than these babysitting D-ranks when I was a genin. Kitsuha intoned, prepare to move. We are going in. He said, making his second-in-command freeze. Damn you, bastard. She mentally wept. Wasn't it enough you fucked up the entire plan by sending them alone into the mountain path? Why the fuck would they stop? Maybe because you made it oh so obvious this was a trap, perhaps. She couldn't help but minutely scowl. Now you want to fuck it up even further by engaging with them when they're not even at the designated location. Captain, I think she tried to be a voice of reason, but you are not here to think but to satisfy my urges and listen to my orders. And I said we are engaging. Go and tell the troops to prepare. Kitsuha interrupted her coldly, flexing his powerful and dense chakra in order to remind her of her place. In the end, she could only resignedly do what he wanted of her. Hee, don't you worry, girl. Today I will accomplish this mission, and tonight I will show you that being obedient is very enjoyable. Kitsuha thought, utterly unaware of the depressing thoughts of his second-in-command. I am so fucked. Rei, Conan, and Mei were done planning and started to again run forward only to stop approximately 200 meters and turn to the mountain wall on the left side. Rei and Conan put their hands onto the surface of the cliff and both exclaimed. Earth release, hidden cave. Mei instantly saw the rock part, but instead of a cave, it created a pathway. A so-called third exit from the narrow mountain pathway. Mei was sure this was possible only due to Rei's nature sensing and his ability to pinpoint which part of the mountain wall was the thinnest, and therefore easiest to get through. Damn, that took quite a bit. Conan dryly stated, not really sounding happy, so Mei kept quiet as they again started running. For a few seconds, they were still surrounded by two walls of parted rock, but then a peaceful massive lush green clearing appeared in front of them, encompassed by tall dangerous cliffs. A dead end. Meaning we are certainly not running from this one. Mei offhandedly noted. Despite hearing Rei's plan, she still hoped he only joked and they would run away. She didn't really feel ready for this. Team Downpour ran towards the opposite side of the clearing, their backs to the cliff, facing the only opening that led to this future battlefield of theirs. Ray chose this place especially because it would be impossible to sneak up on them and the clearing was large enough for a battle between thousands of people while not having many obstacles. In his opinion, this was the perfect place for Mei to show the full power of her bloodline. Soon enough the enemies finally understood that Ray and Conan created a way out of their ambush and quickly followed them, amassing their forces in the clearing as they observed calmly waiting Team Downpour, waiting for them to gather. It was quite a surreal sight. On one side 3 relaxed figures. On the other, a 10,000-strong army made of mercenaries and slaves trained to be as good as genins with a few high-ranked ninjas mixed and hidden in it. This was the same tactic that Ray recognized was used in the anime for the Third Reikage. Except, instead of protecting their comrades, the Team Downpour was supposedly trapped since the enemies had no idea about their ability to fly. 3 versus 10,000. Certainly, Ray could see why this would work. No shinobi had unlimited energy or never got tired. There were only so many people one could kill in a day and the longer this dragged out, the worse it would be for the Team Downpour. Or so, Ray surmised, must have been the thinking of the tactician behind this plan. A pity the guy never accounted for large-scale area of effect ninjutsu and most likely didn't believe that Ray and Conan could cast their destructive collaboration jutsu fast enough to counter the army. Ray grinned when he saw the smug face of Kitsuha as the IWA army finished gathering in the clearing. And so it starts. He said and reached his right hand forward, his palm facing the sky as a ball of chakra thread suddenly appeared above it before it started rapidly fly high into the sky, only one thin thread connecting the ball with Ray's hand. Since you were so eager to deliver yourself here, I don't think you should be given the opportunity to leave. Ray muttered to himself in a menacing tone as his chakra flared, changing into earth nature while being mixed with nature energy as the jutsu was performed. Earth release, natural cage. Ray stated, interested if it would work exactly as he intended and how strong the earth release mix with nature energy would be while he pumped more of this mix through the lone chakra thread connecting his hand with the ball in the sky. The IWA army could only stare in bewilderment as the small ball of blue thread suddenly burst out in massive amounts of blackish chakra threads. One of their ends buried deeply into the ground while the other was still connected to the small, now black ball in the sky. Together they created something akin to a black birdcage made of threads encompassing the entire clearing. That was when Ray started pumping lightning chakra through the thread and the gaps between the threads shimmered with blue arcs of lightning, making it impossible for anyone to get in or out as it trapped the IWA troops inside of the clearing. Obviously, nothing short of killing Ray would get them out of here. Hence, the army prepared for the battle. Well then, Mei, yet another test for you. Ray said kindly as he turned towards Mei. I prepared the stage, the rest is yours. He pointed at the army in front of them while being amused at Mei's baffled expression and trying to ignore Conan's muffled snickering. With an amused tone, he added, defeat them. Yeah, sorry, I was kinda tired when writing this so to know about the quality. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Mei vs. Army 2. Mei looked towards the army she was supposed to fight with a completely baffled expression. It didn't last long however as she schooled herself into a practiced indifference, the only indicator she was not okay being the minuscule shaking of her hands. Both Ray and Conan could see it in Mei's eyes though. Slowly but surely, the girl was gaining an unshakable resolve. Mei was frightened. Almost as much as she was excited. As much as the idea of fighting the army of thousands by herself scared her, it was the words of her 2 teachers that stopped her from freaking out. Her bloodline. Ray often told her she was a veritable army killer. It was time to prove she really belonged to Team Downpour. That she had the right and necessary strength to be a part of it. Mei charged forward. She was aware of how ridiculous she must have looked. One small girl charging at an army numbering in thousands and yet, this was what she was trained for. Mei was getting closer and closer to the IWA army. 200 meters, she started molding her chakra. 150 meters, her hands snapped together in the familiar cross-shaped hand seal. 100 meters, in a burst of smoke, 19 shadow clones of Mei appeared, running alongside Mei. 50 meters, Mei was surprised no kunai was flying at her yet only to realize with a pang of disappointment that she was not facing ninjas. Well, not entirely. The force in front of her might be around 10,000 strong but it was mostly mercenaries or slaves that were rapidly trained into genins worth not even the clothes they wore. She doubted there were more than 300 real IWA ninjas in there and most would be spread out in the enemy army so there was nobody to attack her yet. With a smile, all 20 mice abruptly stopped 30 meters away from the army, their chakra molding finished as they took a very deep breath, arching their heads backward while puffing up their chests. Boil release, Mei-chan's super-duper steamy surprise. She thought with a bit of regret, promptly deciding to rename all jutsu she named when she was just a small girl. All 20 mice simultaneously spat a monstrous amount of steam from their mouths straight at the enemy army. The steam created a huge white cloud that spread through half of the width of the clearing in all but a moment and was still spreading and towered at least 10 meters above their heads. The unam-using white cloud was rapidly rushing to engulf the army, creating various reactions from the IWA troops. Some were unbothered as they thought it was just a normal smoke screen if a bit on the bigger scale. Others were horrified as their guts were telling them the cloud was something very dangerous. These people decided to spin on their heels and run away. That didn't go well, however, as behind them were their densely packed comrades. In but a second the IWA army descended into utter chaos as the massive white cloud was about to engulf the front lines. It was only the small number of ninjas who were utterly speechless at the massive army-killing jutsu that was hurling their way courtesy of a small girl. Needless to say, not many believed their own eyes, and only when the screams of the mercenaries in the front lines reached them did their brain finally reboot, their instincts kicking in. Quickly, the experienced ninjas started channeling chakra into their bodies, covering them in it in an attempt to protect themselves from what they incorrectly guessed to be acidic mist made by boil release. The searing steam cloud was pushing itself through the ranks of the enemy army, engulfing more and more IWA mercenaries who deeply regretted even accepting this commission. Couldn't they tell that something was wrong when the Tsuchikage hired thousands of them to fight against 3 people? They wailed and squealed like pigs when the steam even softly caressed their bodies, not to mention anything about engulfing them entirely. The second it came into contact with unprotected skin, it started melting them alive as burning boils appeared all over it. The mercenaries could only furiously thrash in a vain attempt for the pain to stop as the steam reached beyond the skin and started liquefying their muscles, fiber by fiber, reaching all the way to the bones which were instantly being corroded as holes started to form in them, submerging the victim in a world of excruciating pain as the bones started shattering while being slowly dissolved due to a special ingredient in the cloud that had a nasty reaction to bones in particular. After all, Mei was also an apprentice to Tsunade and Tsunade did study Kagaya bloodline into a nasty extreme. Innumerable deafening inhuman screams and screeches of untold suffering rang through the clearing, scaring the heck out of the experienced shinobi, the inexperienced slave genins, and the mercenaries alike as they now started pushing back, away from the still spreading cloud of searing death. Many were stomped to their death by their own comrades in the panic, only for those closest to the only exit to find out that they are trapped and realize that those who were stomped to death were in reality the lucky ones. 2 black strings were vertically along the sides of the narrow mountain path surrounded by tall jagged cliffs, a blue hue shimmering in between them, blocking the only way out. At first, the scared soldiers didn't even think about it, only when the first batch rushed through it and with a blue flash became just blazed corpses bathed in blue lightning flame, dropping onto the ground, not a meter away from the boundary of the blue hue, creating a pile of bodies there, did they stop in their tracks in even bigger fright. The frightened soldiers could only cry in disbelief as their bodies rattled in fear. They were trapped. Their heads snapped back to the quickly spreading cloud that was now halfway through the army and they could only with wide eyes stare and wait for their turn, regretting ever coming here. Not every IWA soldier was powerless though. The 300 experienced IWA ninjas and even some of the better slave genins were able to some degree cover themselves in their respective chakra and save themselves or at least delay their eventual burning. At first, they also looked for a way to run away but when they saw the barrier keeping them inside the clearing, they quickly resolved to put a hell of a fight before going down. The boiling steam finally reached the end of the clearing and enveloped the remaining despairing IWA troops only to hit the blue barrier that contained it, preventing it from spreading further. Half of the entire clearing was now submerged in a thick white cloud and the screams, slowly starting to fade to a serene silence. Over 10,000 IWA soldiers came, only a bit more than 400 of the most experienced ninjas still remained. The real battle just started. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Mei vs. Army 3. As the cloud finished spreading and killing the useless and weak, Mei quickly made her 19 shadow clones create steam clones because shadow clones wouldn't be able to survive in the cloud. She enwrapped herself in a protective layer of soot and chakra, creating a soft, almost invisible blue aura around her body, and with the newly created 19 steam clones, she rushed into the white searing steam cloud of death while her shadow clones popped out of existence, much to her relief returning her quite a bit of chakra. Mei used a whole lot to create the first attack and despite having what Ray proudly dubbed as reserves of an almost Jinuriki, thanks to his brutal training, Mei was quite exhausted. Getting the chakra from the clones gave her much needed second wind. She was aware she had every advantage over her enemies. They were scared, demoralized, trapped in a cloud where visibility was as good as nil. The cloud also made them use their chakra, forcing them to effectively albeit a bit slowly burn through their reserves if they wanted to stay unmelted. On the other hand, she was still alone and there were hundreds of them. She had to be careful. Mei could have waited until the enemies wasted more of their chakra but she didn't want the IWA ninjas to find out a weakness in her jutsu, especially since these were IWA ninjas and the cloud was already starting to very slowly disperse. She decided to charge into it and made her clones also engage in combat with the remaining enemies. She couldn't go and face 400 men head-on. That would be suicide. Thankfully, there was a thick smoke screen. It was time to act like a true Kiri ninja and use the silent killing technique she was forced to learn in the academy and later by Ray and Conan who brutally beat its mastery into her. Not that she complained. That single skill was something for which she would be eternally grateful to Ray and Conan. Rushing through the white cloud with her eyes closed, May could hear the sound of starting battles as her steam clones started engaging their targets. She didn't need her eyes to fight, nor could she even use them in such a thick cloud. Instead, May relied on her own, albeit a bit limited, but still incredibly useful chakra sensing ability to sense her own chakra. The cloud was, after all, saturated with the stuff, and with just a bit of focus, May had an overview of the positions of every enemy of hers in the thick cloud. Well, figures. If it has a humanoid shape and is not full of her chakra, it was obviously an enemy. Locking on at the closest one, May charged at the ninja. May felt herself being barely 2 meters away from her first target, happy he didn't notice her yet thanks to how silent she moved. The poor sap was confusedly looking around, not knowing what to do, so May decided to make a quick work of him. Pulling out a kunai, she swiftly leaped at the men and buried it up to the handle into his neck, severing the spine while also supporting the dying body in order to prevent it from loudly falling to the ground. Damn, no sensing capabilities nor any honed instincts. This must have been one of the better genins made from the slaves. May disappointedly thought as she slowly and carefully laid the body on the ground, making sure she did it as silently as possible before dashing onwards to her next target. May found a gathering of 5 ninjas who had the sense to group up in the mist. She started molding her chakra, and with just one-handed seal, she spitted out a blob of lava while thinking, lava release, lava bullet. Contrary to her expectations, the 5 ninjas noticed her attack and jumped away, making the lava bullet impact only an empty ground. This also made the ninjas aware of May's position, and she suddenly found herself evading 2 taijutsu practitioners who cracked the ground every time they impacted it. Thank God for Ray's agility exercises and Conan's territory evasion course. May idly thought as she sidestepped yet another haymaker of one Iwa shinobi and ducked under a right hook aimed at her chin from the other. These 2 must be Chunin. She noted before her senses flared, and May quickly smashed her palm into the ground. Earth release, earth wall. May whispered, a testament of how surprised she was since Conan made sure to instill into her doing jutsu silently and not say the names like some mentally challenged idiot. A wall of the earth with a semicircular shape quickly appeared in between May and the 2 taijutsu using Iwa ninjas, continuing all the way to cover her right side. Just a second before the wall there was impacted by 2 earth bullets and 1 fireball justice. The 3 remaining ninjas from the group of 5 clearly could pinpoint her location by using sound. TSCH, just my luck, running into an experienced group. May clicked her tongue. Fortunately for May, the impact cracked her earth wall, which sent some debris in the direction of the 2 taijutsu Chunins due to the circular shape of the earth wall. May used this slight distraction and the fact they couldn't see her to her advantage and performed yet another jutsu. Water release, cutting blast of finger doom. She thought, again embarrassed at the naming sense of her younger self while gathering a small blob of water on her index finger. She shot the small blob of heavily condensed water straight through her earth wall, running it through the heart of one of the Chunins, killing him instantly. The second one didn't even have time to notice his comrade's untimely demise when he found himself having the same fate. Relaxing, May released a relieved sigh when her senses noted the 3 remaining ninjas of the group were just ambushed by one of her steam clones who just materialized in their midst. 2 were already dead due to the clone touching them, which increased the concentration of the steam cloud, momentarily getting through their chakra cloaking. This made them shriek in pain and interrupted their defenses against the cloud and the surroundings, hence, melting them entirely. The last from the group was desperately trying to avoid the clone but suffered from numerous burns on his body since his control was far better than his comrades and he was able to keep his chakra cloaking. May didn't care enough to go and personally finish him off. The clone would have to suffice. The man was almost out of chakra anyway. That said, I am very low on my chakra too. May dejectedly said as she kneeled on one knee to take a slight breather. Worse yet, while my own soot and cloaking is very cheap, due to my depleted reserves I can't really use much ninjutsu as I need the chakra. Ha, ninjutsu specialist unable to cast ninjutsu. Is this Ray's way of telling me to not slack off in taijutsu training? May dryly thought as she tracked another target with her senses, assessing the situation, 320 enemy ninjas remaining. My clones already killed more than 70 of them, huh? Well, no wonder since they can just materialize and dematerialize while killing people by just disrupting their chakra cloaking. May hummed in satisfaction. Steam clones in the middle of a searing steam cloud, so far, this was her best ninjutsu combination. She totally didn't try to emulate Ray's Kirigakure no jutsu and earth clones. Nope, not at all. After 5 minutes of resting, May stood up with a quiet groan, gleefully noting that during her rest, her clones reduced the enemy numbers to 290. She would have rested more if only Conan and Ray weren't watching her. She had no doubt they knew exactly what was going on in the steam cloud, as not once during the practice did this jutsu even slow them down. Preparing her weaponry, May started hunting solo prey in the thick cloud, aiming to reduce the numbers for now. Leaping, she slit the throat of an unsuspecting boy, no older than 15. 280 remaining. Throwing shurikens at a duo of IWA ninjas, Mei luckily hit the throat of one while the second managed to deflect the projectiles only to be run through with a tanto Mei picked up from one corpse before she sheathed it and threw it away as the man's body fell onto the ground. 250 remaining. Mei was pleased with the efficiency of her clones as she attacked yet another slave genin by using Rei's trick of latching a barely visible chakra string onto the victim's foot and tripping him. Needless to say, the 30-year-old woman had no time to react before her spinal cord was severed, Mei already sprinting away, leaving the immobile woman to die from the steam. 220 remaining. Her chakra started to be slowly replenished, but Mei still didn't use any ninjutsu as she knew those who fell were the weakest sort and she would most likely need her chakra later for the stronger opponents. Especially the Soul S-ranker, Kitsuha. She avoided him like a plague in the cloud and always kept her senses on him. Luckily, the man was completely disoriented and ran circles as his vision was impaired. Thankfully he has no chakra sensing capabilities. How disappointing. Mei thought with an amused chuckle as yet another slave genin of IWA fell to her kunai. 200 remaining dash. Mei was suddenly forcefully pulled back, making her eyes widen as a chill went through her spine when she saw a sword cleave the place where her head was just a second ago. From the corner of her eye, Mei noticed a barely visible thread connected to her back and sighed in sincere relief, inwardly thanking Rei for watching out for her. She didn't sense the attack at all. I got too cocky. Mei scolded herself, completely aware this would give Conan enough ammunition to tease her for weeks. Worse yet, this meant her training will be most likely painfully increased. Fuck. She thought in resignation as she for the first time since she entered the mist, opened her eyes and melded back into the steam, using silent killing footsteps to move around in order to prevent being jumped again. Chakra sensing was not giving her any feedback, so Mei had to rely on her other senses in this fight. Using a small trick taught to her by Rei, Mei channeled chakra into her eyes, ears, and nose, improving her senses tenfold. It was only then her nose scrunched as she caught a peculiar aroma with it. So it is the second in command of Kitsuha. Guess you are not just a prostitute then. Mei quipped, making sure to make the steam around distort her voice so it was impossible to tell where it came from. Any you are that small brat. Who would have thought Downpour is raising yet another little army-killing monster? A sarcastic feminine voice resounded from the surroundings, also distorted. I am going to kill you, brat. I wonder about that, slut. You should have stayed with what you know best. Being fucked by your superior. Mei lightly said and slightly smiled to herself when she felt the incredibly small angry fluctuation of chakra a few meters away to the left. Unfortunately, it was so short Mei didn't manage to react in time before it entirely disappeared from her senses, no doubt her opponent already gone from that spot. When the son of your Kage tells you to bend over and raise your ass up so he can get better access, you listen or you die. The woman's apathetic voice resounded from the surroundings, trying to sound as indifferent as possible, but Mei caught the slight venomous undertone in it. A bit more, then. Mei thought deviously. Oh, if Rei told me that, I would be the happiest woman in the world. I wouldn't mind being used like that by my master. Wagging your butt for a worthy man must be really fun. Mei cheerfully exclaimed, making sure to bleed all of her sincere feelings into that statement while making it obvious she mocked the woman and the way she was treated by Kitsuha. Good try. A quiet rageful whisper entered Mei's ears from the steam cloud, sounding almost sorrowful. Your words won't force me to reveal my position, young assassin of Kiri. You are good. I admit that. Even I, one of the best IWA assassins, can't locate you in this thick cloud of steam. I guess it's time to call the big guns. The resigned voice of the woman resounded with a sigh and Mei's eyes widened as she suddenly felt a big fluctuation of chakra from her right. Mei quickly snapped her wrist in that direction, throwing a kunai there, but her answer was only a loud clang before her lips stretched into a smile as a loud boom resounded. Explosive tags, bitch. Mei smirked as she felt a slight recoil in the now visible chakra, signifying the woman was injured. Her lips however set into a frown as the chakra of the woman yet again disappeared from her senses before she could pounce on the woman. Fuck this shit. She got away again. Mei muttered in irritation before her senses caught one important detail. Oh, so the slut fluctuated her chakra to alert Kitsuha. Mei wanted to scream in agitation to the heavens. The men she avoided like plague was now hurling towards her position at breakneck speed. Guess this is unavoidable now. And the bitch is still hidden somewhere around. Geez, this will be a major pain in the ass, won't it? She sighed as she checked how much chakra has been regenerated and mentally recalled the 5 closest of her steam clones to her position. Mei could only chuckle bitterly at the unfairness of it all. Time for the boss fight, then. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Mei vs. Kitsuha. Kitsuha landed on the spot where his second-in-command previously flared her chakra and instantly pulsed his own chakra outwardly, momentarily dispersing the steam in a small radius around him. This made Mei silently curse as she was caught off guard and Kitsuha spotted her. It's the pipsqueak. Kitsuha exclaimed as he pointed at Mei with a puzzled expression only for his eyes to show an understanding light a moment later as his expression scrunched to one of utter resentment and anger. You are responsible for this. My glory. You ruined everything, bitch. He shrieked in rage, not even noticing wisps of his chakra violently whipping around in reaction to his emotions. Kitsuha was really enraged. This mission should have been his one-way ticket to being one of the most reputable ninjas of Iwadakure. It should have been easy as heck. And yet, his army was decimated by one little girl. He could not accept that lying down. He didn't exclaim any death threats, however. Mei found herself facing his fist that was quickly approaching her face and only barely managed to use the flexibility beaten to her by Conan to arch her back into the bridge position, causing Kitsuha's fist to sail an inch above her belly. She knew there was no way to get away from Kitsuha by any physical means, so, with a quick kawarimi, Kitsuha's second punch hit a half-melted corpse of Iwa ninja, burning him slightly as Mei appeared panting from exertion a few feet away. Despite the rush she felt, Mei quickly joined her hands into a single hand seal. Water release, wet beam. She thought with a mild amount of embarrassment as the steam around her started to be absorbed to two spots on her right and left side, creating two growing balls of water that quickly enlarged into the size of a football ball and out of nowhere released two crushing torrents of water at Kitsuha. Kitsuha didn't have even 2 seconds to react after Mei started her jutsu. He only managed to raise an earth wall in front of him by slamming his palm into the ground, blocking the water's offense. Despite being blocked, the water flowed to the ground where it evenly redistributed and created a thin water surface on the ground. Mei smirked at that. For the next jutsu, she didn't need any hand sign. Water release, spiky boo. The small amount of water on the ground quickly gathered into small, sharp, and thin water spikes, aiming to impale Kitsuha, who suddenly felt his feet to be pierced by something as pain flooded his brain and fear crept up his spine. It was only his reflexes as S-rank shinobi that enabled him to instinctively use earth release, rock skin to harden his skin. The water spikes started at first impaling his feet, only for bigger and longer water spikes to form and try to continuously impale the higher spots on the target's body. The rock skin jutsu however prevented them from penetrating Kitsuha's skin, so the only damage Mei's jutsu did was to injure Kitsuha's feet. It was only his pain tolerance that made Kitsuha able to stand, but his ability to move was completely ruined. Mei couldn't do a follow-up attack on Kitsuha, who was suddenly a sitting duck. She had to jump forward as her senses suddenly alarmed her of an approaching sword. The feeling suddenly appeared and Mei wasn't about to question it, which saved her from being pierced from the back as Kitsuha's second-in-command abruptly appeared behind Mei and went for a decisive blow. Mei evaded and cursed as she saw the woman again meld into the steam and disappear from her senses. She was distracted and paid the price for it when she suddenly felt a searing heat closing in on her back. Mei only barely managed to pump as much of the mix of her Sutan and Doton chakra there to stop the damage as Kitsuha's spit of blob of lava impacted her back. Mei also jumped to the right, evading yet another slash from Kitsuha's second-in-command, who thought she would be distracted enough by the lava. Grah. Kitsuha couldn't take it anymore and let out an enraged roar, attracting the attention of the two females, only for their eyes to bulge out as they felt his chakra build up for a massive jutsu. Fuck. Kitsuha's second-in-command cursed in fright and disappeared again. Mei frowned and decided to play it safe. She recognized the chakra mixture he was building up. It was yet another lava jutsu. Fortunately for her, the buffoon didn't realize this was completely her expertise. Kitsuha jumped up and spat out wave after wave of lava, covering hundreds of meters of the battlefield and killing a lot of his own unsuspecting ninjas while doing so. The waves of lava hit the ground, making it sizzle, sending white smoke to cover the area Kitsuha previously dissipated with pulsing his chakra. The surroundings were yet again full of thick white smoke, shooting the visibility to hell. Mei just jumped a bit and used her lava walking exercise to prevent herself from being covered by the waves of lava as she surfed on it until it slowed down enough to stand steadily. Mei smiled to herself. This gave her quite the much-needed advantage in this fight, since Kitsuha clearly couldn't sense a shit in the mist and she didn't have that much of a problem facing his lava jutsus. Damn. Mei thought tiredly as she looked at her chakra levels. I'll have to end this quite fast since lava walking takes a lot out of me and I have to continuously use Sutan aura to prevent my own steam from burning me. The only consolation to Mei was feeling Kitsuha's chakra levels. The man had still more than her, but it was dropping at a fast rate by protecting his body from the steam and using lava walking. Not to mention, Kitsuha went berserk. The massive failure of what he deemed to be an easygoing mission and the pain in his feet. It all stacked up until he couldn't help but black out from sheer rage, instincts taking over. He started to shoot lava jutsu after lava jutsu all around. Large fists made of lava flew in every direction. Lava bullets ripped through the mist. Animals made of lava rose up and traversed the surroundings looking for the girl who messed his plans up. His chakra was depleting, but he didn't care. Mei didn't go to engage him. Instead, she decided to increase the distance between them, tracking his whereabouts with her senses every second. As she finally reached the 400 meters mark away from Kitsuha, she smirked, feeling another large fist of lava impact the ground 100 meters in front of her. The heat was high and the steam was sent away by the shockwave, only for white mist again to fill the air due to the searing heat released as the lava quickly cooled and hardened. Well, finally. Mei mumbled as she felt every Iwa need disappear from her senses, sans Kitsuha. Who would have thought he would kill his own men in the end? What a berserker. Mei quipped, making sure to stay steady as every time Kitsuha's attacks landed, the ground shook. Mei knew she would not win an honest 1-versus-1 against him. She knew it the second he started spitting an ocean of lava and seeing how little it drained him. She wasted too much chakra to create the steam to beat Kitsuha in 1-versus-1, without cheating, that is. At least my steam clones are finally finished. Since she could not win honestly, it was time to go for a boom. When Kitsuha first jumped towards her, Mei mentally commanded 5 of her closest steam clones to her position and made them wait for an opportunity to strike. That plan went downhill the second Kitsuha's second-in-command showed she is capable of ending Mei with her sneak attacks. And when Kitsuha started using lava, Mei changed her plan completely. All 19 of her steam clones gathered in the area around rampaging Kitsuha and started pulling the steam from the entirety of the clearing towards themselves, making it thicker and thicker. The white covering in the air rapidly receded from the edges of the clearing, the white mist engulfing the clearing slowly disappeared as it was dragged towards one particular area. Mei watched as 100 meters around Kitsuha became a thick white cloud ball while the clearing cleared of her steam, since it all concentrated at her opponent, who surprisingly enough, didn't react at all. I see, he is far too gone. Mei frowned, watching the occasional lava bullet or fist to shoot out of the white cloud ball, making it ripple. While Kitsuha's chakra expenditure increased exponentially due to how concentrated the steam was, this was not the endgame for Mei. The 19 steam clones were made of her chakra. That meant she could manipulate them. Which meant she could change the properties of the steam too, since her chakra was dispersed in it. She only needed a medium such as her clones to act as a proverbial middleman. The clones started pulsing the chakra inside of them, which made them quickly disperse into the steam. This chakra seeped into it and the ball of pure white slowly started changing to gray. Mei smiled. The gray ball of steam was now perfectly flammable. She didn't even need to do anything, as the second the change in the steam reached Kitsuha and his lava. A loud booming explosion suddenly rattled the entire clearing, sending an earth-shattering earthquake through it as the surrounding mountains cracked, large rocks chipped off of them and fell to the ground while massive shockwaves spread through the land. Even Conan and Ray had to brace themselves and bend their knees, pushing their bodies against the large mass of wind that impacted them, hard, while their clothes were flapping in the strong winds, making their feet slid back on the grass. Mei didn't fare any better, as she didn't even dare to think the resulting explosion would be so powerful and was sent rolling on the ground. Only Ray's string made it possible for him to keep Mei in the air until she managed to regain her bearing and twisted her body to land onto the ground with her feet and also brace herself for the strong shockwaves, groaning due to feeling all the bruises her quick but brutal roll on the ground gave her. Mei thanked whatever deity that watched over her that nothing was broken and knew well that only the chakra strengthening prevented her organs from rupturing due to being so close when the shockwaves hit. When the clearing finally stopped being ravaged by the aftereffects of the explosion, Mei let out a relieved sigh. The Kitsuha's chakra disappeared. She wobbled towards a slightly battered Ray, who grinned at her with a thumbs up, and Conan, who growled and glared at her, most likely due to the last attack. Mei confidently stuck her chest out and stood in front of her teachers waiting for their final evaluation, despite feeling like flinching and running for her life as she heard the silent growl of Conan. Good job. I will admit I never expected you to succeed, and we were prepared to jump in whenever necessary, but you proved me wrong. Color me surprised. Ray praised Mei, patting her head, which made her deflate and giddily hug him around his waist. Conan didn't feel generous, however. Her hair was all tangled mess and her clothes were ripped in various places due to the shockwaves, but when Mei's expectant eyes looked at her, even she couldn't bring herself to scold the girl. Yes, you did fine. Now. Conan smiled menacingly and gestured at her torn attire. You earned yourself some more of my personally supervised torture. She ominously said as her eye twitched, telling just how furious she was. You mean training, Conan? Nay. Mei squeaked, trying to appear small. Oh, no. Nope. I mean what I said. Conan innocently replied, making Mei jump behind Ray for protection from the demon who wanted to torture her. Stop it, girls. Ray chuckled at their antics. Let's go, we are leaving. We gotta have a serious talk with Sue before finishing the second part of our mission. Conan's demeanor instantly changed from glaring at Mei to a completely serious one, causing Mei to sigh in relief as she clutched the back of Ray's shirt in her small hands. Are you sure? Conan asked while narrowing her eyes and for a second, flickered them over a certain area in the clearing. Ray, however, just uncaringly shrugged and nodded. Let it go. It's better this way anyway. I can't wait how much headache this would cause to Mizukage if it really goes as I think it would. He said reassuringly, and before long, the trio was yet again on their way to Konoha. It was only half an hour after they left the clearing, the spot on the ground to which Conan previously glanced rippled as Kitsuha's second-in-command slowly emerged from the earth. She had some mild burns all over her and was drenched in sweat, but she was alive. Her heart pounded despite the fight being long over as she helplessly fell on her face, her chakra completely drained. She barely had enough to stay alive as it was. It didn't take long for the sole survivor of the previous battle to faint. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Warning. Tsunade barged into the office of the Hokage only to find herself under two sets of eyes as the discussion between Danzo and Hiruzen abruptly ceased. She wasn't deterred much under their scrutiny, not really caring about their opinion of her barging in. Instead, she just walked towards the couch into which she lazily flopped before speaking. "Don't mind me. Finish your gossiping, old folks. I can wait." She waved her hand lazily in a dismissive manner, enjoying how their eyes twitched. Danzo was livid. The Senju brat just interrupted a very important meeting. He wanted to get some clan ninjas to his route, but Hiruzen was vehemently against it. Danzo knew he would eventually persuade the old monkey. He always did. The usual shtick of, "I do it in the shadows and you pretend you didn't see," always worked. In truth, he already had a few lost clan females strapped to a table with the sole purpose of breeding more clan kids. He would give these kids to orphanages owned by him, naturally not the ones inside of Konoha, and then, when the kids are older, he would take them back into root, getting rid of weak and bad seeds while nurturing those strong and resilient ones. Needless to say, these females he managed to kidnap would not leave their current accommodations for a long, long time. He also had quite a bit of clan males being trained, but those were in significantly lesser numbers since kidnapping a female for breeding was easier than kidnapping and persuading a male to serve him. They usually got aggressive and had to be put down. All Danzo needed was to make Hiruzen give him okay for having clan ninjas en route, and he would be able to not fear being persecuted when he reveals these clan ninjas he had. At that time, nobody would look how they came to be, nor would they have any right to. Danzo sure as hell would make sure of that by having the council set some laws in place. Laws that individually might not even make sense, but together would create a perfect shield for this operation of his. And yet, when he was almost done persuading Hiruzen, the Senju brat just barged in and fucked up 4 hours of his persuasion efforts. Hiruzen just watched how his friend huffed in anger, something he didn't see Danzo do for 2 decades at the very least, and walked away from his office while glaring murderously at Tsunade. He was aware that Danzo probably wanted more than just a few willing clan shinobi for his route, as he put it, but for all the smarts he had, Hiruzen couldn't really figure out what was his old friend's end goal. Instead, Hiruzen looked at Tsunade and with a tired sigh, greeted her. "Hello, Tsunade. What can I do for you?" He tried to ignore the broken door and thanked heavens for sending his ANBU away before Danzo came in. It could have been bloody otherwise. Not that he believed his ANBU would be stupid enough to come into Tsunade's path when she is in a mood to smash things. "I came to warn you," Tsunade plainly stated as she looked at the pictures of her grandfather and granduncle with fondness. Hiruzen wanted to bloom in a full-blown smile when he saw it, but her next words chilled him to the bone. "Kiri is planning a full offensive to the northern shores of the Land of Fire," she said as if it didn't even matter. Hiruzen's mouth opened as 1,000 thoughts swirled in his mind. He had no idea what to think about that. It was plausible. Probable. Possible, even. As a plan, if Mizukage did what Tsunade just said he was planning to do, it could spell the end of Konohagakure. Hiruzen realized in horror. "Why do you think so?" he carefully asked Tsunade. If it was true, now was not the time to panic. It was time to act and plan accordingly to this new information. "You surely have some proof." Jiraiya's spy network spans every single nation. He has spies even in the land of Earth, but no report of Kiri forces planning to attack our country was received. "Well, duh." Tsunade deadpanned. "The Mizukage is much smarter than you think yourself to be, sensei," she said in a sing-song tone. "I am sure Jiraiya informed you I lived some time in Kirigakure. I have a few friends there." She deliberately stopped, letting Sarutobi digest what he just heard. "And they informed me. Believe me or not, that's not my problem. I gave you the intel I had and that's where it ends for me." Tsunade stood up and shrugged. "Anyway, I'll return to the hospital," she said before marching out of the broken door, ignoring Sarutobi calling her name. Rei wanted her to alert Konoha. To be honest, Tsunade didn't really have much fondness for the village itself. It could burn for all she cared. The possessions of her clan were already stored safely in Rei's dimension and she didn't much care for the lands. After all, even if Konoha burned to the ground, the lands would still belong to the Senju clan. The clan money was also in the bank, not in the village itself. As for her grandfather's wish, she could care less what one idealistic fool wanted. The village was corrupt and twisted. The village higher-ups were responsible for the extinction of the Senju clan. Tsunade was only curious how her grandfather would react to hearing this. Sure, he wanted peace but he was a senju. The family went first, no matter what angle one looked at it. Tsunade had no doubt Hashiramaji would burn the village down himself if it saved the senju clan. I just wonder why Rei wants Konoha to survive. Sure, if it fell, there would be a power vacuum and the war would probably considerably lengthen. By now, the villages are going on fumes and 1 to 2 years should be enough to end the war, but is it really worth it? We could maneuver better if there is a war among nations. Tsunade thought in confusion. Rei informed her he would defect from Kiri and as such, it would be easier for him to do whatever he wanted to do while Kiri was preoccupied with war. Tsunade had no idea why he wanted to alert Konoha to something that could be a fatal attack. Well, he probably has his own plans. She shrugged, deciding to just go along with it. At the same time, the Hokage was cradling his head, for the first time since the start of the war not knowing what to do. If Tsunade was right, then this was a major threat to the village. He would also have to re-evaluate the Mizukage, something he didn't want to admit he was wrong about. Alas, he didn't really have much of a choice. If he believed Tsunade or not, he was grateful she alerted him and it made his heart warm that his student still cared for the village and its people. Since she returned, she was completely cold and uncaring. Especially during the council meetings. At times, he wondered if she was a Nara as she often just laid her head on the table or tended to her polished nails, not really listening to what they discussed. Her most likely reply to any question was, "Don't care, do whatever." And it really worried Hiruzen. But he was unable to complain since the civilians and ninjas alike utterly loved her. If he decided to give her the hat, he knew the village would burst into celebrations despite being in the middle of the war. Tsunade was just that good of a medic. Every single clan had many fatally wounded people she somehow saved. Nobody except Tsunade had even an inkling how, but they clearly lived past something that should have killed them. Tsunade was always cordial towards people and never acted high and mighty. She was a senju, after all. This made the civilians love her despite her bitchy attitude when it came to scolding people who didn't listen to her medical advice. For people, it was just a sign that she cared, and while they always left the hospital grumbling under their noses, they appreciated it. Tsunade Senju was a legend before she left the village. But now that she returned, she didn't even need to enter the battlefield, something that irked many, and despite that, she became one of the biggest heroes of this war. The number of lives she saved. Hiruzen really couldn't complain about her acting like an utter bitch to him and anyone on the council. Sadly, that was also the sole reason why he was unable to pass the hat to her. He feared the council would be dismantled sooner rather than later if that happened, and he could not in good conscience do that. "Tsunade, why can't you be a cute and obedient girl like you were as a genin?" He groaned and banged his forehead on his table while pressing a button under it to call his ANBU. Not a second later, 4 people appeared kneeling in front of his desk. "Hokage-sama," they chorused. "3 of you back into your positions. I'll wait until I write a message for Jiraiya. I will need you to deliver it discreetly," Hiruzen said, not bothering to wait for a reply. He took his pipe out of the drawer before starting to smoke as he wrote new orders for his spymaster. It was high time to get a better look at the actions of Kirigakure. Chapter 110, Chapter 110. When personal morals and mission clash, it's time to troll. Team Downpour was standing on a small hill as the sun rose behind their back, bathing them in orange light while they observed their new supposed target, a minor town called Tanera. The town that was the target of the second part of their mission. May frowned and crossed her arms under her non-existent chest as she looked at the town, squinting her eyes in annoyance. "Are we really going to massacre the civilians?" she asked, a bit peeved, not really caring about the lives of strangers. Nevertheless, she was irked to be ordered to kill someone who can't defend himself. After all, killing an army of mercenaries who can't even swing a blade properly and killing untrained kids and defenseless, weaponless people are two different things. She would rather not. Of course not. Conan snorted at how ridiculous the notion of them slaughtering unsuspecting civilians sounded. Sure, in their missions they razed a few castles to the ground, but with hordes of clones and the spying abilities of her paper. It could not be easier to find out who was actually deserving to be drowned and who not. Nor was it difficult to relocate the people deemed innocent away before they actually struck. It's not like they went in and just dumped a large area of effect jutsu, not caring who would be hit. There was a reason why they were the go-to demolition experts. It was not like they never killed an innocent either. That was something unavoidable in their profession. Nobody who was Chunin at least for a half year already ever avoided doing that. Whether as collateral damage or target of assassination, it was a part of the job, and Conan made sure May knew that and made her peace with it before she even became a genin. Rei didn't believe in not preparing May for these tough choices beforehand to preserve her childhood. He would rather have her prepared and take some childlike happiness from her life rather than dead later on. But neither Conan nor Rei would ever slaughter an entire town just because it was asked of them. They lived through the war in Omegakure and the assault of Konoha ninjas on their town. Neither of them really wanted to be seen in the position of the Konoha ninjas. Well, technically, Ray quipped in an amused tone, it was never outright stated we have to kill. They said, distract, and that's exactly what we will do. He stated, earning himself a chuckle from Conan before she lovingly kissed him on the cheek. Never outright stated, my ass. She mentally laughed. Sure, the Mizukage never said it out loud, but it was implied in such a manner only a mentally retarded person would miss it. Guess this was the reason why he burned our orders after reading them, pretending to lose them. She noted with mirth shining in her eyes. Iwa, trust Ray to understand the orders however it fits him. May thought in deadpan as she desperately tried to prevent the corners of her lips tugging upwards. Tenera was an important town in the Land of Fire. It was the main mining town in the entire southwestern section of the country, and it was also the only place in the Land of Fire where chakra metal could be mined. This led many blacksmiths to settle into the town, and many famous forging companies were established and resided in the town. Tenera was the main supplier of the highest quality chakra weapons in the country. Not to mention they were also one of the main suppliers of kunai, ninja wire, and shurikens as well. Because of its importance, Tenera had always 30 ANBU stationed in the town, and now during the war, a regiment of 100 ninja was added to it. Most of these were only chunins, but it was still one of the most defended places in the country if one added around 2,000 fire country samurai courtesy of daimyo. Despite being far from the borders, and since the Land of Wind was an ally of the Land of Fire in this war, there was literally no threat to the town whatsoever. And yet, the stationed troops inside were numerous. The town was just that important. So, why was the town in complete disarray? The first people who realized something was wrong were the miners. When they came to the mines in a merry mood and started to use their pickaxes, a smoke engulfed them and they suddenly found themselves holding a bouquet of origami flowers. The miners quickly started looking for working pickaxes only to find none. In their places were just more bouquets with an awkward message of, don't pickaxes, pick up girls. Without their tools, they could not mine, so the dejected miners went back home while grumbling under their noses. At that time, they didn't yet know there was no pickaxe left in the entire town courtesy of Conan and her lazy humor. The worst part? She made sure to steal every bit of ore and any ingot she found in the entire village and stored them in her storage dimension alongside the mining tools, effectively crippling the mining and forging business in the town. Ray had a bit more vicious thing in mind, and the next group of people who noticed something amiss in the town were the samurai and ninjas. Poor fellas didn't even have the time to deal with the complaints of miners and forgers alike due to the theft of ingots. The samurai suddenly found themselves missing their swords, and all hell broke loose as they ran around the town, looking literally everywhere in a frenzied madness induced by sword deficiency. One poor guy was even flipping the skirts of women, wondering if he would find some holy sword underneath them. The ninjas, on the other hand, wondered how they could lose their forehead protectors. The forehead protectors were very important to them. They had the function of identification tag, and losing it was a mark of utter shame. Needless to say, they also looked all around the town in frenzy, and for them, Ray prepared a small surprise. Many ninjas found their forehead protectors in places riddled with childish traps, and by the time they managed to retrieve them, they were either repainted to rainbow glory by paint bombs or got closely reacquainted with sticky feather bombs courtesy of all the generous chickens in the town who now sported a new fashion style. Bald one. When the ninjas, after hours of effort to get their precious forehead protectors back, finally managed to do so and put them on their foreheads, these protectors just burst into smoke. Many ninjas became bald that day while having Shine Youth tattooed on their heads by some non-removable seal that prevented hair from growing. Frankly, Jiraiya was quite busy in the upcoming months. May was told to target the forges, and she decided to go childishly into it. The walls of every forgery were repainted to look like a sky with a rainbow. The thick gray protective aprons were changed for frilly pink thin ones used for cooking, sporting nice unicorns. Many housewives would miss their aprons later that day, but May really needed something as a base to create her super duper cute aprons of embarrassing doom. She didn't forget to add itching powder from the inner parts either. Nor the small genjutsu that would make them appear as the protective aprons for 30 minutes before dissipating. May only needed the smiths to put them on, since she made sure to ask Ray to inscribe a strong sticking seal to them. No way the blacksmiths could take it off anytime soon. She only wondered how they would solve the problem of peeing with them on. Oh, well, not her problem. Her next target was the safes in the forgeries, and they were also completely cleaned out by May, as instead of money, she deposited tons of pink toilet paper. At the end of the day, the peaceful village was quite quiet, but underneath that mask of normalcy, this day was a disaster for the town that lost its ability to supply the ninjas with weapons and mine the chakra metal. Needless to say, both Hokage and the daimyo would have to be informed. Unknown to the poor victims, the team downpour was just starting. After all, they had a few months to waste since they didn't want to return before the attack on the northern shores was over. Lazying and terrorizing the townsfolk of Tenera from the shadows seemed much, much more fun. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, Northern Shores 1. The Hokage was standing above a table with a huge map of the northern shores of the Land of Fire, loudly banging his fist onto the table with passion as he explained his tactics and asked the other men in the tent about their opinion. Around him, his most trusted aides and the most powerful ninjas from Konoha that he could afford to relieve from their previous posts listened with rapt attention, occasionally giving their own 2 cents to the battle plans. Hiruzen felt drained. The town of Tanera was supposedly heavily harassed by pranks of all things, and he could not dispatch anyone with the current situation, so their disposable weapon supply suffered. Worse yet, the economy around Tanera was collapsing and many people already moved out. The daimyo demanded something to be done about it because Tanera mines were the only place with chakra metal, therefore very profitable for the country. But when Hiruzen was about to send Jiraiya to Tanera to find and skin alive anyone causing trouble there during wartime with pointless pranks, the Toad Sage appeared very pensive and troubled. Apparently, the warning from Tsunade was real and Konoha now had to protect the Land of Fire from the biggest invasion to their land since the First Shinobi War. Oh, joy. In the end, nobody was sent to Tanera. Another problem was to find out who to send to defend against the Kiri invasion. When Jiraiya told him the estimated numbers of Kiri ninjas, Hiruzen quickly decided to take a more hands-on approach and go himself, dragging a lot of strong ninjas from their post from the Kumo front or grass front. Even the outposts closest to the Land of Wind were almost emptied, leaving only 20% of its occupants as the others were ordered to one by one relocate towards the new makeshift camp close to the northern shores of the Land of Fire while being discreet about it. The gathering of Konoha forces commenced, and if Jiraiya's estimate was to be trusted, Hiruzen was still facing a situation where Konoha was outnumbered 1 to 4 Kiri ninjas. Which led Hiruzen to the current situation. He furiously hammered his fist onto the poor innocent table as his eyes sparkled with fury while he was sweeping the uncomfortable and nervous people around him with his piercing glare. What do you mean, Tsunade is not coming, Jiraiya? Hiruzen bellowed, causing some less experienced ninjas in the command tent to take a step back from the intensity of his voice. Hiruzen, while glad he still had it in him and was capable of making even someone as strong as Jiraiya squirm like a little genin, was utterly furious at what he just heard. Sensei, you see, pale-faced Jiraiya unsurely tried to explain, but Hiruzen interrupted him by grabbing the note he was clutching in his hands as if his life depended on it. Hiruzen looked at it and started reading out loud. Yo, old monkey, just from that bit he knew he would not like what would follow. The only time Tsunade called him old monkey was when she was angry with him or trying to use it as a form of endearment to borrow some money from him. Just the thought sent chills run down his spine as he subconsciously straightened up with a gulp, his anger quickly forgotten. You would not believe what happened. Hiruzen frowned. I, the head of Konoha Hospital, found an order to leave Konoha Hospital. I have really no idea what kind of idiot could sanction something like that. Honesty. He could almost feel Tsunade's fake disappointment and mockery of her tone as he read her message. Many people in the command tent shuffled at that, not knowing what to do as they knew it was the council and the Hokage who wrote that order. What Tsunade did was incredible disrespect towards them. So, just thought I will let you know I am not coming. Cheers. Hiruzen raised his eyes from the letter from Tsunade and his frosty eyes trailed over the form of every single council member who was in attendance. You did not tell her directly? He asked quietly, but his voice started rising. You sent a fucking order? To someone like Tsunade? Are the heads of you, dipshits, completely empty or what? Hiruzen panted harshly. For 2 weeks he was stuck in this camp to give orders and organize defense against Kiri forces, leaving the village in the hands of the council. They were supposed to persuade Tsunade. Meaning giving her some incentive to join rather than flat out ordering her. He knew his apprentice and that never worked well. And yet, his esteemed council did precisely that, and Tsunade decided to blow her gasket by saying proverbial fuck you. As disappointed as that simple fact made him, Hiruzen understood Tsunade's actions as she was treated somewhat coldly by Konoha's higher-ups as of late. Suddenly, one newer ninja, barely a boy who just reached Chunin rank thanks to his ability to survive during the war, timidly raised his hand, making Hiruzen nod at him in a sign he can speak. Lord Third, isn't Tsunade-sama still a ninja from Konoha, therefore bound to follow orders? Isn't justice on the side of the council? Hiruzen just stared at the fool. You naive idiot. He groaned, tired of it all. Tired of the war, of the general stupidity he had to deal with each day, of being attacked from every side. Can you even imagine what kind of influence Tsunade has? Do you really think I could force her, you fool? He drawled irritably, causing the new Chunin to show a disgruntled expression. But no, Tsunade is no longer a Konoha ninja since she left after the Second War. She is officially retired and effectively a clan head of the Senju clan. That makes me unable to call her back to duty from her retirement, as retired clan heads have certain privileges. Hiruzen explained patiently, showing that his title of professor was quite fitting. Sensei, I think you should look at the other side of the letter. Jiraiya suddenly spoke with a wince. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and did so, finding a reference for a page in the newest edition of the bingo book which made him quite baffled. Before he could ask, however, Jiraiya just handed him a small black book. Tsunade sent it alongside her letter. He added. Hiruzen browsed through the book until he found the page Tsunade referenced and instantly paled a new shade of white as he saw something he never thought possible in his long life of strife. Something that made fear creep into his heart and shook him to his core. Something even the fabled Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't expect. May of Kiri. Affiliation, Kiri, rank unknown, team downpour, 3rd member. Prowess, SS rank. Bounty, 250 million Ryo, Iwagakure, preferably dead. Strength, steam-based bloodline, good at taijutsu and weaponry, exceptional reaction time, and superb chakra sensory abilities. Info, a new team member of Team Downpour who single-handedly wiped out 10,000-strong force gathered by Iwagakure to deal with the Team Downpour, leaving only a single survivor. An SS rank. Hiruzen said reverently as he remembered the feats of his teacher and Hashirama Senju. Child soldiers were a common sight on the battlefield, but to think a girl of 13 could get SS ranking. Hiruzen was utterly speechless and could only hope the girl was far away from the soon-to-be battle between Konoha and Kiri. Inwardly, Hiruzen was very grateful for the heads-up from Tsunade as his eyes hardened. Kid or not? I will not hesitate if she shows up. Honestly, if she knew his thought process, she would just roll her eyes at him in exasperation. Nevertheless, the name May of Kiri started to spread through the world like fire through the woods. A new SS rank, the first one in more than half a century, was finally born, sending chills through the collective spines of many higher-ups of many villages. Ray could only snicker at the thought that it was actually May, his youngest apprentice, who attained such a rank even before him. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Northern Shores 2. The third Mizukage was staring at his new, opened bingo book with his mouth opened in disbelief as cold sweat ran down his temple at the chilling realization of what exactly seeing the new and only SS rank IWA entry into the bingo book meant. That fucker made May into SS rank ninja. He breathlessly muttered under his breath, still unable to comprehend how a 13-years-old girl can be given a rank only those like Hashirama or Madara deserved. The only reason these two titans of the shinobi world weren't ranked as such was that the bingo book was not a thing in their era. And yet, May Terumi, a genin from his village, was the first ever SS rank in bingo book. Oh, he knew he should probably be happy, but fuck. If Ray and Conan managed to train May to destroy an army of 10,000 people, then how strong must he be? I might have been severely underestimating them. The Mizukage shivered as plans were discarded and new ones were being created in his mind. What is it, dear? He suddenly heard Himeno's voice as she entered their shared cabin on the boat in which they currently sailed to the land of fire. The Mizukage found himself momentarily speechless, so he opted to simply hand her the bingo book without even looking at her so she could find out herself. Himeno just raised her eyebrow in surprise when she read through the page and chuckled. Well, that makes any political play a moot point, and this war suddenly got a hell of a lot more dangerous. Now we will probably be targeted just for having SS-ranked ninja. She said as her eyes narrowed at the Mizukage. You know the best and most rational thing to do here is to retreat from every front and hole up in our little island, right? Yes. The Mizukage stated blankly. From your tone, I presume we are not doing the most logical thing. Himeno rubbed her forehead in exasperation. The hidden villages are too preoccupied with killing each other that they just might do nothing about this despite the war raging on, which is giving them free rein to attack us whenever they want without giving a flying fuck about a proper reason. I mean, come on. This brings an enormous target above the entire land of water. There is a reason why most nations dispose of their most unruly S-rankers. May was given a rank above even that. Himeno tried to persuade the Mizukage, but when she looked at his impassive expression as he stared in front of himself with determination, she could only groan in irritation. You really sure we are not retreating? Yes. The Mizukage gave a small, almost unnoticeable nod, still not looking at her in his stubbornness. Himeno knew deep down he felt ashamed for prioritizing his revenge rather than the village, but she would not stop him. She loved the men too much to do that. Great. Himeno only sarcastically quipped before releasing an exasperated sigh. I guess I am going to check the preparations once more. Just wanted to give you heads up that our fleet will be arriving at the shores of the land of fire in a day. She said before storming out of the cabin. The Mizukage showed a small loving smile at her antics, feeling heartfelt gratitude for her loyalty and never-ending patience she showered him in. And so it finally begins. A day passed and the fleet finally arrived at its final destination. The ships were anchored a kilometer away from the shore and the Kiri forces numbering 10,000 ninjas of all ranks were ready. The shore looked peaceful and empty, not even the slightest sign of enemy could be spotted anywhere, so the Kiri forces jumped from the boats onto the water, dead set on walking on the water for the last kilometer of their long journey through the sea. The Mizukage himself was leading the forces with Himeno running by his side towards the land. The Kiri ninjas were not vigilant. After all, none of them thought they would be attacked. The invasion was supposed to be the most guarded secret, and at this point, it was too early for a battle. Alas. The Kiri frontliners of the forces were crossing the last 100 meters of water, about to finally reach the shore when suddenly a big puff of smoke burst out from the woods a bit away from the shore, and the Kiri ninjas found stopped in their tracks from sheer bewilderment at the massive toad staring at them in amusement while smoking its pipe. The Mizukage managed to only curse under his nose before he heard fire release, toad oil flame bullet. Mizukage's hands instinctively started weaving seals before he could even comprehend what was going on as the massive toad started spitting toad oil in the direction of the frontliners of the Kiri force, while a white-haired man standing on the top of the toad spat fire into the oil, igniting it. The Mizukage managed to perform a water wall in front of his forces near him, and some meager amount of satisfaction coursed through his being as he noted some of his ninjas doing the same as the water from the sea rose, creating a shield for the Kiri ninjas from the fire. Despite the wall being primarily made by the more experienced and stronger water-oriented ninjas of Kiri forces, when the flamethrower-like stream of fire from the toad impacted the water wall, sizzling noise erupted from the connection and the superheated flames started to boil the water almost instantly while making steam from the most of it. The remaining parts, however, were blasted onto the Kiri frontliners by the pressure, and whichever poor sucker who was hit started screaming bloody murder when it landed on his skin, severely burning it. Chaos instantly erupted as those people that were hit with the boiling water started thrashing around, running into ninjas around them, which started a chain reaction of people bumping into each other. Some lost concentration and stopped using water walking, falling into the water. Some just got disoriented and panicked. But the worst were those that lost focus on maintaining the water wall. As that happened, the flame stream finally breached through it, and the Mizukage could only jump back with wide eyes, out of the range of the fire stream, while watching quite a lot of his men being torched, as instead of the wall of water, an orange flame started influencing the water, making the sea in front of him boil. Only a very few ninjas in the front lines managed to avoid the flames or the fate of being boiled alive as the stream of burning oil swept through them. It was only Mizukage's chakra sensing that made him aware he just lost around 150 men, and a moment of surprise. He stood in front of his remaining few thousand men, looking at the shore beyond the wall of flames while slowly starting to regret pressing for the invasion to continue. Luckily, Himino stood next to him, panting from slight exertion and a small burn on her right forearm, but clearly alive. Despite that, the Mizukage instantly knew his plan failed. He was not about to give up though, and would try to press on. Raising his hand about to give an order to use a water-style collaboration jutsu to put down the wall of fire burning on the water, separating them from the land, suddenly a booming voice reverberated through the area. You want to invade the land of fire? Then come and face your death. The Mizukage instantly recognized the voice of the third Hokage and paled, realizing that winning just became 100 times harder. But he had no time to consider it as a hail of sharp metal started raining on his forces. The Battle of the Northern Shores of the Land of Fire started. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, Northern Shores 3. Both Konoha and Kiri ninja armies hurled ranged jutsu and weaponry at each other. Kiri ninjas tried to get to land while Konoha ones were fervently doing everything in their capabilities to prevent precisely that. Unfortunately for Kiri troops, what the third Mizukage had in terms of talent for large-scale tactics, he lacked in the actual commanding aspect. The man could manipulate the entire war with just a few deployment orders and faint troops movements, but when it came to him leading men into battle. That's why despite Kiri forces being 4 times larger, they were still kept at bay, wasting chakra by having to walk on the water. The battle progressed and both sides started losing people due to the ranged attacks. The Mizukage was starting to contemplate retreat as he saw the incredibly disadvantageous deadlock for his army, but then finally some of his soldiers reached the land. He felt overjoyed at the opportunity to turn the tables, only for his hopes to crash down when his ninjas on the land, who focused mostly on securing an easier passage through the hail of fireballs, kunais, shurikens, and explosive tags, were surprised by the earth turning into swamp courtesy of Jiraiya. The problem of Kiri forces was that while numerous, they had only a very few of their forces fighting, and those in the backlands had nothing to do due to being unable to get in range. In short, they were stuck. Finally, Himino had enough and temporarily took command, ordering the Kiri ninjas to spread, which changed the entire battle. The Mizukage would protest if he didn't know he brought her exactly for that. To cover his shitty commanding. Instead of trying to rush through the focused ranged attacks of the enemy, the Kiri forces spread out to the left and right, taking advantage of their numbers. It didn't take long for some of them, mostly these furthest to the right or left, to finally reach land without much resistance, as Konoha forces couldn't spread out enough to cover the sides due to insufficient numbers. The battle on the land started. As the Konoha and Kiri forces finally reached the state of both fighting in more melee combat, the third Mizukage engaged in a battle with the third Hokage, while Himino was intercepted by a woman around 20 years old with long red hair. The third Hokage spun his staff, trying to hit the third Mizukage with fast-paced and powerful swipes, while the third Mizukage flowingly dodged like an expert dancer, bending his body in ways to most thought impossible while occasionally hurling hidden senbons with incredibly powerful poison at the third Hokage from his sleeves or blocking the staff with the sword he held. After all, Kirigakura was heavily invested in swordsmanship, so the third Mizukage was naturally good at handling swords despite being more of an assassin than anything else. Their fight was very fast-paced and the third Mizukage made sure to limit the third Hokage by fighting near Konoha ninjas, causing the old monkey to be unable to use strong and destructive ninjutsu. Despite this massive advantage, the third Hokage has shown the exact reason why he was called the god of shinobi. The third Mizukage was being pushed back, horribly so. There were no interruptions to talk nor any condescending insults. The battle started and continued being completely silent, both men focusing only on murdering the other with precise brutality of their strikes. Not one sweep of the third Hokage's staff was aimed at a non-vital place. Not one counterslash from the third Mizukage would not be fatal if it hit despite him being pressured. Both were exchanging a flurry of strikes, slashes, blocks, parries moving across the battlefield while ignoring the general chaos of jutsu, summoning animals, and weaponry with exploding tags flying around as the two armies clashed. Muscles ached, bodies protested, and bruises formed almost with every move, but neither of the Kages slowed down in their resolve to win, waiting for an opportunity to land a fatal strike. Himino panted as she had to freeze yet another massive amount of water that came at her from the sea because of the jutsu of the overzealous redhead who decided to fight her. Damn. You have, incredible. Sutton. She praised between her labored breaths, trying to stall for time to recover. Fortunately for her, her opponent seemed to be a brash idiot. You bet, Date Bane. Name's Kushina Uzumaki. Your Hayaton is incredible. It's such a pity we are enemies. We can feel we could have been good friends, but for Konoha I will defeat you, believe it. The redhead gave Himino a thumbs up, causing her jaw to almost fall onto the floor as she blankly stared. What the fuck? Himino for the first time in her life was startled by the sheer stupidity of her opponent. She was unable to comprehend what was going on because since she was just a little girl, she was taught to exploit any opening, but the sad excuse for all power but no brains in front of her was akin to something out of her wildest dreams. Alas, Kushina's talk no jutsu was quite underdeveloped compared to Naruto, so no enemy-to-friend conversion happened. While Kushina was talking, Himino finally got her breathing under control and prepared herself for the continuation of their fight. She now knew she would not win an honest ninjutsu fight. For that, the woman in front of her had too much chakra. Heck, the redhead didn't seem even winded after 30 high-ranked large-scale Sutton jutsu, while Himino was almost on the floor from exhausting much of her chakra too fast. Himino knew she still had over half of her chakra reserves, but she felt very drained after their previous quick jutsu exchange. Himino quickly ascertained that the woman in front of her was one of the noble type, so she pulled out her tanto, resisting a smug smirk from appearing on her face when the redhead mirrored her action by pulling out a katana, readying for a weaponry clash. Both women jumped at each other, slashing their swords only for the blades to meet in between them. Kushina's self-assured face quickly revealed shock only to morph into realization followed by panic as she quickly jumped away. Himino smugly smiled as she saw Kushina's clothes starting to dye themselves red due to ice skewering her as the redhead panted, glaring at her. Himino had no desire to play by the book when her sword had a smaller reach and was most likely of poorer quality. She naturally added Hayaton chakra into the blade in order to create ice spikes at any given moment and did so the second their blades met, riddling Kushina's body with wounds. It was too obvious from your expression, you are too confident. Himino started talking, trying to distract Kushina into a conversation while discreetly feeding chakra into the shards of ice in Kushina's body. While the redhead managed to get away from the ice spikes without tearing them apart, some shards were still in her. It was a very hard thing to affect the shards and required incredible control despite giving almost no result, but right now, as long as it widened Kushina's wounds, Himino didn't care. Unfortunately, Himino miscalculated as Kushina's eyes became red with black slits and Himino instantly felt the connection to the ice shards disappear as Kushina's wounds started healing at a visible rate. It didn't take even 5 seconds for Kushina's eyes to return back to violet and her face to reveal a winning smile. I won't lose, Date Bane. A fucking Jinuriki. My luck. Himino cursed, throwing a blank stink eye at the beaming Kushina who just shrugged off wounds that would kill a lesser woman. Well. She bent her knees and raised her tanto in front of her. No choice, I guess. Author note. First of all, FUUUCK. Worst chapter ever. At least from my point of view as the author. Writing this chapter was a nightmare. My motivation hit an all-time low. I started in the morning hours and the second I got to the fight between the thirds. I lost my motivation in the first sentence and couldn't bring myself to continue. Hence, I am sorry if the fight between the two Kage guys is not described in detail. I just could not bring myself to do it, laughing face. Only when I somehow pushed myself and decided to conveniently skip it, going for Himino v Kushina instead, I regained my drive. I wanted to end it in this chapter, but I guess I am liking it too much to only show so little of either Himino and Kushina's prowess. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, Northern Shores 4. Kushina relished seeing the annoyance and frustration on the face of her foe after she used the chakra of the fox to heal herself. Admittedly, even the demon had its occasional uses. Kushina made sure her expression was that of confidence as she learned fast enough in her first month spent in Konoha that showing how despairing one was the biggest mistake she could make. The others would just capitalize on it, and so, new, always cheerful, and completely confident Kushina was born. Nevertheless, seeing the crushed, frustrated, or resigned looks of her opponents always brought her some kind of sadistic joy. Well, she personally blamed that on being raised in Konoha. "Prepare yourself," Kushina exclaimed as she ran at Himino, swinging her katana in a wide arc from the right side only for Himino to perfectly dodge by jumping back, exactly as Kushina wanted. Himino quickly found 3 kunai flying at her while she was in the air due to her jump. She was forced to kawarimi, appearing behind Kushina before her hands started weaving hand seals, sending an ice spike hurling at Kushina who just sidestepped it. Kushina was about to brag in order to show her confidence when a pained cry resounded through the surroundings, erasing her smug grin. Half turning in a way that would make it possible to look behind but also not lose sight of Himino, Kushina's eyes almost bulged as she realized a Konoha ninja was hit by the ice spike because she didn't block but dodged. Anger flared in her chest as her head whipped back to Himino with a heated glare. The tables have turned and Himino just smugly shrugged in a "what can you do" manner while it was Kushina who was aggravated for once. "Can't save them all," Himino playfully exclaimed in a mock sadness. She knew endurance-wise there was no contest between her and Kushina, so she went for the oldest trick in the books. Mind games. "You," Kushina said darkly in a low tone, gritting her teeth. Sure, she knew people die in war. She killed her fair share, after all. She was not even pissed the Konoha ninja died, rather she was pissed he died due to her blunder. If someone saw it, her reputation would be ruined, damn it. Anger, huh? Simple enough. Himino hid her smile as she realized Kushina's biggest weakness. Kushina was livid, but despite that, no Kyubi chakra leaked from her due to her superb control. She instead decided to beat Himino with her own strength as she lunged into yet another melee sword clash, exchanging strikes with Himino in a rapid flurry of deadly slashes at speeds most chunin would be hard-pressed to follow with their eyes. Both women started to accumulate slashes on their bodies, but most of those could be said to be akin to paper cuts compared to the scale of their sword fight. Himino and Kushina's clothes were bathed in their blood, either theirs or from the unfortunate ninjas who came in between them, and were promptly diced into pieces without the women even noticing as they uncaringly continued their fight, focusing only on their respective opponent. Kushina was fine. She lost quite a bit of blood, but overall, she felt fresh as daisies. She could go on and on for a few hours yet. Himino was fucked. There was no other way to describe it, as she was bloodied, dirty, battered, messy-haired, and worst of all, tired. She had had enough. Clearly, mixing Jinuriki with an Uzumaki would create a freak of nature that just won't stop. She thought with apparent frustration ringing in her head. But, thankfully Kushina was too noble for her own good, and Himino quickly noticed her penchant for not using her biggest advantage, ninjutsu, when her opponent doesn't use it too. Frankly speaking, Himino knew she should have been dead by now if the redhead actually played according to ninja rules, meaning dirty. She is more like a samurai. Himino mentally snorted, calculating the best plan to continue the fight. With a smirk, Himino straightened herself. "So," she drawled, "up for another ninjutsu fight, princess?" And Kushina was instantly annoyed and angered again. Not much, but enough to change the way they fought. Himino no longer needed to engage in a sword fight with the horrendous disadvantage of a shorter blade and less experience compared to a kenjutsu prodigy with a clan-based style like Kushina. During their long clash, Himino led Kushina exactly where she wanted her, and that was the end of her need to fight with kenjutsu. "Bring it." Kushina's eyes flashed, realizing they were far away from any ally who could be injured by large-scale attacks. Her hands instantly started weaving seals as she failed to notice the small smirk on Himino's face. Kushina finished her seals and clapped her palms together as she shouted, "Water release, whirlpool torrent." A massive amount of swirling, whirlpool-like torrent of water appeared and quickly flew at Himino, destroying trees all around. Himino just enhanced her legs with chakra and jumped to the side, evading the jutsu as 5 ice needles appeared in front of her with one-handed seal. Ice style, ice needles. The needles flew at Kushina, who grinned and clapped her hands together. Water release, water wall. A wall of condensed water that rotated around Kushina appeared, blocking the ice needles before Kushina started creating an inhuman amount of water. Water release, mega water prison. The water created a humongous sphere, 100 meters tall, with the previous position of Himino right in its middle, and Kushina released a strained breath, holding the water in a spherical shape. She then conjured her chakra chains and sent them into the sphere to seek and skewer anything that moved inside. This was her finishing move. Because of Kushina's incredible focus, she didn't notice Himino rising from a small patch of frozen, mirror-like ground. This was nothing like Haku's speed-enhancing mirror technique. This was a real space-time ice mirror transportation. The thing that made Himino into a famous assassin. Kushina paid dearly for lowering her guard as a long ice spike lodged itself right through her abdomen, and even then she was quite lucky she instinctively leaned to the side, otherwise she would be dead. Kushina was not one to forfeit the fight. She let the water prison end and the water came crashing onto the ground, causing the forest around to be changed into a small lake with crowns of the trees peeking from the surface. Kushina changed the environment to suit her best. Himino used water walking to stand on water, as did Kushina, but her eyes widened when she got a glimpse of chakra chains going under the water from Kushina's back. Only barely did Himino manage to dodge the chakra chain shooting from the water below her as Kushina made her run around, chasing her with chakra chains while occasionally throwing a water bullet or some other water-release jutsu at her, all the while Himino did her damnedest to dodge, create more mirrors on the water surface. Sadly they were being actively destroyed by Kushina, so Himino had to run more, and from time to time, Himino even hurled ice needles and ice spikes at Kushina. An hour passed and both disheveled women stood opposite each other, panting hard. Even the chakra powerhouse Kushina was almost floored due to exhaustion. While Himino dodged and focused on precise attacks, often guessing where Kushina would dodge and throwing an ice spear there right after throwing an attack on Kushina, Kushina focused more on her chakra chains and large-scale chakra-exhaustive massively destructive jutsu that could level the surrounding country. Hence, despite Himino having much lesser chakra reserves, Kushina was also spent. "Hiya. You are good." Kushina started praising Himino in between gulping air. She could respect the woman for being so agile and nimble. Hour of throwing S-rank jutsu at her and not one hit her. That, in Kushina's humble opinion, deserved recognition. Himino Yuki was a damn good ninja, especially with her bloodline that allowed her to use some kind of space-time bullshit to teleport through the ice. Kushina's eyes suddenly widened as she reached her hand in Himino's direction, making her look at Kushina funny before horror appeared on Himino's face when she realized Kushina was not feigning it. Watch out. Alas, it was far too late. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, Northern Shores 5 and Kiri's treasury. The third Mizukage could only despair as the world slowed around him, and despite his Herculean attempts to move fast enough, he could only watch as the staff of the third Hokage neared his lover's, Himino's head without her even knowing as she faced the redhead Konoha ninja, panting and exhausted, too distracted by her own fight to watch her surroundings. No. He mentally screamed with wide eyes, unable to do anything to save Himino as the third Hokage's staff impacted her head from the behind. Himino's head caved in from the force, sending her body crashing to the ground, folding like a paper, and the third Mizukage couldn't help but freeze in his tracks, mentally repeating, "No," as he refused to believe what just happened. Himino, the love of his life, was dead. The third Mizukage couldn't help but suck the cold air that permeated the surroundings, balling his hands into fists so hard that blood started dropping onto the ground. He was still shaken from the sight of Himino's collapsed and deformed body, offhandedly noting the redhead ninja was horrifiedly staring at the scene in a manner quite similar to him. The world stilled as regret swelled in the Mizukage's heart, and his gaze slowly turned to a furious glare full of deep-seated hatred boring into the grimly satisfied mug of the third Hokage, who spat a fireball onto Himino's body, burning it to cinders, to add an insult to an injury. The war between Konoha and Kiri was over. Both men knew it, no matter how much one of them wanted to admit it. The Hokage didn't use the momentary distraction of the Mizukage and in order to kill him. He just watched and waited, hoping the death of the woman the Mizukage clearly loved would be impactful enough for a full retreat, but not enough to make a man who was a Kage, and knew what that entailed, to decide going out with one last bang in an act of revenge. The Mizukage wanted nothing more than to tear the old shriveled monkey to pieces and stick the freaking bow staff up his ass, but he was slowly losing men. Konoha might have been outnumbered, but they clearly brought only the best of their fighters to confront Kiri forces. This expedition was a failure and he knew it. If he continued, it would only endanger Kiri further, and he couldn't have that. Reluctantly, the Mizukage threw a kunai with a special seal tag attached towards the sky, where it burst into a very bright red sphere, lingering amongst the cloud as it declared the order to retreat for the Kiri forces. With one last tear-stricken glare, the Mizukage ran towards the shore, cursing and blaming himself for Himino's death. The Battle of the Northern Shores ended. While the armies of Konoha and Kiri clashed on the northern shores of the Land of Fire. Rei had other plans. "It's creepy how empty the village is." Mei mumbled as her eyes were tightly closed and her senses were dutifully monitoring the people in the village hidden in the mist through a harmless mist-like dense cloud of white steam she created. Not unlike her boiling one, Mei was completely capable of sensing everyone inside of it. Well, most of the ninjas are either on the Kumo front as a distraction or a part of the invasion to the Land of Fire. That's why now is the best time to do this. Rei shrugged as his eyes flickered across a seal while he was in the process of altering it in such a way that it would not attack him and nobody would notice his intrusion. Rei and Mei were currently in front of the most guarded building in the village. The Kiri ANBU headquarters, more specifically its treasury. Now that the village was almost empty, Ray finally decided to check the place out since there was almost no danger of being discovered as long as he knocked out the guards and used Mei to create a small disturbance with her steam. Not to mention Mei was an incredible sensor with it. The ANBU guards that were supposed to guard the place were numbering 20 and all laid on the ground after Ray sneak attacked them with his chakra strings and zapped them unconscious with lighting chakra through them. Ray was quite glad though. Normally there would be at least 100 ANBU patrolling around the place and every few minutes, a new ANBU, one who was not part of the 100, would walk around it, just in case. It was really the best guarded place in the village as even the Kage didn't have such protection. To get inside without making the entire village alarmed was almost impossible during normal times, but now that more than 60% of the ninja population was away, the 100 ANBU guardsmen were reduced to a mere 20 and instead of every few minutes, it took at least 3 hours for an ANBU not part of the guardsmen to walk by. It was the best opportunity for Ray to discreetly get inside. And done. Ray smirked as the seal glowed a bit before subsiding to normalcy. He turned to Mei and nodded at her. Wait here and warn me if anybody is getting close. It would be infinitely more comfortable if we are not caught trying to steal the most precious things Kirigakure owns. Seeing Mei nod, he entered the room containing the most precious things in the whole land of water. 30 minutes passed with Ray browsing through the things stored there, his face marred with an enormous frown as his eyes twitched. Trash, useless, bad, crap, unusable dash, no, wait, that could work, but I have no interest in an explosive rubber ducky the size of a horse. Seriously, who made that thing? Ray muttered as his lips morphed into a profound scowl. Why the heck is most of these things so useless? Scrolls of S-ranked jutsu. Scrolls with sealing knowledge. Summoning scrolls. Poisonous deodorant. All of these I have no need for. Ray was frustrated. Sure, the scrolls were stashed to his storage dimension, but he didn't really need them. They were mostly for his future endeavor rather than for him or his girls. All in all, he wasn't really happy with what he found in the best treasury of Kirigakure. Ray almost gave up the further he went in the room, not finding anything immediately useful when he suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at an unassuming small brown jar that looked as normal as possible. It had no special odor. No special appearance. No special chakra signature. Safe to say, even a high-ranking ninja would find it to be just a normal jar. Not a seal master though. Ray's lips widened into a joyful smile as he finally found something worthwhile. Something that was a big part of the reason why he still stayed in the Kiri. For years, I was looking for you. His eyes hungrily lingered on the jar with an excited glint. And even though you probably won't wake up due to the seals on the jar. Nice to meet you. Seiken. Author note, okay. I can honestly say I will not write about a battle that MC or his harem is not a part of. I did so for the last 5 chapters and while a bit enjoyable, it was also quite boring for me as the writer. Chapter 116, Chapter 116. The Aftermath. The Team Downpour was recalled to Kirigakure not even 2 weeks after the Battle of the Northern Shores ended. Them being so far away from the village was also the perfect alibi for the ongoing investigation on who broke into the Kirigakure's treasury, but didn't take anything at all. Honestly, Ray was quite amused at the disbelieving and uncomprehending looks of the Kirigakure's higher-ups whenever he spied on them discussing it. He naturally left copies of the scrolls in the treasury so all seemed as if somebody was there but didn't take anything. It was driving them sparse and Ray enjoyed every second of it. Sadly, he found only the jar with the sleeping Six-Tails in it and had no idea where Three-Tails was, but he didn't care much about that. Six-Tailed Demon was much harder to come by anyway, as Ray knew a few events in which the Three-Tails was supposed to participate. He would still have time to act on it later and get some chakra from the beast, but the Six-Tails was different. Ray didn't even remember the arc with Utakata as he was totally bored by it and didn't much care about it. The biggest topics in the village were mainly 2 things. Mei's ascension to the first SS-rank ninja ever, and the failure to invade the Land of Fire alongside the loss of the Kiri forces in the Battle of Northern Shores. One was incredibly positive while the other, not so much. It was more than obvious which one was the preferred topic in the village, and Mei was simply going sparse by how casually she is being greeted by people who would glare and scorn her just a few weeks ago. She really wasn't happy about it, and this time it was her who was glaring at everyone who even tried to open their mouth in order to start a casual conversation with her. As for the less popular topic, Kirigakure lost 10% of its ninjas in that battle. The order to retreat from the Kumo front was already sent. Officially, Kirigakure was still a part of the war, while unofficially, the village lost too much in Konoha to continue fighting. The higher-ups basically decided to hole up and focus on surviving the war rather than participating. 2 of the 4 members of the Seven Swordsmen fell, and only thanks to the other 2 surviving members did Kirigakure manage to keep their swords. Himino, the heiress of the Yuki clan, died. At least 20 more A-rank shinobi of Kiri also met their end. Kirigakure was simply too exhausted to continue to waste its forces for the war. There was no profit in it anymore. When Ray heard about the losses, he even felt a pang of guilt for the deceased since it was because of him that Konoha managed to ambush Kiri forces, but then he remembered one crucial thing. The commander was the third Mizukage. He was supposed to be a genius at tactics, and he made such a grave oversight as not expecting a searingly warm and pointy welcome when he arrived near the shores. At that point, Ray decided to not bother. Frankly, he expected better from the men. Speaking of the Mizukage, he became a broken husk of his former glory. The village had to be mostly run by the council as he grieved for Himino, and that state lasted for 3 weeks until the Mizukage finally decided to take his responsibilities seriously again, and since then, he didn't leave his office at all. Just lucky he had an adjacent bathroom there. The guy didn't even have the time to chat with the team downpour about their recent mission since he was dealing with the fuck-up he caused. Many whispers of removing him and installing the fourth Mizukage started to be heard in the wind, and Ray could only shake his head. Even Conan believed the Kiri was going to become worse for wear. "Are we finally leaving?" Conan asked as she sat on the couch with Ray's head on her lap while she lovingly caressed his hair. "I am quite fed up with this village. Living normally is nice and all, but when you got paper everywhere in order to eavesdrop and know the darker secrets." "Yeah," Ray sighed. "I just want a last meeting with Mizukage. Call it my vanity, but I want to see his new mental state after he lost the woman he loved. After that, we will use the war to elevate our status, perhaps." He threw her a mischievous look which she promptly returned. "Eh? You want to get an SS rank rating? I doubt it would be so hard." Conan hummed. "Not only that, we still have a year and a half until the end of this war. We gotta improve the dimension, get stronger, get better, get more infamous." Ray trailed off but then snorted. "I personally don't want to join any other hidden village. They are too constricting and expect their ninjas to serve them to their deaths without question." Ray shook his head. "I have had enough of that in Kirigakure, and I must admit we were lucky the Mizukage wanted to accommodate us, otherwise it would be far worse and much more uncomfortable." "Right." Conan gained a faraway look as she reminisced about the last years. Suddenly she snapped out of it and tilted her head. "What about Tsunade? She should be stuck in Konoha until the war ends." Ray nodded at her with a slight appreciative smile. "As she should be. That way nobody can associate her with us. It's not like she can't just teleport to the dimension and train. Furthermore, I am sure she is quite content with having so many free test subjects. Poor patients of Konoha Hospital." Ray snorted mockingly, earning himself a reproachful but amused slap on his shoulder by Conan. Both settled, and Ray just enjoyed Conan's finger coursing through his hair for a few moments before he sighed. "I noticed I have been neglecting the creation of new seals since the war started." He idly commented. "Yes, I have become a bit lazy too. It's time to get back into the form." Conan simply agreed, and if May or Ringo heard her, they would quickly pale and run for their lives. If the training they were put through was to be considered lazy, they didn't want to see what real training was like. By the way, Tsunade is getting quite good with senjutsu. Becoming a real berserker with her instant healing and brute strength. "Ah." Conan playfully tilted her head. "Well, you would know. After all, you did spend a few days with her in the dimension. So, did she get any better? You know, in bed?" she sultrily asked, and Ray barked out a laugh. "Yeah, she is a delight." Before Conan could react, she found herself in a princess carry as Ray marched towards their bedroom. "In fact, I will just show you." Both laughed at that, lust apparent in their eyes. Somehow, puberty hit them hard, and with the high amount of nature energy in their system, let's just say Conan and Tsunade were glad for anti-pregnancy seals. Yet another reason why Ray didn't want to add May until she was 15 years old and was willing after knowing all the facts. That night became May's favorite as she spied through a barely visible mist on Conan and Ray having fun while she was left to her own lonesome devices. Who said training in espionage was boring and unexciting? Chapter 117, Chapter 117, Mission Report. Ray moaned as he woke up, feeling somebody laying on his chest. He half opened his eyes and relaxed when he spotted the messy and tangled mess of blue hair enter his vision. Clearly, they took it a bit too far with Conan yesterday night and both fainted. Releasing a deep sigh of relief, Ray put his hand on Conan's head and gently caressed her hair, carefully to not wake her up, causing her to snuggle more into his chest. He would chuckle if his mind didn't freeze as he spotted May standing next to their bed with her arms crossed and exaggerated pout on her lips while her eyes were trying to drill a hole through Ray's face. "Ah, hi." He awkwardly greeted her, scrunching his eyebrows. "What are you doing here, May?" May only jealously huffed as she turned her head towards the still sleeping Conan, who was blissfully sprawled on Ray's chest with a megawatt smile, her hands possessively around his waist. Ray saw May let out a small whine before she turned around towards the door, and her back now faced the duo lying in the bed. "I just came to inform you that you were called to the Mizukage's office," she sullenly said before stiffly walking out. "Is she jealous?" Ray wondered in amusement. Rei, Conan, and still sullen Mei walked into the office of the Mizukage and couldn't help but wonder how much it changed with Himino not being around. The first thing they noticed was the air becoming stale and stuffy. The Mizukage most likely didn't open the window often. The room was not really messy. It was tidied up but didn't give the feeling of proper care, and neither was there the vibe of superiority that was always present when Himino was there to tend to it. Frankly, the woman knew exactly how to arrange things for people to feel small or insignificant when in her presence, and something was clearly missing in the room to give it that important vibe of it belonging to someone important. Further in the room, Mizukage was wrestling with stacks of paperwork. He no longer looked cheery, rather he had a weary look and black circles under his eyes as he sat with his shoulders slumped while filling out form after a form. Rei could understand why the council wanted him to name a successor. The man was ruined and lost his drive. Team Downpour reporting as ordered. Rei stated, snapping the Mizukage from his reverie, causing him to look up at them. His eyes were quite dull and sleepy, making Rei frown. This was really not the man who welcomed them in Kirigakure years ago. It was almost sad. Ah. Rei. Sure, I wanted to hear how your mission went. The Mizukage stated hollowly, no longer having that vicious bite in his tone that always produced witty arguments between them. Rei frowned at that. He enjoyed their verbal sparring. It wouldn't do if the men completely folded. Nevertheless, he started explaining what happened. Wait. You used pranks to get attention in Tenera. Mizukage shrieked. I ordered you to destroy it. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. Yes, I most assuredly did. The Mizukage spat with a venom lacing his tone as he gave Rei a scathing glare. Oh, well. I must have forgotten, then. Rei said with a light uncaring tone, making the Mizukage groan. But the mission was a success nevertheless. We stalled hundreds of ninja and thousands of samurai, so not like anyone can complain. Well, anyone besides the inhabitants of Tenera, since they were the victims of our witty and nefarious plans on how to screw Konoha over. I think we did an incredible job since most of them are jobless and penniless. Rei finished with a beaming innocent smile that made somehow the Mizukage aware Rei was angry with him at being given such a mission. Rei. The Mizukage called out almost pleadingly. You are a ninja, act like it. Rei's smile dropped and complete seriousness filled the room. Sure. You are also a ninja, act like it too, then. The world stilled as the Mizukage and Rei stared into each other's eyes before the Mizukage chuckled. His chuckle slowly morphed into snickers before becoming small laughter and ending up as full-blown unrestrained laughter as the man banged his fist on the table, hunched over from stomach pains due to laughing. All members of Team Downpour were just awkwardly standing in front of his desk, staring at the apparently new madman until he finished with his practice of mad laughing. Was I too straightforward? Rei thought worriedly. Did he crack? Conan thought in amusement. Somehow, I am suddenly glad we are leaving Kiri. Mei thought as she gave the Mizukage a weirded out look. The Mizukage finally stopped laughing, and only an occasional chuckle left his lips as he tried to calm down. Thank you for that, Rei. I needed the reminder. So he didn't go crazy. Such a pity, all three members of Team Downpour thought ruefully. Outwardly, Rei just nodded in acknowledgement. Now, care to explain why one of my genin is marked as SS rank by Iwagakure? The Mizukage glanced at Mei before he turned to Rei with his left eye twitching in irritation and exasperation. The Iwagakure is crazy. Rei tried to sound innocent, but the Mizukage instantly gave him a deadpan stare. Fine. She fought 10,000 enemies. Rei shrugged. The Mizukage could only groan again. Why does it have to be always so difficult with you? He idly asked, not expecting an answer, but Rei obliged nevertheless. Because I am special. The silence became deafening in the room, and it took a few seconds before the Mizukage started speaking again. Right. Anyway, we fought 10,000 people is not an answer, Rei. But I didn't say we fought them. I said she fought them. That stopped the Mizukage short, causing him to be completely flabbergasted. Wait. You want to tell me that a genin managed to win against Dash? Yup, Rei interrupted. I am apparently a marvelous teacher. He gave the Mizukage a thumbs up before Conan swatted him on the shoulder while barely restraining her snickers. Mei had no such problem and openly laughed at Mizukage's expression. Maybe Rei really was a bad influence. Nah, that couldn't be it. The Mizukage looked from Mei to Rei and back before his eyes settled at Conan. Is it the truth? Oi. Rei rebuked, annoyed at being doubted, but both Conan and the Mizukage just ignored him. Yes. Conan stoically said with a nod. I see. Fine. The Mizukage sighed. I want a full report on that battle on my table in a week at most. You are dismissed. He said and returned to his paperwork with a lighter and happier look. Really, I'm such a good therapist. Ray proudly thought to himself only to receive another swat on the shoulder from Conan, who instinctively felt her lover was thinking something stupid. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Leaving Kiri. Ray, Conan, and May sat in the living room of their flat, recounting what they have to do before finally leaving Kiri for good. The biggest problem was May's report to the Mizukage, since they doubted they would be allowed to go on a mission before May handed that to the Mizukage. In the end, Conan proposed to make use of the Mizukage's busy schedule and Ray accepted, which basically meant they would be leaving Kiri at the end of the week, right after May handed her report. This made their schedule quite packed for the following week. First, Conan made sure to spread her papers everywhere in the village, put them into hidden spots, all in order to be informed. She even created a new jutsu, a special type of paper clone that could access all these spying papers in the Kirigakure and had her own intelligence to determine what was and what was not important to report. The entire clone was powered by natural energy, so it could last indefinitely until it was cancelled. Funnily enough, despite the council knowing Conan could manipulate paper, nobody really paid attention or even tried to find out the limits of it. Nobody had even an inkling she could spy through it. The best they could imagine her doing was cutting things with it, which was plain dumb in Conan's opinion. If anything, earth hardening was much better for offense than wind sharpening. This ignorance made it incredibly easy for Conan to become aware of almost everything important that was going on in Kirigakure. Not even 3 days later, she brought the news of where exactly was the sealed three-tailed beast hidden to Ray, but he just shrugged, deciding they will get its chakra later when it actually had a Jinuriki. Even Conan didn't understand yet why Ray told her to create such a massive information network in Kirigakure. He naturally wanted to get some clans for himself once the purge started, and without knowing when to rescue them, any effort from his part would be useless. Needless to say, Ray wouldn't have that if he could help it. As for May, she decided to stay the entire week indoors, if only to avoid the idiotic and bothersome fawning of the villagers. She was not blind and could see the great fear they had for her in their eyes and how fake their acting was. May-sama this, May-sama that. May-sama, you look so wonderful. May-sama, you are so powerful. Who did the idiots think they were fooling when not even a half year earlier they were all glaring and sneering at her? Seriously, only an utterly brainless idiot would be happy for getting recognition from people who clearly hated him and believed it was real when they switched their cloaks and became nice out of nowhere after he or she performed some meritorious deed for the village. May would rather have none of it rather than have some fake recognition. Ray spent the week browsing through the library and discreetly storing any jutsu scroll he found interesting or useful. His kleptomaniacal craze was stopped only after 5 days, when the library was flooded by ninjas looking for clues who was stealing their scrolls after they finally noticed something amiss. Ray wondered what it was. The completely empty shelf in the B-rank jutsu section, the fact that 20 A-rank jutsu were currently unaccounted for, or the collection of cookbooks from the civilian section he took for fun. Personally, he suspected it was the cooking books. Jutsu were overrated, after all. The week finally passed and the team Downpour Sans May found themselves at their personal training ground, ready to embark on another mission, unknown to the Kirigakure, their last one for the village. May finally arrived and huffed in discontent. These stupid tunits at the mission center had the cheek to ask me why I am taking mission right after handing the report for Mizukage before he could even assess it. Conan just chuckled at the clearly vexed girl while Ray rolled his eyes. You know it's their job. It really is suspicious, and you know we had you take the mission because as the newest SS rank, the tunits won't give you any trouble in fear of it backfiring later. Maybe so, but still. May angrily stomped her foot on the ground before averting her gaze and crossing her arms under her developing chest. I should have melted them. Ray gained a mischievous smile and approached May. Before she could react, May found her cheeks being pinched by Ray as he smugly raised an eyebrow at her, causing her to blush and try to pull away from him. Don't be arrogant, May. Ray ruffled her hair. Or I and Conan will have to beat the arrogance out of you. You won't enjoy it. He warned her, happy to see her flinch, taking it as an assurance she understood. Well, then Lodash, Ray was about to turn around to leave when he was surprised by a person approaching them from the tree line. All three of them instantly put their guard up. To their utter shock, it was Ringo who was unsurely approaching them, a bag slung on her back, her face looking pensive while her hands held the handle of 2 swords around her waist in a fond manner. Ah, hi. She uncomfortably greeted them, getting a raised eyebrow from Conan, a piercing look from May, and a slightly concerned frown from Ray. Before any of the three could start speaking, Ringo decided it would be better if she explained herself first. I know you are leaving Kirigakure and I want to go with you. She said, feeling her stomach sink, as she for the first time uttered out loud what she was doing. She was turning traitor. It was almost physically sickening for her to even think about it, but Kirigakure betrayed her first. In the end, Tsunade was correct. Ringo had to choose, and after many sleepless nights, this was her answer. Ringo expected questions, bewilderment, protests, demands to prove what he said to be the truth, so she was naturally floored when she was met with shrugs and clicking of the tongue from May as Conan smugly outstretched her hand, palm up, towards the girl, and the peeved May handed over a pouch to the smug Conan. Conan saw Ringo's jaw drop as May gave her the winnings of their little bet and amusedly smirked in her direction. What? I know everything that's going on in Kirigakure. Did you really believe I wouldn't be aware of your internal debate? I just didn't know if you would get your shit together before we left or if you would defect later in order to find Ray. Conan rolled her eyes while May scoffed, clearly not believing Ringo would defect later. Conan ignored May and continued. You love Ray, and with the way the Mizukage treated you and the fact that Tsunade set you straight, making you face your feelings for Ray and weigh them to those for the village. Yes, yes. Our resident manipulator knew what would happen. We get it. May interrupted while her eye was fiercely twitching. Frankly, I am watching you, Ringo, she said, stating her intentions and distrust towards the former wielder of Kiba. Ringo mutely nodded, knowing she really deserved that one for her blind loyalty to Kirigakure, as she turned to the most important person from the team downpour, Ray. He was watching her with his pointed piercing look as if looking into her soul. This was no longer the happy-go-lucky, witty, and mostly carefree teacher who taught Ringo most of what she knew. This was a ninja who was showing her he didn't trust her fully despite their past student-teacher relationship. It broke Ringo's heart a bit to be doubted by the men she loved, but in the end, with the way she always acted, it was natural and she would be greatly disappointed if he just accepted her. After a while, Ray threw something at Ringo, who caught it and opened her hand to reveal a small ring, making her give Ray a questioning look. It's a camouflage ring with seals that will mask your chakra signature completely. If you want to come with us, you will have to get through every sensor and sealing barrier around the village since you did not take the mission with us. Ray said and turned around. Just like that, their final journey away from Kirigakure started. Ray was told long ago what Tsunade did for Ringo and that the final decision was on the girl herself. Ringo chose and there was nothing to talk about. He would just respect it and see where that led them. In the end, no matter how he tried to just let it go, he still liked the girl he basically raised and made into a respected killer. Chapter 119, Chapter 119. New Base. Ray, Conan, May, and Ringo traveled quickly to the west, not stopping until they reached the sea. What now? Ringo asked, looking at the calm waves of the shining water washing the sandy shores. She had no idea what Ray wanted to do since they didn't go to any port city. He clearly didn't want to leave a paper trail of their departure from the country nor any witness, but here they were, in the middle of literally nothing. Ringo knew they wouldn't be able to waterwalk to the other side of the sea, no matter their chakra reserves. At least, she definitely could not do it, hence her confusion. All of the team downpour gave Ringo a questioning look that stopped her in her tracks, making her furrow her eyebrows and adorn a pondering expression before a realization struck her. Ah. So we will fly? She more stated than asked. I think it was too long since I did missions with Conan and Ray, so my memory can be a bit slow. Hee hee. Ringo awkwardly laughed, trying to avoid the pointed and amused looks from the team downpour. Ray just chuckled and came closer to Ringo, putting his hands around her waist with a mischievous expression, causing her to blush and look down as May silently snickered in expectation of Ringo's reaction. What dash? Ringo shyly started, but then her entire world as if blinked in and out and she was hit with the feeling of peacefulness, and yet, she was also greatly cowed as the full might of natural energy in Ray's dimension fell onto her shoulders due to her entering it for the very first time. Ringo was in awe and so shocked she forgot how to breathe as the waves of energy washed over her body, the world as if slowed to crawl as her pupils dilated and her throat tightened. And as soon as it came, it went, and Ringo found herself staring at a small town from a hill behind it. Ray smiled knowingly at Ringo, unhanding her. She didn't spend even a second in his dimension, but her starstruck expression was something he expected. May reacted much the same, and even now she was a bit out of it from time to time. Unless one bonded with Ray, nothing he could do about that. On the other hand, at least because of May not being bonded with Ray yet, they found out that training in the dimension makes chakra reserves grow faster. There would be no way for May to have enough chakra to defeat a 10,000-strong army otherwise. We are here, Ray said, pulling Ringo out of her reverie just in time for her to spot Conan blinking into existence 2 meters away from them, holding May around her shoulders in a similar manner Ray held her around the waist. Wait. Where is here? No. First, tell me what the heck was that? Did you find a way to teleport? That was not a speed technique. No, what the heck was that place full of gigantic trees, massive roots, and energy, God, so much energy. Ringo muttered to herself in a crazed manner, breathing southwest hard. She was close to hyperventilating. How can something like that exist? There is just no wadash. Ray's lips suddenly landed on hers, making her eyes widen as she leaned into the kiss, her arms snaking around his neck. Ringo pulled herself closer to Ray, deepening the kiss as her previous thoughts evaporated from her mind. It took a while for them to pull away, much to Mei's ire. Unfortunately for Mei and fortunately for Ringo, Conan had Mei's shoulders in a vice grip while giving her a barely noticeable smug smirk and shaking her head so Mei could only pout and watch, stewing in her own jealousy. "You calm now?" Ray whispered to Ringo, who meekly nodded, laying her head on his shoulder to prevent him from seeing how flushed she was. "Good," Ray chuckled, making her shuffle closer to him. "Now then, we are in the land of waves and our destination is the land of whirlpool. We need a new base, after all," Ray said, making Ringo's eyes widen. Before she could say anything, however, Ray left the embrace and gestured for her to follow, and Ringo could only huff in exasperation. Soon after, the four ninjas were traversing through the sea between the land of waves and the land of whirlpools. Finding Yuzushiogakure was not really a problem. The problem was getting inside, since the entire village was shielded by multiple sealing arrays, either geared to cause sickness, weakness, or Ray's favorite, a seal that actually inflicted chakra poisoning on an intruder if he stayed too long. There naturally were also instant-kill sealing arrays and other offensive seals strewn all over the Yuzushiogakure. The mystery of why the villages didn't have so many Uzumaki sealing scrolls was finally unraveled. The entire place was a death trap designed to not let anybody who enters to leave alive. Only a jonin would be able to get out once he enters, and even then he had to be very, very lucky. That explained quite clearly why Kirigakure had so many low-level sealing scrolls of the Uzumaki clan but none of the higher quality. They simply couldn't manage to retrieve them before dying. After all, it took Ray quite a bit of time, 3 months to be exact, to first find out every single seal in the whole village and then change them so they would allow him and his party to stay without fearing to be either incinerated, poisoned, flayed alive, or frozen to death due to activating a hidden seal. While the world waged war, Ray was cracking his head, trying to find a solution how to make Yuzushiogakure safe for his team, as Conan made sure to whip Ringo into shape while adding what she previously did not teach the woman, lessons on anti-indoctrinations a la Conan, which basically meant she was indoctrinating Ringo to be loyal to Ray. Not like Ringo didn't see it. She was too experienced not to, she simply went along with it because it was what she wanted. During this time, Mei followed Ray like a puppy, trying to be cute and endearing. Ray knew she wanted a kiss since she saw him kissing Ringo, someone who didn't spend that much time with him. Mei simply felt Ringo was getting ahead, and it took 2 months for Ray to finally break. To his eternal dismay, since then Mei became a lot bolder and demanding, which only prompted Ringo to be the same. The two started an odd competition for his affections. He could only sigh in exasperation, especially when Tsunade heard of it and laughed her ass off on his account. Yes, he had to spend every night with either Tsunade or Conan since Mei and Ringo started competing, otherwise, he would long ago lose his nerves and go apeshit on them. In the end, Tsunade made sure to persuade him in a very heated conversation that he had to bond with the two women soon if he wanted peace and calm. After all, the bonding made them feel like sisters, and while Mei and Ringo would most likely still retain some kind of competitiveness among them, it won't be the ferocious kind. Finally, the months passed and Ray was finished with the entire Yuzushiogakure, and the only thing that was left was to name their group. After all, they were a gathering of 3 S-rank and 1 SS-rank ninja. They naturally needed a proper name to represent them. Or so, argued Mei. And such was the beginnings of Yuzora. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, Gear. Another 3 months passed and the Third Shinobi World War has just entered its third and final year. During these 3 months, Ray finally bonded with Mei and Ringo, and since then, 2 hours of his day had to be sacrificed for the 2 needy girls. Thankfully, Mei respected Ray's reluctance to sleep with her before she reached 15 years of age, and Ringo respected Mei and waited for her to have the first turn. It brought Conan and Tsunade an untold amount of amusement when they saw Ray trying to pry Mei away from him, or when the 2 girls argued about inane things like which one of them has softer lips. Ray would say Conan was the winner hands down, but he was too clever to open his mouth in front of his girls. What brought amusement to Ray was Ringo's reaction when she found out that Suna was actually Tsunade, one of the Konoha Sannin. Ringo flat out fainted when grinning Tsunade with her hands balled into fists and put on her hips cheekily told Ringo who exactly cured her disease. The funniest moment though was when Ray showed Ringo the dimension. The poor woman could not properly breathe for 5 hours and had to crawl while being taunted by Tsunade and Conan as they dangled Ray's specially made dango, Ringo's favorite food and the only thing he was addicted as they found out in the past months, in front of her face on a string while she was creating a path by drooling onto the ground. Ray really had no idea if he should roll on the ground from laughter or stop his 2 cruel women. In the end, Mei decided for him when she brought popcorn. Fun was nice and all, but these past 3 months were also quite busy. Ray decided their new group, Yuzora, needed a proper recognizable attire, and as such, they started creating one, a very special one at that. Ray was aware of the dangers and advantages of such a thing, but after carefully weighing them, he still decided to get a proper uniform, so to speak. His main reason stemmed from Akatsuki itself. Akatsuki black cloaks with red clouds, most would believe it was a stupid thing to wear them, and from a certain point of view, they would be absolutely correct. Akatsuki was supposed to be a hidden organization of mercenaries. Their secret purpose was to collect the Bijuu, and yet every time they attacked a Jinuriki, it was two dudes in black cloaks with red clouds. Very subtle indeed. Not to mention that two S-rank nuke grouping up was already quite suspicious and alarming, but could still be somehow overlooked and written off as just teaming up for a hard mission. The bets are off the table the second these two ninjas start to wear a uniform of a sort, however. Especially if more S-rank nuke are sighted wearing the same uniform as them. The whole point of being a secret organization becomes a moot point, as a group of 10 S-rank ninjas would be right in the striking zone of every village, which would mean they would be watched like hawks. And that's before they actually start to attack Jinuriki. Ray had no idea how they got so far with Bijuu collecting, since their goal was so obvious. Either the hatred towards the Jinuriki was really so great it drove the hidden villages near mad and not care about people collecting weapons of mass destruction, or the world itself was plot forcing like mad for it to happen. And yet, despite the reasons why he found the Akatsuki cloak a stupid telltale sign similar to Naruto's Kill Me orange jacket, Ray decided to also make a uniform for Yuzora. The reason was simple. In the beginning, it would not bring much to the table, but later on, when their reputation spread, the uniform will become a symbol. The villages know not to fuck with Akatsuki because they are made out of S-rank ninjas. And they always wear their cloaks and are easy to spot. Ray wanted such recognition for his own group, as while stupid, it was also a very powerful weapon. After all, if he ever wanted someone to do a secret mission, all that would be needed was to take off the Yuzora cloak. The first piece of Yuzora gear was a pitch-black cloak reaching the ankles with a black hood. Ray didn't care what people wore underneath it, so the cloak was it. Now, Ray was quite protective of his girls, so he grouped up with Conan and they got to enhancing these cloaks. Firstly, they decided the hood will be always up during encounters with an enemy, so Ray quickly added a see-through seal on the inner part of the hood. This way, the wearer's vision was not obstructed at all. Secondly, he naturally added a seal to obstruct the vision of anyone trying to peek under the hood. Anyone who tries will see only a black void. This was Ray's measure to protect the identity of his girls. Sure, they said it was redundant, but Ray wouldn't hear of it and glared at them until they relented. And thirdly, Ray added some miscellaneous seals like warming seals that would keep the user warm if activated, or cooling seals with the opposite function. There was also a durability seal drawn from the inner part of the cloak, affecting the outermost layer from being damaged. All those seals were self-sustaining by a minuscule amount of nature energy, so they didn't need any chakra from the wearer. The cloak was already something the hidden villages would covet, but Ray was not satisfied yet, and that's where Conan came into the picture. The cloak was made out of 2 layers of black, very comfortable but durable fabric mostly used for A and BU uniforms. Between these 2 layers sewn together were slices of Conan paper tightly put one by one next to each other with minimal gaps between them. The ingenuity in this was the fact that Ray inscribed a sustaining seal on each of these slices, and Conan hardened them the best she could with her earth release. This basically made the entire cloak a better armor than a full plate from chakra metal, despite being light and foldable as a feather, since the paper was still, in fact, just paper. It would take some serious destructive power to get through the cloak, which was yet another reason why Ray insisted on having a uniform. Akatsuki doesn't really utilize theirs well, but Ray would be damned if he didn't make use of his Fuin jutsu and the protective capabilities of Conan's earth hardening in Yuzora's cloaks. This came at a cost, however, as the entire cloak was a shining beacon in the senses of even the weakest chakra sensor, which unfortunately made Ray forsake the idea of invisibility seal on the outer layer of the cloak, and he instead drew a chakra masking seal which made it virtually invisible to the chakra sensors despite the high chakra output the cloak was giving out at any given moment due to the always active earth-hardened slices of paper. Ray might have created his own dimension, but these cloaks, they were a masterpiece on their own. The cloak was mostly made by Ray and Conan, with Tsunade doing the sewing since she was, according to herself, free and had the greatest experience when it came to needlework. Well, as expected of the best medic. Sewing people and clothes mustn't be so different, right? Ringo and May started their own project while the others worked on the cloak. Both were trying to create swords. Ray gave them tons of chakra metal to experiment, and at first, he did so only to indulge them, but when he saw their techniques rapidly improve, he even started debating the option of offering the two a change of occupation from ninja killer to ninja blacksmith. Honestly, Ray had no idea why ninjas didn't use jutsu for crafting. He was in one of the villages where the chakra weapons were made, and yet, no ninja was helping in the process, which took weeks for one blade. Here, May with her lava release and Ringo with her exceptional lighting release could create 10 chakra blades per day, and they were not even that skilled yet. That was actually 2 months ago. The next month, the 2 blacksmithing she-devils requested Ray's help. He couldn't give the blades full attention, but when he had time, they experimented with putting seals on the blade, which was frankly an annoying endeavor since every time they had a spar the seals would be damaged. The solution appeared in the middle of the 3rd month. It needed a special ink that could withstand chakra metal melting temperatures, and May had to keep the forged swords in a melted state until Ray inscribed the seals before covering them in another layer of molten chakra metal alloy. The seals were inside of the sword, and finally, they didn't get damaged during the first spar. The sword actually conducted electricity better, imitating Kiba blades, and Ringo was giddy at the future prospects, but it was still a far cry from the actual Kiba blades. Nevertheless, progress was progress. Honestly. Ray was just glad that Ringo and May stopped arguing and found a mutual hobby. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Team Downpour gone. Akachi was sweating like a pig and nervously glancing at the empty seat of the Mizukage as he waited for the council meeting to start. He was one of the only 3 civilians in Kirigakure that managed to get onto the council due to their usefulness. Akachi was especially good when it came to getting information via his merchants, which was his reason for being on the council. He was not really the spy master of Kirigakure, he would rather describe himself as some kind of handy informant since his merchants were, in the end, just merchants, not spies. Then again, not even the Mizukage could afford to dismiss him since a lot of the important intel during the war was brought to him by Akachi rather than the ANBU or through Kirigakure's spy master. One should never underestimate drunk merchants and their capacity for spouting things that should stay hidden, after all. Akachi knew much. For example, he knew there was some new group moving in his field of expertise for the last few years, namely the Bairi Company. He had no proof even after years of monitoring them, but he knew they were doing exactly what he did, except on a much, much larger scale. Frankly, it scared him shitless when he thought about the intel they must gather all around the elemental nations as one of the major international companies in good graces of almost every daimyo. Akachi had no doubt whoever was behind Bairi knew every single move of any hidden village before even the Kage gave the order just by looking through their shopping list. Akachi even knew that Jiraiya the Sannin owned most brothels in the Land of Fire under an alias and even in different countries under different aliases. Akachi had no idea about the sheer scale of Jiraiya's brothel network, but he knew it was larger than any hidden village would be comfortable with if they knew about it. It certainly took a long time to get rid of them in the Land of Water, and they couldn't be sure all of Jiraiya's brothels were dealt with. The real list was something not many people even in Konoha Council knew, as it was one of Konoha's top S-class secrets. No wonder the man was the best spy master. People talk when they are drunk while playing birds and bees. Men especially feel an unexplainable need to brag. Anyway, Akachi could get some rumors even from somewhere as far as Iwagakure, where they rumoredly wanted to use a Jinchuriki to attack Sunegakure's outposts. Really, how could Iwa Jonin freely talk about it in a bar was beyond Akachi. And due to knowing so much, the latest rumor was whispered to him. A rumor that made him very restless. He briefly swept his gaze through all of his fellow councilmen, and it was painfully obvious none of them knew. After all, none of them were nervous. In fact, they looked all peaceful. As if the war was no longer their problem. Finally, the door opened and the Mizukage walked in with 2 ANBU surrounding him, and the councilman stood up in respect until the Mizukage sat down in his seat. He instantly put his hat down onto a small table next to his seat, and a smoking pipe found its way into his mouth. The man was old. Ready to retire, at least in the opinions of most of the councilmen, but Akachi knew it would take some years yet. Mizukage's eyes were too cold, too ruthless for him to just roll over and do as the council wished. Hello everyone, I hereby open this council session at the request of Merchant Akachi. Mr. Akachi, the stage is yours. The Mizukage said, looking irritably at the sweating merchant, who gave a small insecure laugh. I heard rumors, Akachi really had no idea how to breach the topic. Thankfully, the other councilman didn't pester him and just quietly waited. He proved his worth long ago, after all. Akachi decided to hell with it as he straightened and cleared his throat to calm himself. I heard rumors of a new group of rogue ninja called Yuzora. According to these rumors, Ray, Conan, and May of Kiri are members. There, I said it. Akachi thought as he flopped back into his seat with relief, ignoring how deathly silent the room went. Despite his relieved state, Akachi still had his eyes trained on the key figures that touched this information. Namely the Mizukage, and the resident spy master, Ichika Sho, who was in charge of the information-gathering divisions of Kirigakure. The various councilmen showed astonishment and speechless expressions the second they heard him. They didn't want to believe he was speaking the truth, since Team Downpour was the best team they had. The silence quickly passed and the room erupted into chaos. People started yelling at each other, some not believing the 3 most powerful ninja of the Kirigakure went rogue, some calling for their blood, others screaming how stupid it would be to provoke them. It was a mess. Enough. Mizukage shouted, instantly silencing the room, and turned to Ichika, who just silently enjoyed the show, sensually scratching her right forearm with the long polished nails of her left hand. Do you have something to say about it, Jonin Sho? He already knew. Akachi thought in disbelief when he spotted how deceptively calm Mizukage was. Akachi just shook his head in exasperation. What else did I expect? He is Mizukage. Stupid me. I only know that some upstarts calling themselves Yuzora showed up, you see. I had sadly no idea about what Mr. Akachi just informed us of. They didn't really do much yet except for ending some small skirmishes. If they didn't show capability to go 1 versus at least 4 squads, I would not even be interested in them. The melodic and enchanting voice of the brown-haired beauty rang through the room and Akachi scrunched his nose in distaste. Ichika Sho, she was a crafty and amoral woman and that was exactly why she was capable of getting a position on the council as a non-clan shinobi in Kirigakure. If there was one member on the entire council of the bloody mist Akachi was wary of, it was the curvaceous and tempting vixen in front of him. She was the leader of the TNI department, or for clueless civilians, the information gathering division. The woman had no qualms about the way of obtaining information. She would gladly fulfill any sick and deranged wishes of her target if it made him talk, as she would not shy away from inflicting the worst of tortures for the same reason. She simply had no moral limits and that was a very scary thing in itself. That woman will be the end of Kirigakure. Akachi tried to not glare at her, causing him to lower his head. He was overly aware of the rumors spreading through the general population and noble court in the capital of how monstrous and devilish the Kekkei Genkai users supposedly are. Some describe them as even less than animals. These rumors first started before the war but that was quickly suppressed. Imagine Akachi's surprise when they started again during a time when there was nobody free enough to suppress them, causing them to spread far and wide across the entire country. Akachi knew it was Ichika's work, he just didn't have any proof so he kept his mouth shut. The woman wouldn't mind a bloody civil war if it brought her a higher position in the proverbial pecking order of Kirigakure. She definitely didn't like the fact that 80% of the political and economical influence was in the hands of clans. Lord Mizukage, what will we do? We can't just let 2 of our S-rankers and God forbid an SS ranker to roam free. We have to do something. The new heir of the Yuki clan, chosen after Himeno's death, spoke with determined eyes only for the older men from the Hozuki clan to scold him. Shut up, you young idiot. How do you want to stop them? They can deal with any hunter squad we sent after them. You know nothing of their secret mission records, you young gnat. Do be quiet when adults are talking, child. The Hozuki clan leader sneered. The Yuki heir started spluttering but before he could start screaming murder at the Hozuki clan leader, the leader of the Suiran clan, one of the smaller but very powerful and respected clans, started speaking. I am afraid I must agree with the old and grumpy, he chuckled, making the Hozuki clan leader scoff, we really have no other option than to ignore it at the moment. He knew the other councilman wanted to interrupt so he quickly added with a shrug, not sorry for a second to throw the Mizukage to the wolves. And besides, the Mizukage already knew long ago. The second that sentence was uttered, every set of eyes in the room intently looked at Mizukage. Surprisingly, even A and Bijuu were not an exception. The Mizukage puffed out smoke from his mouth and sighed, mulling over how to explain so even the old idiots on the council would understand. Yes, I knew. They are missing for a few months already alongside Ringo and Yuri. He nonchalantly said, starting the second wave of protests and screams that only stopped when he released his killing intent. While it didn't faze the ninjas in the room, it was a sign their Kage wanted to speak so they shut up due to respect rather than fear. But none of the councilmen were happy. Ringo was a major figure in the village. A war hero even. If she defected. But there is really nothing we can do about it. Before you start arguing again, listen. The Mizukage groaned. We are weak at the moment. Even putting them in the bingo book would be announcing our weakness only increased. We have to keep it quiet and not confirm anything long enough for the war to end, hopefully with enough casualties on each side to not bother us in the near future. The Mizukage hollowly chuckled, causing the atmosphere in the room to turn somber. Akachi noted some clan heads were not so discreetly glaring at the Mizukage but the men didn't even spare them a glance. Anyway, despite everything, I know Rei has some attachment to the village so we are not in immediate danger. For now, we will do exactly nothing. The Mizukage ordered with a tone of finality. The session then lasted for another 3 hours, discussing the late Team Downpour's weaknesses and strengths, their intentions and motivations for going rogue, even ways to get them into the fold again, with minor punishment, of course. Honestly, Akachi was bored out of his wits, something the Mizukage could relate to if Akachi's eyes were still working. Even Akachi, a civilian, knew no matter what the old fogies discuss, it was all just guesswork at best. After all, the only person in the room who knew enough about Team Downpour was the Mizukage and he certainly was not very forthcoming with the details. Even Ichika ground her teeth in irritation every time she was asked about them since she knew virtually nothing, much to Akachi's only amusement during the session. Alas, his work sucked and he already came to terms with it long ago. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Getting SS Rank 1. Bakura nervously shifted, tightly gripping the kunai in her hand as she watched a Wagakure border outpost from her team's hiding place. Thankfully, they were far away from the never-ending sands of the Land of Wind and the forests were quite lush here, in the Land of Claw that was located between the Land of Rock and Wind. They were in the forests at the very borders between Claw and Rock, waiting for these mercenaries the Kazekage hired to deal with the border outpost so the Suna army can march further into the Land of Rock's territory without being obstructed. Bakura had her own thoughts about some no-name mercenaries however and that was the source of her recent frustration. She was responsible for her team and the hired kunais were already a half hour late. The Kazekage won't be happy, we should be attacking right about now, not wait for latecomers. One of her men gruffly grumbled. Oh, do shut up, Nakaro. Murano, the trap expert of the team, snorted at Pakura's second-in-command. Murano was also the only member of the team who knew who exactly was hired by the Kazekage. She, or rather her clan, was the one who introduced them to the Kazekage, after all. Something that only increased the suspicion of Pakura. Murano's clan was quite small and a new one. They were originally merchants specializing in seals and weaponry. Apparently, Murano's father had quite the position in Bijuu company before they settled in Sunagakure for whatever reason the ferocious politician deemed enough to make Suna suffer his presence for. Then again, Sunagakure was in no position to refuse since they brought a big reduction of merchandise cost from Bijuu company, which in turn gave Suna ninjas a big advantage in the field. Sadly, it also gave them quite a bit of political capital, and Murano's grandfather somehow found himself in the council, not even a year after they settled in the village, and Murano proved to be elite jonin skill-wise. Pakura didn't trust their loyalty to the village more than she could throw them, honestly. Maybe we would be calmer if you finally told us who are the mercenaries. All we know is that they were hired through the Bijuu company. Our lives kinda depend on them, you know. Pakura dryly stated, hoping Murano would at least hint at their identity. Right now, the team was sitting ducks and it would be only a question of time until they were found and hunted. Well, sucks to be you, then, no. Murano just grinned happily, her eyes refusing to leave the outpost tower. Alas, my fun seems to end here since, look. She pointed at the tower and instantly a huge explosion shook their world. Pakura suddenly found herself fumbling helplessly before falling onto her ass as her eyes widened, watching the big ball of crimson-red flames engulf the entire tower and its surrounding. Even from afar, she could feel the incredible heat and a shudder went through her spine at the thought of actually being targeted by it. Sure, it was not as hot as her scorch, but the heat reached much, much farther than her bloodline ever could. Slowly, the crimson flames started receding and the ground stopped shaking. Her team started to recollect their wits from the spectacle they just saw when yet another explosion resounded from afar, then another, and another, until the count reached 9 and even the earth couldn't decide in which direction to shake and instead was jerking from side to side, making even the now prepared Pakura having to spend quite some chakra to keep standing. The fuck is happening? Pakura thought, her stomach sinking when she realized every explosion came from the direction of IWA border outposts that were scheduled to be hit sometime next week by Suna and Bijuu. Her eyes flickered to Murano, who was still laughing like mad, but to Pakura's surprise, she was the only team of her team who managed to stand still through the world-shaking earthquakes. The woman didn't even look shaken, and it honestly made Pakura quite worried when she remembered she was supposed to be trained by the Bijuu company. What the heck is Bijuu company planning? Pakura narrowed her eyes. Murano was in no way just an elite jonin. The woman was solid S rank. When the trembling finally subsided and Pakura was about to give the order to retreat, a hand landed on her shoulder, almost making her jump in fright as she realized somebody managed to sneak up on her back. She slowly turned her head, only to be met with faceless darkness under the hood of a cloak so black, even the ANBU would moan in envy. Despite her various experiences and ability to suppress fear, Pakura knew she was scared. Something about the black figure, who was as if melting into the shadows, made her hair stand. She didn't even dare to peer into the faceless void under the hood in an irrational fear it would suck her in. Killing intent. Her mind idly supplied. It was just so different from what she was used to. Killing intent should be malicious, angry, menacing, even disgusting, not just dark. The killing intent of the men was making her feel empty, apathetic, and cold. It's making me sluggish. Snap out of it, woman. Pakura's mind shrieked at her, but she just couldn't. This was far too different from what she was used to. The man suddenly lifted his hand from Pakura's shoulder and Pakura gasped for air, instantly leaning on a nearby tree for support in order to prevent herself from a shameful display of falling from fear in front of her subordinates. The contract is fulfilled, remind the Kazekage to send the money. A lifeless dark voice came from the hood, making Pakura's team take a step back at how eerie it sounded before the men simply vanished. 10 trained jonin-ranked ninjas were unable to spot how he just blinked out of existence right in front of their eyes. Pakura and her team couldn't help but gulp, the intimidation tactics clearly working. What the hell was that? Nakaro quietly asked, still shaken from the cold and soul-wrenching feeling of the killing intent. That was Ray of Kiri, the leader of Yuzora. Murano commented, making others' eyes widen when they realized the man who created a lake in the desert a few years prior was just in front of them. So that's why the Kazekage so readily accepted. Pakura mentally nodded. It was then she also noticed Murano being far too relaxed. No barely noticeable shivering, no veiled fear on her face, no flinchy behavior that could be seen in all of the members of her team. Pakura narrowed her gaze at the trap mistress of the team. She expected it and knows how to counter it. How? That feeling must be some new way of showing the killing intent, but why would Murano be able to counter it? Pakura pondered only for her eyes to narrow even further. Looks like I will have to be extremely careful of you, Murano. Anyway, I will talk with the Kazekage about the payment. Murano shrugged Pakura's suspicious gaze off. Not like she would in her team for much longer. After this, her father would be promoted even higher in the council and she would become the head of the clan in his stead, meaning being holed up in the village. And look. He even destroyed 9 additional outposts as a gift for Sunagakure. She cheerfully exclaimed, seeing only further looks of fright when the ninjas finally remembered the 9 additional explosions. Murano couldn't help but roll her eyes. Looks like getting SS rank will be much easier than you first thought, won't it, Rei-sama? If only my Ofa father didn't volunteer our family to settle in Suna. She grumbled. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Getting SS rank 2. What are we even doing here? Mei asked, watching a force of 5,000 Kumo mercenaries and ninjas slowly sailing towards the border of the land of Earth through the Isa Bay as she alongside Conan stood on the tallest hill on the shore. You know it's a job. Conan impassively stated in a tone that clearly made Mei aware the woman would roll her eyes if she didn't wear her cold professional facade. Mei scowled and crossed her arms. You know well that's not what I am asking about. I want to know why you took me and not Ringo. Why here? Why Iwagakure? They tried to kill you and Rei. If anything, we should be helping Kumo forces by making their path towards Iwagakure clear. She grumbled, narrowing her eyes at the approaching ships. You are here because Ringo is not ready. Why? Conan said, making Mei snort gleefully. Ha! I can't wait to say this to the sword-waving bitch's face. Mei mockingly exclaimed, interrupting and irritating Conan. Her relationship with Ringo was actually very good, contrary to the meaning of her words. They were, for a lack of a better term, competitors who liked to snark at each other every so often but never escalated to physical fight, well, other than some spars. But what Conan said was the truth. Ringo was not yet ready for facing down an army. 6 months of training, but the woman would need at least another year to reach Mei's prowess. But I wouldn't be so loud about that. Conan resisted the urge to smack Mei. As I was saying before you interrupted me. Ringo is not ready yet, but she has more experience. Some of which you still clearly lack if you have to ask why we are here. That shut Mei up somewhat fiercely and instantly. Conan continued only when she saw Mei switch to the lecture listening mode and would not interrupt her anymore. It's all about balance. Rei is attacking Iwa outposts, letting Suna get through their borders and attack. If Kumo succeeded in attacking too, Iwa would be quickly overwhelmed since they have to keep Konoha forces at bay in the land of grass. That. Conan sniffed, we don't want to happen. As much as I don't like the village for trying to kill us, I must admit its existence brings certain benefits. Such as? Mei slowly asked, not really getting it. If you can't come up with anything, then you just show you are not really all that good at scheming part of being a ninja. Power is good, power is necessary, but without a great mind able to plan ahead and reasonable foresight you will not get far. Conan explained. Mei just nodded, committing the words to her mind as she thought about the apparent benefit of Iwagakure's existence. Honestly, she definitely could see one or two, but her own stubbornness and want for revenge for the attempt at the life of her 2 mentors was really making it hard to persuade herself about the usefulness of the Iwagakure's continuous existence. I think it's time. Conan's voice pulled Mei from her contemplation, making her eyes shone with excitement. So, how are we doing this? She asked expectantly, a mischievous smirk on her face. Conan slowly turned to Mei with an amusedly raised eyebrow. We. Oh, no, Mei. We are not doing anything. I am. You will just stay here, keep the fourth so to speak. After all, it's I who need to earn my SS rank. You are here more to learn more about large-scale combat. Last time you fought it, this time you will see and analyze it while having my back if anything too unexpected happened. What? But that's not fair. Mei whined only for Conan to lean forward and, much to Mei's annoyance, ruffled the auburn hair of the shorter girl with an indulging smile. Get used to it, brat. That's life. She said in a mock rueful tone with a dreamy sigh at the end. Stop it, or I will melt you. Mei growled, but Conan only flicked her nose in a playful way before turning around and jumping off the hill, flying into the air as her lower body changed fully to paper. Mei knew she lost that argument and will probably suffer during one of their training sessions for it too, but she was just so irritated. Conan literally threw her out of her warm bed, took away her Rei plushie, told her to get ready and meet her in 20 minutes. Heck, she didn't even have the time to properly eat breakfast before they teleported to a clearing near Iwagakure, the same Rei and Conan were hiding when preparing the Hokage monkey prank, and then Mei was forced to make the trek towards the northeastern coast of the Land of Rock. Not the most enjoyable of her mornings for sure. Conan could at least let her kill something. Conan was already quite high above the hill when a bit in front of her, slices of paper started hovering before their color started to change into brown as she supported her chakra in order to harden them the most she could. Conan then pulled out something she very rarely used in battle. Her fan unfolded, prepared to rain destruction on her enemies as chakra started to build up, before Conan brutally swung in without mercy, sending raging winds in the direction of the Kimogakure forces as she willed her earth-hardened slices of paper to fly towards them at their fastest speed. The more experienced Kumo ninjas managed to pull out the water wall, lightning jutsu capable of shielding, or any other technique they deemed capable of stopping the ungodly hard projectiles. Unfortunately for them, the ferocious winds that blew above the ocean due to Conan didn't only rip the sails while leaving nasty cut marks all over the ships with some occasional buggers being cut in half. Their primary function was to speed up the hardened projectiles, and the Kumo forces certainly felt that. The defensive jutsus of Kumo ninjas were ripped right through by the rapid hard projectiles, riddling the ninjas, boats, sails, and water with holes alike. It was certainly chaos. People burst into blood, being plummeted by the projectiles. Broken bones, ruptured organs, missing appendages, and when one thought himself lucky enough to survive all that, the hard truth reared its ugly head. The boats became almost unusable due to the holes that went right through the hull, ending all the way in the water under the ship. The ships quickly started filling with water, sinking. Mei could only watch with her mouth agape at the clean display of wholesale slaughter her mentor just showed her. It was not some showy battle. Nor was it a showdown of guts and sweat. Nope. This was a show of gore and blood caused by two jutsu her mentor could perform rather easily. The entire point of it was that Conan cast the jutsu at a good angle, aiming them downward so the gravity did a very good job, and by the time her projectiles impacted the Kumo fleet, it was as if small meteorites were raining on it. We are finished here. There is no one who could give me a challenge. The strongest dude of the lot is most likely mid-A rank ninja. Conan's impassive voice once again pulled Mei from her reverie as she watched the fumbling and screaming Kumo soldiers. She didn't even notice when Conan managed to descend from the air, and it certainly made her aware of the ever-present power rift between Conan and her. But, they are still alive. Mei pointed at the small percentage of the previous fleet that was still kicking and screaming loudly. Of course they are. Conan actually broke her facade momentarily and rolled her eyes at Mei, who would spread the news if they were not, in fact, alive. Ray surely does the same things and let some of his targets actually walk away completely fine to spread what happened in order to speed up our SS rank bingo book promotion. There are also Iwagakure's ninjas hidden all around, keeping a distance from us. Even your new meager skill at nature sensing should pick them up, if you actually bothered to check. She said reproachingly. Mei flushed a deep red, trying to stammer a few words only to find herself utterly speechless. They are here to collect my bounty if they found me weak enough to risk it after my fight with the fleet. This is exactly what I wanted to show you today, Mei. The way you won your first one versus an army situation was stupid and very risky. You didn't account for someone popping up after the battle is over to engage you again. I let you bathe in your glory long enough, but it's time to start your learning again, so from now on, you and Ringo are in clone army challenge training. Mei pouted but nodded a bit in a subdued manner. A bit fearful of having tens of thousands of clones of different variety flung at her by both Ray and Conan. Alas, fair or not, such is life. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Getting SS Rank 3. Ray groggily opened his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was the beautiful mess of blonde hair spreading all over his chest as Tsunade's cheek was blissfully snuggling into it while she was holding onto his waist with her steel-like vice grip as if he was her lifeline. It always drew a smile on his face when he woke up to the gorgeous sight of naked Tsunade lying on him. Something in her just screamed happiness and contentment in these situations, must be because she was Senju. Yup, that is surely it. Ray thought sarcastically, enjoying the warmth of her body pressing to him as tightly as possible without it being uncomfortable. Ray's hand slowly rose and started gently caressing Tsunade's hair, not enough to wake her but enough to make her melt into him even more. The separation was really hard on both Tsunade and Ray despite being together most of the nights. The longer it was, the more fidgety they became. Ray quickly assumed it had to do with the bond, but this kind of weakness didn't garner much worry from him. He quickly understood that making Tsunade leave for Konoha was one of the biggest mistakes he ever made. He didn't even need the bond subconsciously telling him that. Just losing her warm and firm hugs through the day was a good enough of a reason for him to start hating the current circumstances. But Ray was a man and a too prideful being to just tell her to abandon Konoha when she clearly quite liked working in the hospital. No matter how she grumbled about it, he just couldn't do it. In the end, Ray decided to suck it up and wait until the war ended. After that, he didn't really plan on letting Tsunade leave his side for a few weeks. As he pondered about these things, Ray suddenly blinked, finding himself staring at two honey-colored warm orbs staring straight at him with love and devotion that made him almost breathless. Yet another thing he missed about Tsunade. While Conan was definitely very loving, especially in their alone time, there was just something fierce and passionate in Tsunade that Conan couldn't match. Just like there was something calming and soothing in Conan that Tsunade couldn't dream to match. Morning. Ray whispered and smiled, realizing his fingers are still affectionately entwined with Tsunade's hair. Hi, Tsunade almost purred, propping herself up to give him a passionate morning kiss before she pulled her naked body upwards and sat on his stomach, giving him a show of her entire body. Needless to say, Ray was very interested, especially since Tsunade took his hand and put it on her left breast, making it squeeze a bit as she kept it there with her hand. "Wanna do some morning exercise?" she hungrily asked with delightfully narrowed eyes, seductively biting her lower lip. Ray was really tempted to say yes, more so since he could actually feel just how wet she was, dripping her juices onto his stomach. In the end, however, he sighed and mentally cursed as he sadly shook his head. "I remember you just wanted to pop in to show us the bingo book and then go back, and yet, here you are, after 5 hours of non-stop very passionate sex. I don't think we will stop today if we actually start and you still have some duties as the head of Konoha Hospital," Ray ruefully said, making Tsunade frown and let out a long whine as she petulantly wiggled her hips. It took a while for her to accept the situation, but with an incredibly irritated expression, Tsunade relented. "Fine. But this weekend you are mine," she grumbled, knowing well there was no way in hell that would come true. Ray, knowing that too, just shrugged. It would, after all, come again to the good old-fashioned rivalry between the 4 bonded girls. He just hoped it would be a brawl in the mud this time and not a freaking card game to decide which one of them will spend time with him. He wanted some good entertainment, dammit. I could always suggest it. Ray hummed to himself, a very suggestive smile started spreading on his face only for Tsunade to give him an unimpressed narrowed look. "You are thinking something very punch-worthy right now, aren't you?" she asked in a dry tone, making Ray vigorously shake his head. "Of course not. How could I do that? You know M-. Yes," she drawled. "And that's the problem. I know you." And rolled her eyes. Ray sweat dropped at that, but Tsunade just chuckled and lovingly pecked him on the lips. "And despite that, I just can't stop loving you," she said happily, pulling herself away from her position of straddling his stomach. She now laid herself on his left side, just in time as the door opened and inside walked Conan, who calmly marched her way to the right side of the king-sized bed. It didn't even take a hand gesture for her clothes to change into paper and being absorbed into her body as she, now fully naked, laid herself on Ray's right side. "Morning, Ray, Tsu. We can start," Conan said with a small telling smile, causing Tsunade to stick her tongue out at her before pulling out the newest bingo book from her dimensional inventory. "I hereby inform you," she started playfully, "as of yesterday, both Ray of Kiri and Conan of Kiri are the newest SS rankers in the bingo book for Suna, Kumo, and Iwa respectively. Their rank is apparently for wide-scale destruction of large forces alone." Tsunade summarized before snorting. "Bloody bullshit if you ask me." She clicked her tongue. "These two I know personally and they are as harmless as squirrels. About as cuddly too. Yeah, everyone knows squirrels are just a tad bit too murder-happy." Conan rolled her eyes. "Evil too," Ray quipped, and with the hand under Tsunade's waist, he reached for her bottom. "Only if you feed them coffee," Tsunade exclaimed before yelping from the unexpected squeeze, a pink dusting appearing on her cheeks. "And we all know you energized Ray a lot during the last night." Conan smirked at blushing Tsunade. "I could clearly hear you going, faster, dash." Tsunade quickly reached Conan, covering her mouth with her palms but forgetting her state of undress as her chest squished itself on Ray's stomach, providing a very nice view for Ray. "Shut up, Conan. We both know just who is the biggest screamer of dash. May is in the door," Ray said, making Tsunade's eyes go wide in horror as her head whipped towards the still closed and locked door. Needless to say, she quickly turned to Ray, glaring, and about to scold him when she found herself held against his chest as his tongue invaded her mouth, her anger quickly forgotten. Ray pulled away, chuckling at Tsunade's silly smile, and gently chided. "Now, play nice, you two. Conan, Tsunade needs to go back to Konoha today. Don't try to goad her into a mind-blowing threesome. Not today." Conan became mildly subdued after hearing that and gave a small nod. "I am sorry," she said before giving a quick peck onto Ray's cheek and standing up, walking towards the door. "In that case, I am going to fix a quick breakfast. After that nightly wrestling Tsunade had with you yesterday, she will naturally be starving." As if on cue, Tsunade's stomach grumbled, causing her to flush even more as she did the only thing that would get her out of her current predicament. She stood up and dibs on shower. And just like that, the loudest member of the Konoha Sannin ran from the room with her proverbial tail tucked between her legs. Ray found himself alone in the room, still lying in the bed, and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head at their antics. He took into his hands the bingo book and read his and Conan's new pages before chuckling some more. Now, I wonder what are the reactions of the important people to this new unforeseen development. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Reactions to the new SS Rankers. Ichika Sho, the head of TNI department of Kirigakure, sat in her office, smirking as she remembered the bewildered faces of the councilmen when she told them about the 2 new rank-ups in the bingo book. Apparently, Conan and Ray of Kiri were really busy in the last month since they earned themselves SS rank for what they did best. Destruction and annihilation. Honestly, Ichika was really glad they left, as they could have been a serious threat to her plans. 3 SS rank ninjas at once, moreover they all are from a single team. I wonder what exactly Team Downpour discovered to enable them to become so strong. Ichika mused, not for a second doubting there were some special circumstances at hand. Since the establishment of the hidden villages, no SS rank ninja was ever raised. No matter how much the villages tried. Before though, despite bingo book not being a thing yet, Ichika knew there were many SS rank people. Hanzo the Salamander was close. Madara and Hashirama were SS rank power-wise even if they were never acknowledged as such. In the past, many reached such strength and Ichika wondered. Kiga, she called out, and a second later a ninja wearing a Kiri Anbu mask appeared kneeling in front of her. Gather a squad and go after one of the new SS ranks. May would be the most preferable. Something tells me Ray and Conan are far stronger than her even though she got her rank first. Make sure to be cautious and approach only when you are sure she is alone. I want to know their secret. She ordered, and the ninja nodded before promptly leaving. A brief grin spread on Ichika's face. Now, if only it was so easy to get rid of the pesky clans and confiscate their businesses. She eyed the inconspicuous innocent-looking letter laying on the edge of her table. I wonder, should I trust and go with the plan of this? Zetsu. The third Mizukage cradled a glass of sake in his hand, contemplating how it all went so wrong. Firstly, Himino died, now that was his fault and he was completely aware of it. Then, Team Downpour left, and he had no idea what to do about that. On one hand, they were too powerful to antagonize, on another, he was grateful for Ray cheering him up and reminding him of his position. Only thanks to that he still pulled through and became at least somewhat acceptable Kage while he looked for a successor. He kept quiet about their disappearance. And then they started the whole mercenary business and the council heard about it. Well, that was a quite big shitstorm. But the council understood his take on the situation. How could they antagonize them? Ray and Conan made sure to show they harbored no hard feelings towards Kirigakure, and the Mizukage didn't want any semblance of goodwill between them and the village to disappear. Who knows, they might help Kirigakure out of nostalgia when shit hits the fan. He could only hope nobody in Kirigakure is stupid enough to piss them off. Sarutobi Hiruzen was reading the new bingo book with a twitching eye. Did the Kirigakure infiltrate the bingo bookmakers to sow disinformation? How the fuck could they gain 2 another SS rank ninjas? He fumed in disbelief. Surely if they had such firepower, they would use it in their invasion. How come they did not? Hiruzen swore to pay extra attention to all 3 SS rank ninjas, as even he was very afraid of crossing someone capable of wiping armies, much less when there are 3 individuals like that in one freaking team. At least the war became very defensive after he won the battle against Kirigakure forces on the northern shores of the Land of Fire, and Konoha entered a stalemate on both the Kusa front and Kyumo front, which meant fewer skirmishes. It was more of a waiting game. After he beat the third Mizukage and killed his lover, he came home, enjoyed the cheers at his victory, had a very enjoyable night with his wife, played with his son for a few hours in the morning, and then, he found it wise to yell at Tsunade goddamn Senju for not showing up when he called her deployment during the battle. Not the sanest moment of his life, but he digresses. After that, he only remembers a hard fist, his cheekbone breaking, the muscles in the right side of his face tearing, the wall his body slammed into crumbling down, the trench in the ground his body dug, the cracking sound of the tree that stopped his brief uncontrolled roll on the ground, and blinding pain engulfing him before the world went briefly white, only for darkness taking him a few seconds later. Hiruzen Sarutobi awoke in the hospital, where he was forced under the care of a very irate medic. Tsunade herself. Needless to say, his stay at the hospital was utter hell. But he was the professor, and as such, he learned 3 things that became almost religious to him. Never piss off Tsunade Senju. Tsunade Senju is retired. Tsunade Senju doesn't give a shit, he is the 3rd Hokage. And since then, Tsunade reminded him of her position as the head of Konoha Hospital and nothing more on every turn. On every council meeting. Even going as far as stating it in her monthly reports. And when he found out the Senju princess used the war to take over some of the economically most important supply lines and businesses in the village. I am too old for this shit. I need to retire. Yes, that's it. That brat of Jiraiya could be a good successor. Yes, that would do. I am too old for this shit, indeed. Hiruzen sighed in frustration. Let the blonde kid deal with the blonde hag. Deep under Konoha, Danzo Shimura stared at the 300 kneeling ninjas wearing blank masks. His route. The full might of his forces. He recalled them all, partly because the new 2 SS rank made it imperative for him to personally give new orders, and partly to prepare for what he was planning to do next. The new addition to the bingo book is a very dangerous thing to Konoha's safety. I want all of you on the lookout for these 3 individuals, Rei of Kiri, Mei of Kiri, and Conan of Kiri, during your upcoming missions. Sadly, no matter how our spies in Kirigakure try, they are still unable to unveil their identity. Getting them to serve Konoha or eliminate this threat is however imperative to the prosperity of Konoha, so I want every single one of my ninjas to be extremely vigilant. Any piece of information you can get about them is extremely precious. Danzo sternly spoke. Until further notice, wait for your orders. Dismissed except Toriyama. The ninjas all jumped away, only one lanky man stayed behind. I want you to go to the land of Earth, discreetly, and I want you to find a way to alert the Tsuchikage that Konoha's defenses in Kusa are really weak right now. Shuffle the story a bit and make them gather 1,000 of their strong ninjas. You are allowed to bribe and blackmail the daimyo court and if possible, the Iwagakuru's councilman. I want Hiruzen having no other choice than to confront them himself. Danzo impassively ordered, gritting his teeth. Thrice damned Senju bitch, I have no idea where you got the information about the Kirigakure invasion, but this time you won't ruin my plan. Sarutobi will die and I will be the Hokage. He seethed, remembering all the failed assassination attempts at Tsunade's life. She seemed to just brush away like annoying flies without even giving them much of her attention. Poison dart. She plucks it midair and throws it behind her, not even caring. Poison beverage. She drinks it and just circles her chakra to purge the poison. When she survived the most potent Kusa poison Danzo knew about without even coughing slightly, Danzo almost ripped out his hair. Outright attack. Not one of his ninjas survived. He already lost 40 of his best and he was not losing more valuable men. Danzo wanted the Mizukage to penetrate deeper into the land of fire without being noticed. This would give less time to Hiruzen to prepare, making it impossible to gather his troops, which would result in Hiruzen fighting against the Kiri troops while being vastly outnumbered. Danzo was so sure the old monkey would die there and then, only for Tsunade to inform Hiruzen about the invasion. Don't fail me, Toriyama. You won't like the consequences. Danzo said as dark lines started to form on his forehead. Even remembering Tsunade was bringing him an incredible headache. Dismissed. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Yellow Flash. Namikaze Minato stood in front of the Konoha forces that were usually manning the hideouts in the land of grass. He was observing the large force of approximately 1,000 experienced IWA ninjas that gathered at the moment's notice. Destroying Canopy Bridge certainly broke the stalemate and Konoha even started to push IWA back, but nobody predicted the third Tsuchikage would do something so rash as pulling 1,000 high-ranking ninjas and attack Kusa outpost with the full might of IWA. By doing so, the old midget has basically forsaken the war against Kumo and Suna, focusing fully on Konoha. It was clear to every single ninja on the battlefield that this might very well be the battle that would decide the outcome of the war. What was Minato's problem, then? It was that IWA had a fresh 1,000 high-ranking Jonin and Chunin gathered on the opposite side of the field while Konoha had barely 500, made of Chunin and a few occasional Jonin that were weary from long fighting in small skirmishes all over the land of grass. Their sole backup was the 200 Genins that were usually used for bringing supplies. The odds simply didn't favor Konoha right now and Minato was very disgruntled by the situation. Minato also wasn't feeling most charitable towards the IWA ninjas right about now. Obito died, Kakashi lost and gained a new eye, Rin was mentally at her lowest, and it was all caused by IWA ninjas. Needless to say, cold fury was gripping Minato's heart. He spent hours upon hours every day training these 3 and came to like them as if they were his siblings, and now they were on the verge of breaking apart. His heart wanted some payback. I will have to use that, won't I? He mentally lamented, remembering his promise to Kushina that he would try to avoid using it as much as possible due to the target it would paint on his back. Beggars can't be choosers, I guess. Minato hummed and the decision was already made for him. He would, however, never admit that he actually wanted to use it, and since IWA ninjas willingly volunteered. Before the battle, they had a bit of time to decide on a plan. Minato was one of the very few elite Jonins available, so he was naturally in the leadership position despite such a thing being unthinkable under normal circumstances. Normally, it would be a clan ninja in charge or someone older in the case of a civilian born. Alas, Minato became the victim of circumstances and gained this opportunity. He was just elated that he always carried thousands of his special kunais, just in case. Minato quickly ordered every ninja to carry 2 of his kunais and throw them when signaled to, which was now. Minato raised his right hand and a volley of kunais flew high into the sky, showering the ground 100 feet in front of the charging IWA ninjas who just funnily watched at the Konoha idiots who couldn't even aim properly. The IWA ninjas were quite amused at their enemies wasting kunais and throwing them without anyone even being in the range. If they just took a second and thought about the situation, they would naturally stop or try to go around the field of harmless kunais, maybe even realize whose these special kunai were, but the IWA ninjas were too drunk on the vision of success to give it a thought. They just stubbornly charged ahead. Is Konoha really so stupid to waste kunais like that? Mei asked, tugging on Rei's sleeve, who chuckled at her naivety as the two of them watched the beginning of the battle from a nearby hill. Nobody else was interested in it, to be honest. No. He started but stopped talking when Minato started charging alone into the Iwa army. Just watch. In the end, he said, letting Mei make her own assumptions after witnessing the battle. Honestly, Rei didn't know what he was expecting. This was supposed to be the event that made the fourth Hokage a living legend and cemented his position as Hokage candidate despite him being a non-clan shinobi in a village where most of the council is made of clan heads. Did he expect to see a yellow flash and all Iwa ninjas fall as if their strings were cut? A total, as if magical annihilation in under a second. Maybe he did before he knew how chakra works and studied jutsu and seals deeper. Maybe he did before he reincarnated. After all, that would be certainly cool, no. But it was impossible. Being able to kill 1,000 people with a transportation seal in under a second would tear the user's body apart. That was naturally not what he witnessed. What followed was 3 hours of blood, gore, and screams as Minato Namikaze fought the force of 1,000 ninjas alone, without the aid of the Konoha ninjas who just stood out of range, gawking at him and occasionally throwing kunai or two to any poor Iwa nin who got into their throwing range. So much for the will of fire. Minato flashed left and right all around the battlefield, reaping lives and creating chaos in the ranks of his enemies. He used their numbers against them, sowing more and more fear and uncertainty with his sudden appearance and disappearance. 1 second he was in the left wing of the Iwa army, the next second he could very well be in the right wing, in the middle, or anywhere else for that matter. They can't fight him at all. Mei commented. He is too fast for them to even retaliate. Yup, the seal must take quite a lot of chakra to create, but I guess it takes a very minimal chakra to actually use, otherwise he would already be dead by now due to chakra exhaustion. Rei nodded, analyzing the seal by the way it worked and what he knew of it. I must say I am a bit disappointed. I expected more. Even the Reikage could do this if he had an unlimited supply of chakra. The only 2 reasons why this is so deadly is that firstly, the enemy didn't expect it and don't know how to counter such tactics, they basically panic at this point and are getting slaughtered for it. And secondly, it takes little chakra to maintain such a pace. I don't think it would work against me. Mei proudly stated, narrowing her eyes at another flash of yellow in the distance. Rei was observing her too and he noticed she could somewhat follow the yellow lad's movements. This only made Rei even gladder for Mei's progress. Well, you do have an area of effect melting mist. The second he would face you, the poor sod would run as far as his seals could get him if he knew what is good for him. Rei chuckled and ruffled Mei's hair. Honestly, there are so many techniques that could counter this bullshit porting that it's not even funny. And yet, the Iwa idiots don't use them. By now, I can honestly say most of them deserve being slaughtered. Rei shook his head and twirled one of Minato's kunais on his finger. He swiped it from the air with a chakra string when the Konoha ninjas threw them and quickly disabled the beacon seal so the kunai was as good as dead to Minato's senses. I want to try to fight him. Mei said, startling Rei. He has almost finished with the Iwa ninjas anyway. So, can I? Pretty please. She used a very effective puppy eye no jutsu on Rei who facepalmed and groaned but couldn't really say no to that cute expression. Minato was almost finished and the remaining Iwa ninjas were running away anyway. The young man didn't even seem all that winded to Rei. He only gasped for air on all 4, which translated to being able to keep going in shinobi jargon. Surely he could entertain Mei for a bit, right? Minato, you poor lad. I think you are about to get shafted. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Mei vs Minato. Yo, you look like shit. Minato, who was still gasping for air on all 4, heard an amused feminine voice not far from him, causing his head to snap up only to see a teenage girl crouching 5 feet away from him. How the hell did I not notice her sneak up on me? He idly thought, his mind mostly blank after 3 hours of non-stop flashing and killing. He might have spent only half of his chakra in doing so, but the amount of stress his mind and body were under was quite immense and Minato would like nothing more than to drop into the sweet embrace of unconsciousness right about now. Alas, it was not to be. Minato took one deep breath before forcefully calming his gasping for air, pulling himself first onto his knees before sluggishly standing up, almost falling down multiple times while doing so, causing him to circulate his chakra through his body, energizing it. The girl just watched him with barely veiled enjoyment, making him quite disgruntled. Only now did Minato take a proper look at her. She had black shorts, blue haori with a flowery pattern, and on her forehead was slashed Kiri symbol, showing her status as Nukenin. Obviously, she was not clad for war, much less fight, which made Minato slightly hesitate. Who are you and what do you want? He asked, stalling for time and trying to appear fine while still working on getting his body combat ready. Mei frowned, but as soon as the frown appeared, it again disappeared into the amused facade with a slight smile. Whatever. Forget it. You are wasted. I doubt I could get a good challenge from you as you are now. she reluctantly said, making Minato relax a bit. Despite that, he was inwardly quite amused. Fight. This girl wants to fight me. She isn't very bright, is she? He thought while keeping his polite expression up, not commenting at the field of 100 corpses that died by his hand all around them. If that was not enough deterrent for the girl in front of him, then he could only pray her stupidity won't one day be the end of her. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course morons like that die first. Minato inwardly snickered. Well, since I obviously won't get the fight I wanted, I guess taking a few kunais with your seal for research purposes will have to do. The girl boredly stated and stood up, about to leave. Wait, taking my seal? Oh, no, girlie, you don't dash. Minato was about to protest when Mei suddenly raised her arm and her forearm blocked a surprise kick from one of the Konoha Jonin who came to help him, after 3 hours of gawking. Great. Minato mentally snorted. Mei raised her eyebrow as the Konoha Jonin tried to push her arm back with his strength only to fail horribly at it. She didn't even budge. Heh, looks like I will get the fight I wanted, after all. She happily said, causing Minato to groan. Kunais and shurikens suddenly flew at Mei from behind Minato as the Konoha ninjas finally decided to intervene. Minato saw the projectiles hit the girl and inwardly shook his head. She was not his enemy, more like a stupid annoyance, but still, he didn't like meaningless killing. Contrary to his expectations, the second the sharp projectiles came into contact with Mei, they ricocheted from her as if they hit steel while Mei still stood in her previous spot, now scowling at the approaching Konoha ninjas without even scratch on her body. Oh. Minato thought as he contemplated when and what jutsu did she use. He certainly didn't see her use anything, and that was bad. Incredibly bad at that. He prepared for yet another exhausting fight. Sensing all the seal beacons on his kunai strewn all around, Mei tilted her head, letting a kunai with an exploding tag sail harmlessly an inch from her cheek, passing her and later exploding far away behind her as she stared with impassive eyes at the Konoha idiots. For 3 hours they just waited until the yellow flashlight finished IWA troops, not even pondering about helping him, and now when there is only one probable foe, they charge at her with 500 of them. Throwing weapons without even ascertaining if she is an enemy or not. Somebody needs to be properly taken down a peg, I guess. Mei's eyes shone with determination. The first to run her was a screaming 20-years-old man who was waving his hand holding a kunai at her. Mei kicked him into the stomach, making him fly back from where he came running from, still screaming. The entire field fell into a pin-drop silence at once. You didn't really think I would not retaliate, did you? Mei rolled her eyes at the men staring at her as if she grew a new head. They quickly snapped out of their reverie and again charged at her, and the battle started anew. Minato watched as jutsu after jutsu, weapon after weapon impacted Mei's body only to be deflected the second it came into contact with her while inflicting no wound whatsoever. Mei danced amidst the flurry of strikes, fire, water, earth, and weapons, using only taijutsu to break bones and tear muscles with a quick succession of punches. After Conan's trademark clone training, Mei had incredible spatial awareness, and it showed. Leaning back, she evaded a sword, grasping the hand of her would-be attacker before throwing him into 3 ninjas running at her. She then sent a bigger than needed amount of chakra into her soles, propelling herself into a jump only to land in the middle of 5 bewildered Konoha ninjas. Using her momentum from the jump, Mei quickly lowered her center of gravity by crouching down and dropping them off their feet with a sweeping kick. Minato just watched as a ninja after the ninja was downed with broken bones and decided that enough was enough. Feeling for the closest beacon seal near Mei, he teleported in a yellow flash. Mei suddenly felt her instincts flare, not as if she was threatened but more annoyed when she tilted her head to the right and raised her eyebrow as she spotted the tip of Minato's kunai an inch from her neck, a visible strain appearing on the blonde-haired man's face as he tried to plunge the knife deeper with all his might, and his wide eyes betrayed how unbelievable he found the situation. Mei smirked. Did you really think you could sneak attack me? I wanted to fight you to properly show you how easily countered your technique is. Naturally, I have a way to deal with it. She rolled her eyes, causing Minato to narrow his. A completely new battle began. Minato was flashing from kunai to kunai while trying to cut, pierce, kick, and even plant an explosive tag on Mei, while Mei didn't even try to dodge his strikes and instead focused on trying to punch him. She has some kind of wind barrier around herself. My attacks are completely useless. Minato mentally exclaimed, distressed as he watched the previously planted explosive tag explode and engulf Mei in a fiery ball for a second before only smoke remained. He would cheer if he wasn't such an experienced sensor. A few seconds later, Mei just walked out of the smoke, completely fine in a pristine condition. Shit. Not even a smear is on her clothes. Minato gaped, thinking about how to defeat her. He was starting to feel the hits the girl scored on him, and couldn't help but inwardly praise her instincts and speed. He could almost feel the nasty purple bruises he would surely feel tomorrow. Surprisingly enough, Minato didn't really get the feeling of dread from the girl. She was not fighting to kill, she was acting as if this was a harmless spar. Who the heck is this monster? The Konoha ninjas thought, cowed. Mei mentally nodded to herself, happy with the result. Her new jutsu was incredible. Listening to Rei's stories about Susanoo with Ringo really paid off. Mei slightly smiled. Even those boring science lessons were useful. She admitted with disgust as she thought about them. Mei just used her boil release to form a translucent smoke around her entire body, compressed to the thickness of an inch. The smoke would normally cover the entire clearing, simply there was enough of it to stop even a powerful A-ranked jutsu without letting it penetrate deep enough to even scratch Mei. Well, this was fun and all, but now that I know my jutsu is working and you really can't even scratch me. Mei is out. And with that, white smoke burst from under Mei, covering the entire battlefield but quickly dissipating. When the smoke cleared, Mei was gone, leaving flabbergasted and confused Konoha ninjas with their uniforms painted in unwashable bright pink color and pensive Minato with neon green hair contrasting with his cerulean eyes that flashed with shocked understanding. Did she just call herself Mei? Author rant time. Nothing interesting here, so just skip it. Okay, so I have read some comments about the previous chapter and this is the reaction. The first thing I will cover is the time frame because there was a dude having a problem with the fight lasting for 3 hours and wanted to reduce the time to 30 minutes. I mean, I feel you, mate. I get it. I did the math, alright. The previous chapter probably made it clear I do not believe Minato to just flash himself and the IWA shinobi to fall dead from shock in under a second. So, why 3 hours? Simple. 1 hour is 3/600 seconds. If the fight lasted 30 minutes, it would be 1/800 seconds, which would on the other hand mean Minato would have to kill one person in under 2 seconds. I honestly do not believe he could manage that. Just swinging his arm to stab or cut with his kunai would at the very least take a second. And I am extremely generous here considering the IWA ninjas did not just stand waiting for their deaths. Yeah, some died without even realizing it because Minato was fast, but, in the end, they were high-ranking ninjas. Most certainly had the reflexes enough to block Minato at least a few times. No. 3 hours or 10.8 seconds per person seemed more manageable. In this fight, Minato used the confusion of their enemies against them. Some say, why were IWA ninjas so stupid and simply did not do something about the kunais? My answer, confusion, chaos, and this was the first time Minato used the second step of his Thunder God. Minato was one small target moving at barely noticeable speeds in the midst of thousands. Any general would be hard-pressed to do anything about it. What order could IWA commander give when Minato was in one moment on the right flank of his force and in another on the left? Retreat, that is about it. Then again, IWA ninjas are supposed to be too stubborn for their own good. After all, what could one single ninja do? Minato might be SS rank. But just take into consideration that he is a human too and the Thunder God is not henge. Using it consecutively over 1,000 times, because if he could not get a kill, he would obviously flash away to another person, not try to fight somebody capable of blocking him while surrounded by high-ranking enemies, would simply drain his chakra. I honestly believe his chakra coils would burst if he tried to do that. I do think human bodies have a certain limit and using a high-ranking teleportation technique in a short time a few thousand times would probably make a mincemeat out of anyone who didn't spend years training it. That is also my faux reason why I simply do not make use of the self-storing seal in fights. Other than it would make them a bit boring if I just had my characters use the seal as Thunder God. The best example would probably be the death of Tobirama. He was probably strength-wise the closest thing to Hashirama there was in his time. I am not saying he got to Hashirama's level. Far from it. But he was close. Just remember all the techniques he invented on top of his water jutsu. And yet, he died fighting around 20, not sure if I am correct about the number but it is not a big number, of jonins. They simply tired him out. So. Yeah, what Minato did here was incredibly impressive and worthy of calling him an SS rank legend. I just took into consideration the limits of his body, mind, and chakra reserves because he definitely has those. People are like, but Madara-sama. And I say, fuck Madara, he was reanimated with limitless chakra. Naturally, he could use the army wipe fire technique without worry because he simply had no limit in how much chakra he could feed it. Honestly, I doubt the Gakamakiaku would be army wipe in the hands of any other Uchiha or even living Madara simply because there would be a limit to their chakra reserve. If you look at Sasuke, he is mostly using technique and skill rather than bombard his enemies with a massive amount of energy like Naruto is prone to do. Now, I am going to address how a small girl handed Minato his ass because I know some would be like, dude. Why Minato lost to Mei? Are you Minato hater? I am going to give yet another simple example here. Naruto. Naruto managed to get from utter loser to almost Kagaya level in 4 years and that was without any capable teacher. Nope, Jiraiya sucks. We all know it, most just refuse to admit it. As much as I like Jiraiya's character, he is not teacher material. Jiraiya is inherently a ninjutsu-based fighter, as is Naruto. And yet, in the years together, he only taught Naruto taijutsu basics and how to make Raiznan bigger. Not a single jutsu. The men didn't even tell Naruto the secret of shadow clones. Now, we all know this is a fault of Kishimoto because, at this stage, Kishimoto most likely didn't even know he would introduce such broken mechanics to shadow clones, nor did he want to make Naruto someone throwing ninjutsu around, but the perspective of a reader is different from the perspective of a writer. So, in the end, Jiraiya sucks. And no, I am not even taking into consideration how he abandoned Naruto. As much as I like Jiraiya's character in the show, I don't think he is a good teacher, parent, or even that he deserves Tsunade. Just look at how he behaves and acts. The man is one big comedy relief. So back to the topic, compare Mei to Naruto or Sasuke. Mei has 2 SS-rank ninjas teaching her since she was a little kid. 2 ninjas who simply do not use the traditional way of using jutsu as the normal ninjas do. With the introduction of nature energy, ninjutsu and body get stronger. But most importantly, the elementary bloodlines get an extraordinary boost to their power, not to mention they taught her to be creative with her jutsu rather than just spit at her enemies. Because honestly, that's all the canon Mei does. She just spits lava or acidic steam on her enemy and that's it. Mei, under such tutelage, and yes, they do spar quite regularly, had around 6 years to get strong enough to beat Minato with relative ease, using a direct counter to his Thunder God jutsu. Minato could always simply flash away, making the fight draw. Also, take into consideration Mei is taught by a seal master of a higher caliber than Minato. Naturally, Rei taught her a few ways to fight seal users. Naruto, who had no one, or Sasuke, who was mentally impaired, got to almost Kaguya level in under 4 years with an unhealthy amount of plot armor. So, please, do not moan and bitch about Mei getting to her level through diligent training under strong people. The last thing I want to rant about is the strength classification. I am not entirely sure, but I think there was one comment about, how can Mei who is Chunin level beat Minato? Yeah, not sure if the context was exactly like this, but it is a good example to explain some things. So, first and foremost, I sometimes use terms, Genin level, Chunin level, etc. This is stupid of me, but I simply find myself using it sometimes without even realizing it. Why is it stupid? Genin, Chunin, and Jonin are military ranks in the village. They do not showcase the strength of an individual, just his ability to climb ranks. Simply, if somebody is Chunin level with a good connection, I think he probably could get into Jonin rank even if he was not exactly at that level yet. Same with wartime promotions. Another example. Naruto was Genin when he fought Kaguya, Pain, Madara. So Mei being Chunin on paper doesn't mean she cannot be stronger than Jonins. It simply means she hid her strength well enough to not get a wartime promotion. If you look deeper, you will realize the Narutoverse uses DSS ranks for the strength of the ninjas, bingo book, but it feels a bit wonky using it in fiction, hence, Genin/Chunin/Jonin level. The only rank that probably gives sense is S rank because, at that stage, the person proved he or she deserves such ranking through actions rather than promotions that could be based on connections. Last example. Naruto should have been Chunin after defeating Gaara, but he was not the most likable person in the eyes of the Konoha higher-ups, Danzo and Civilian Council, so he stayed a Genin even after defeating Nagato and saving the village. Sucks to be him. Anyway, I could go on and on, but I think here is the best part to cut myself short, so I will just say, have a nice day. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Mei's Prank. Tsunade looked between yet another new issue of Bingo Book and Rei, who busied himself with making breakfast and swiftly moved right and left in the kitchen, maintaining multiple stoves and pans while also masterfully adding chakra into the food. The Bingo Book is updating somewhat often these days. Tsunade offhandedly stated, only her curious and sparkling amber eyes betrayed how much mirth she currently held within herself. I must say I would never think Mei would have so much talent. Rei just smiled at her. Instead of answering, he started putting the food onto plates while also activating stasis seals to plates belonging to people who were still sleeping. After he was done, he also sat down. Conan just smugly nodded in reaction to that. She saw the newest entry to the Bingo Book and it was utterly hilarious. Naturally, Mei was trained by me, after all. That made Tsunade snort derisively and add her piece into the conversation. Really? Maybe you should have taught her a bit of restraint. I mean, not that I am complaining. These threesomes with Rei when Mei starts pushing and pushing only for him to later find us to scratch the itch. Tsunade playfully smirked at Conan, who wanted to groan. Mei wanted to further her relationship with Rei and was starting to get more and more flirty by the day, but Rei was unwilling to take that step until she was 15. This resulted in some tension which was mostly resolved in the embrace of Tsunade, or Conan, or both. Most often both, as the two competitive women made a game out of it. It was then the door slowly creaked open, instantly silencing the conversation, and into the kitchen walked a freshly awoken, still sleepy Mei on her wobbly feet. She was clad in light blue pajamas with cute teddy bear pictures strewn all over it, and her hand was under her shirt, most likely scratching her belly. It was quite obvious the girl was still half asleep and worked more on instincts, which made Rei, Conan, and Tsunade chuckle in amusement at the youngest member of their merry band of Yuzora. Mei instinctively walked towards Rei and sat on his right side, promptly leaning on his shoulder with her entire weight and blissfully nuzzling her cheek and sometimes even nose into his shoulder. Well, the girl is certainly getting bolder and bolder. Tsunade frowned but kept quiet. She could hardly fault the girl she saw as a surrogate sister. After all, she did rub on Rei quite a lot yesterday night. And the night before. And the night before that. And ugh. In short, quite a lot. It was then she saw the amusing resigned look on Rei's face and decided to give him a bit of help. Oi, Rei's ramen. Tsunade exclaimed, making Mei snap at attention, straightening her back and widen her eyes as she fervently looked all around the table only to cutely pout when she didn't find what she wanted, and Tsunade received a heated glare, making her chuckle. You tricked me. Mei grumbled and snatched a mug of coffee straight away, uncaring about the food at the moment. Her body also relaxed and again leaned on Rei, but this time it was more reserved, measured, and careful not to cause any discomfort. Tsunade just waved her hand dismissively and threw the bingo book at Conan, who caught it, and her eyebrows went up into her hairline as she started snickering to herself. You really outdid yourself. How did you persuade the bingo bookmakers to issue that? Tsunade asked, barely holding in her own snickers while Conan wasn't faring much better. Rei tilted his head, not knowing what was so hilarious since he was busy making breakfast. He leaned more towards Mei and looked at the page of the bingo book in front of her to get a proper look, only to cringe. His eyes landed at the newest entry to the bingo book, the yellow flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. The problem, however, was that his picture was him in battered pink attire with an openly gaping mouth in bewilderment and wide bulging shocked eyes present on his face, and to top it off, neon green spiky hair. Oh. Rei winced. Poor guy. Bingo book photo is something that should represent the ninja. I doubt this would win Minato much respect though. At best he would be regarded as a poof. He briefly glanced towards the gleeful Tsunade, who had a wide mischievous grin and her narrowed scheming eyes stared into space. And I bet I know who exactly won't let him live it down. Rei chuckled and shook his head as he started eating his toast. Meanwhile, in Hokage office, one very tired monkey just finished an all-nighter of paperwork and thinly smiled in an indulgent way at the small but new bingo book where the biggest achievement of his successor, Minato Namikaze, was currently written. Konoha finally gained SS-ranked ninja. I was putting this off until I finish my paperwork. Now I can finally peek at the greatness of Minato, and indirectly at that of Konoha. This is exactly the thing Minato would need to endear Daimyo and the village council to help him and stop all opposition to him attaining the position. Hiruzen almost proudly teared up, putting his pipe into his mouth and with shaky hands opened the book. Needless to say, the second he saw the shocked-looking ninja in pink with neon green hair having Konoha headband, his pipe actually fell from his mouth as his expression froze and his heart almost gave out. The last thing Hiruzen thought before he fainted was, what is this shit? Minato Namikaze was not having a great day. When Kushina heard he was marked as SS rank by the bingo book, she was ecstatic, and never before Minato felt so much pleasure and attention as what she showered him with during the following night. They celebrated his victory. His triumph over Iwagakure. Him alone ending the war even. But most importantly, his survival. It was very hard to finally convince Kushina to teach him Uzumaki seals, and Minato was aware there would be no way he could finish his Flying Thunder God's second step without that. This victory, therefore, belonged to Kushina as much as it did to him, and his girlfriend showed exactly how delighted she was. So why was his day so bad? It had something to do with his girlfriend actually opening the bingo book that was delivered in the morning onto their porch and seeing his picture. Now, Minato had his Flying Thunder God technique, but even he couldn't quite dodge the frying pan that impacted his forehead and sent him flying towards the floor as 9 streams of crimson hair rose into the air behind the furious Kushina in an apron. Minato was really not sure why he was sent flying by his girlfriend, but the suggestion he is having an ongoing affair with Might Dewey might have helped though. Now, if only Minato found out how exactly did the bingo book got a hold of such precise information about his meeting with the men, and even supplied a photo of the two hugging, in a manly embrace of youth, shedding tears together while their noses might or might not be quite close. Well, Minato did need the best physical conditioning, and Dewey was arguably the best guy to go for it. That's some serious photographing skills to get us in such a suggestive way. Minato idly thought. Alas, now Minato had to pay for his folly of not telling his clearly enraged girlfriend, who was glowing crimson, and holding 2 frying pans, and her chakra was cracking the floor, and she was glaring at him. I always found it strange how much time you spent with Dewey. Kushina growled. Honey. It's not like that, we only, now, in a day where Minato was in a better state of mind, he would certainly just shut up and endured through the anger, but today was not that day, exchanged some liquid youth. The walls and the ceiling suddenly cracked as the killing intent burst out of Kushina, whose eye was now madly twitching, and Minato just watched in horror with his mind completely blank except for one thought. Oh, shit. He didn't manage to run. Chapter 129, Chapter 129. The conclusion of the war. With the demise of 1,000 high-ranked IWA ninjas, the war came to a screeching halt. IWA was put on a heavy stopper since their ranks suffered immensely and their overall power dropped. Plus the families of strong and influential ninjas were usually other strong and influential ninjas. Needless to say, Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Butcher, as they started to call him in IWA, became the public enemy number one. Despite everyone in IWA wanting nothing more than to kill him, they didn't have enough power to continue the war. Many died, a lot of money was wasted, the country became poorer and the daimyo was pushing for the war to end for almost half year now. The loss of 1,000 ninjas was just the last straw. A very painful last straw at that. IWA ceased all hostilities. Sunagakure gained a considerable edge at this time and could push deeper in Land of Earth territory, but they had their own problems. The new Kazekage, Raza, was utterly incapable of having a cordial relationship with the Wind Daimyo. In short, the village suffered a shortage of supplies and lacked monetary support. Ray thought the Wind Daimyo was an idiot since the second Suna lost the war, his head would roll and the Land of Wind would either get a new ruler or collapse into a brutal civil war between the various nobles and their territories in the country. Both options were quite nasty, alas, the Wind leadership just didn't see it. This made Raza unable to continue the war and also cease all hostilities with IWA. In short, Suna was now out of the war and exactly nothing changed between IWA and Suna from what was before the war. No borders were redrawn, no monetary satisfaction was paid, nothing. The war was a complete waste of time and lives. The only thing that really changed was that both villages were now weaker, this having a much worse effect on IWA than Suna. Then again, Suna was much weaker than IWA initially anyway. Kumo was complicated. They wanted to continue warring, if only against Konoha, but since the third Raikage died, the new Raikage wanted to hear nothing about a more offensive approach. Especially after the debacle near the shores of the Land of Earth where thousands of Kumo troops were destroyed by mercenaries of all things. That sealed the deal and Kumo became defensive in nature. As for Konoha, nothing changed. Through the entirety of the war, they were on the hard defensive, creating stalemates and barricading their enemies from attempting to cross the border of the Land of Fire. Rivers of blood flowed to ensure the war was fought in smaller countries between the major nations. And while the war was as good as over when Minato triumphed against Iwa's last offensive, for the next few months, a sort of a Cold War continued since no peace treaty was signed. The date of such signing was currently in a month in the Land of Iron. Half-year the countries just sat on their eggs, watching and waiting for what would happen while trying to preserve whatever strength they had remaining. And when they realized their enemies had no strength to continue, only then was decided the war would end. Konoha however cemented their position as the strongest nation and as the one that came out on the top in this conflict. The second Minato became the fourth Hokage. There was an incredible blockade to that by the Uchiha clan that wanted one of their own as Hokage, the Hyuga that wanted a clan ninja other than an Uchiha as the Hokage, and surprisingly by the Aburame and Inuzuka clans that didn't think having someone with such a ridiculous bingo book picture should represent the village. After all, Minato did become a sort of a laughingstock all over the nations despite his SS rank. One peek at his bingo book picture and nobody would take him seriously. This meant Minato was on the edge. The most influential clans didn't want anything but say fuck you to his face for various reasons, while the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and many clanless shinobi wanted him in the office. Surprisingly, the Ino-Shikako clans decided to stay strictly neutral in this conflict. Well, the Nara clan did, and everybody knew who called shots in that particular alliance. And then, much to Yuzora's amusement, it all came crashing to the decision of the Senju clan. With the influence Tsunade's clan had in Konoha, her word could either make or end Minato's career. And Tsunade did exactly as was expected of her. She safeguarded Rei's interests and made sure to get a whole lot of concessions for herself by giving Minato her vote. In short, come the next war, she would not even be expected to help Konoha, and they were utterly unable to make a missing nin out of her. Considering the economical advantages in favor of the Bairi company she asked for, Minato ended up wanting to rip his hair out after that particular meeting with old blonde greedy hag. Needless to say, he underestimated the range of Tsunade's hearing and was reprimanded for such an insult. Poor lad couldn't leave his bed for a week due to pain. Thankfully, it took only a week for Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the entire council to succeed in begging Tsunade to finally heal Minato's injuries that even the best of the best medic ninjas in the village couldn't heal. The second the war officially ended, Tsunade would be out of the village too without anyone being able to stop her, no matter what kind of law or regulation they pull. No way was Rei having his sweet gentle Tsu in the village when Kyubi gets ripped out of Kushina, and this way it would at least be all legal rather than having Tsunade run away and depend on Hiruzen's softness for his students. Minato became the fourth a week after his legs were finally pulled out of his ass. Nobody said Tsunade was particularly merciful, and that meant Konoha had SS rank ninja as the Kage and the god of shinobi as someone who could move freely. Hokage, after all, could not leave the village for long periods of time either due to his administrative obligations or because he was the main protector of the village. But with Hiruzen no longer being the Hokage and his newfound ability to be sent into the field. Yup, the war really ended in the favor of Konoha, now it only had to be officially documented. No matter what Kumo would like to proclaim, they didn't have enough firepower to even utter a word against Konoha, and other nations didn't either. In the end, Konoha once again prevailed as exceptional ninjas rose during the conflict, their path paved by the rivers of Konoha fresh blood. As usual. And while the other nations were preparing to attend the treaty meeting, the Mizukage was preparing to attend the treaty meeting and schemed one last stunt during this war. After all, no village would have their respective Kage in their village since every single one of them was heading to the land of iron shortly, and as long as his plan happened before he put his signature on that damn paper saying the war was over, nobody could legally say anything to Kirigakure about being underhanded. As if he left the killing of Himino unanswered. Little did the Mizukage and the other leaders of villages knew, he was not the only one seeking to take advantage of Kageless villages. Chapter 130, Chapter 130, Ichibi. Sunagakure was in turmoil. Stormy clouds dark as night gathered above it, creating a sight never before seen in the village where rain never fell. The entire village was covered in a blanket of shadow, not even one ray of light getting through the clouds that sparkled and roared with barely contained lightning. The ninjas of Suna ran left and right, evacuating civilians, trying to find out what was happening, trying to find out whoever was responsible. And then it started. Rainstorm fell like drops of water as big as eyeballs cropped the Sunagakure, desecrating its name as now the village looked more to be hidden in the flood of water. Karuhiko. What did you find out? Pakura screamed through the deafening sound of rain and lighting raging all around, not enjoying being literally bathed in water due to the rain. She even had to use water walking if she didn't want to have her feet ankle deep in the water. Karuhiko, one of the best sensors of Sunagakure, was completely shaken. The water level was ever so slowly rising, and he really didn't want to find out what would happen once the lighting started raining down instead of staying in the clouds. Not when the entire village was flooded by water. The storm. It was almost painful for him to convey his findings. The storm is natural, he said, completely defeated. Pakura's mood soured as she heard that. Natural, that meant no chakra was in the clouds or water, which meant there was no hope that defeating the caster would stop it. They couldn't even send wind techniques at the clouds since they were too high up in the sky and their techniques wouldn't reach. Pakura quickly created 30 small, marble-sized orbs of scorch release and moved them around her to evaporate the water in the hope to keep the flood level down. No. There is no way this is natural. Pakura thought in dismay. Who? Downpour. It hit her. The only ninjas who could do this were Ray and Conan of Kiri. That was not so hard to realize considering only they were famous for such large-scale water attacks. But what is their goal? Pakura desperately thought, sending even more small orbs of scorch style up in the air, vaporizing the water as it fell. The village was now a mix of vapor that was constantly being riddled with big drops of water and reforming. The sizzling sound of evaporation fought with the deafening fall of the rain. The visibility was nil at best as the blanket of darkness, vapor, and water covered the Sunagakure. The civilians and ninjas alike shook in their boots from all the helplessness and despair, not knowing what to do. Pakura quickly lost command. There was no way to coordinate men when her orders wouldn't go further than a few feet through all the noise around her. She couldn't even use sign language due to the abysmal visibility and vapor that covered the village like a mist. Unfortunately, Suna didn't have mind arts to connect with each other as the Yamanaka clan did, and in this kind of situation, they were plainly fucked and Pakura knew it. Forsaking the defense of the village for a second, Pakura thought what could be the attacker's goal as she continued creating small orbs of scorch to fight the heavy rain. It did create the current situation and maintain the utterly abysmal visibility, but Pakura couldn't stop. That would mean letting the water level increase. Considering there were natural walls of hardened sand around Sunagakure, letting the water level rise could very well end with creating a lake where Sunagakure stood, completely flooding it. And even then Pakura couldn't create enough scorch balls to prevent the water level rise completely. She was able to only slow it down. After all, the village was huge and Pakura could cover a few blocks at best. So, the water slowly rose, covering more and more of the village. This had to happen 2 days after the Kazekage left. Pakura gritted her teeth, but then it hit her. There was only one valuable thing Sunagakure had readily available. The bastards are after Ichibi. Her eyes widened before hardening. Pushing half of her whole reserves into one massive orb, she guided it far up the sky above the village, and then, using her sheer knowledge of her village, she navigated through the thick vapor towards the main hidden treasury of the village where the Ichibi sealed into a jar was currently held. Ray finished copying most of the high-level jutsu scrolls and the sealing of 10% of the Tanuki's chakra, and damn was the beast loudly cussing during the process. Ray would naturally leave the Ichibi for Suna as he did up till now. He only needed a sample of its chakra and honestly, he only took 10% because the sandfuck was just so annoyingly loud. Ray loved hearing the screaming cussing. For a chibi, he even stopped mitigating the pain of chakra absorption after a few seconds in his presence. The Sage of the Six Paths really must have liked them vulgar. Ray shook his head in amusement. He was about to walk away when, on instinct, Ray raised a water wall in time to intercept a ball of scorch release, sending superheated vapor all over the room before Ray blew it away with a burst of wind jutsu. And there she was. The hero of Sunagekure, Pakura of the scorch release. Gasping for air with wide eyes betraying how scared she was, meaning the subtle fright-inducing illusion seals woven into his black garbs worked, shivering despite the hot air just blowing past her, meaning the chilling illusion seals also worked, but determined to stop him. Cute. Ray thought in amusement. The woman would clearly not give up despite being downright horrified and wanted nothing other than to faint. You won't steal a chibi. She cried out, barely capable of doing so without stuttering, and two scorching balls appeared next to her shoulders before they flew at Ray, not even giving him time to answer. I think I already got what I wanted. Ray quipped and raised his hand in the direction of the incoming balls, and all Pakura could see was white. The entire room was covered in snow. How? She mentally shrieked, noticing her scorching balls freezing of all things, and only then the change in temperature hit her as she barely heard Ray's whisper before she fainted from the mix of low temperature, fright, stress, and exhaustion. Snow release, snowfield. Ray hummed as his new mix of nature energy, wind, and water release covered the room in the blanket of white snow that had the ability to steadily bring the temperature lower and lower. The temperature in the room was getting chillier by the second, and Pakura's body was horribly shivering despite her being unconscious. Ray could only sigh as he cancelled the snowfield. He didn't want to kill Pakura. If anything, she would be a nice addition to his future plans if Sunagekure betrayed her. He didn't want to be a rogue ninja for the rest of his days, and the most prudent way to achieve freedom was to create a village. Modern-styled village, at that. No way would he do all the administrative work himself as the other Kages do. Pakura was up there with the most important people to secure for this plan, so he couldn't just let her die. Not to mention, he was quite impressed by her determination. Where others would flee with their tail between their legs, she stood her ground. The woman was something else, Ray decided. I guess that kind of foolish bravery will have to be beaten out of her later on. Fighting a battle where she would surely die without even knowing if it was the only way. I am sure May would like to have her own apprentice in due time. Ray chuckled, picking her up onto his shoulder before disappearing from the treasury room. The clouds above the Sunagekure finally cleared, letting the ever-present desert sun warm shine on the village as the vapor slowly disappeared, leaving only glittering water flooding the village, reaching up to 3 meters in height. The civilians hiding on the highest floors and ninjas in the streets fell on their butts in relief, thanking whatever deity it was finally over, and they survived. Oddly enough, not even one casualty came from this ordeal. On the floor of the highest building in the village, the Kazekage Tower, unconscious Pakura peacefully laid, right under a massive message carved into the roof. Its contents. The Yuzora was here. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, Yanbi. Rashi stared at the blue-haired woman in black garbs. Surprisingly, her attire had a hood that she decided not to use for whatever reason, since she was clearly here to fight him if the slight chilling aura in the air was any indication. Rashi really couldn't understand. What he did understand, however, was his immediate need to get serious. The woman was standing there as if she was completely uninterested in him, and yet, it was so obvious she was there for him. I can't read a damn thing from her body language. Rashi mentally screamed. That was bad. That was a skill only the most skilled learned. The girl in front of him was bad news, was what the instincts that kept him alive for the past several decades and through 2 shinobi wars. Alas, becoming old as shinobi was something that made Rashi quite arrogant. Whose way do you think you are crossing, kid? He straightened up to add the additional inch to his already pitiful height and sneered. I survived the god of shinobi, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Do you really think some pathetic upstart like you can block my way? Begone. He said in a wizened old tone, but the blue nettie in front of him, much to his dismay, only tilted her head without even a single twitch in her expression. I am, that doesn't matter. Conan impassively stated. Yes. I can block your way. In fact, I just did. You stopped, and I am blocking it. She said in a, are you blind, kind of even tone. As for what I want, would you be amenable to parting with some of Yanbi's chakra? I can promise it will be quick and painful. She stated, her expression still ice-cold but her piercing eyes staring straight through him. Rashi's face darkened. Quick and painful. Part with Yanbi's chakra. This bitch wants to kill me. Ha. Not gonna happen. He prepared for a battle. I hope this Iwakagure's pathetic imitation of Konoha's monkey has half-brain to comply. I am still not sure I can draw the chakra painlessly, with me being completely talentless at using seals, and the Jinuriki chakra containment seal is quite complex. Conan depressingly thought. It would be so much easier if the men relented and let her draw the small amount of chakra. Neither noticed the misunderstanding between them growing. What do you need the chakra for anyway? Rashi tried to get a bit of information from his would-be assailant and Conan was impressed. So he can use brain. From what I saw of IWA ninjas, that's a very rare ability, indeed. She mentally praised. We just want a sample. I doubt we have much of a use for it, but having it wouldn't hurt. At worst, we can leave it to rot in storage. She wants to drain Yambi's chakra from me, to kill me, without even knowing what to use the chakra for. Rot in their storage. Call Rashi dramatic, but that kind of death, he couldn't accept it. The air became heavy. So this is just for some research subject not worth shit in your eyes? He snarled, making Conan hum as she thought about it for 10 seconds in complete silence. Pretty much. She answered at last. Arg. Fuck you. I won't die. Rashi had enough and charged at Conan. Die. Who wants to kill you? Was the only thing Conan could think of before she had to engage in hand-to-hand combat with obviously more experienced ninja in such discipline. The fight continued as the two exchanged blows, Conan keeping on the defensive. By now, she was very proficient in deflecting and parrying blows. Many broken bones during spars with Tsunade taught her exactly how to redirect the force of a much stronger punch or kick than what Rashi could currently dish out. From Rashi's point of view, he was winning, and winning easily at that. Sure, he might not have landed even one proper hit, but the woman being pushed back without even a chance to retaliate. She was trying to get out of the deadlock of his furious punches with no luck. He was winning. All the while Conan was frowning. How the heck do I activate the chakra-draining seal? She pondered in frustration, failing to do so for the 20th time during their taijutsu fight. Why the heck was I sent to do this? Conan mentally angrily huffed. Rei had to know about how stupidly untalented she was with seals. There was no way she could use, much less create complex seals. The only kind of seal she knew and could do was simple storage one and various kinds of explosive seals, and that was quite enough in Conan's opinion. Unfortunately for Kana, this was one of these instances where Rei wanted to show her she needs to pull her weight and start learning more about seals. Her suffering was appreciated. It was all for the greater good of the sealing arts, after all. The fight continued, and no matter how it seemed that Rashi was winning, the mental pressure on him was raising when even after minutes he still couldn't land even a glancing, much less a solid hit on the petite woman who was still looking at him utterly unimpressed without even breathing hard. Gah. I've had enough. Lava release, lava stream. Rashi spat out a river of lava right into Conan's face and jumped back onto a nearby tree as the ground disappeared under the searing orange liquid. He watched as Conan's body started sinking into the flowing lava. Her expression was still impassive, which impressed him a lot considering how much pain she must have been in. The top of her head finally disappeared under the lava and Rashi released a sigh of relief. Well, that was a nice warm-up. He grinned, but his grin fell almost instantly as the spot where Conan sunk suddenly erupted in a fiery explosion and the blue netty just apathetically walked out of the slowly solidifying lava. What? How? Rashi exclaimed, not believing his lava couldn't hurt her. Not even her clothes were signed. Conan just rolled her eyes and fed more of her mix of water and earth chakra into her paper, water chakra countering the fire attribute of lava and her earth chakra overpowering Rashi's own. As if lava attacks could phase me after training May. She suddenly froze. On second thought, that's probably why Rei sent me against this man. His attacks are primarily lava-based. Food for thought later, perhaps. Conan relaxed and looked at Rashi. You are really unlucky, you know. No matter what kind of lava attack you use, I can just brush it off. She said in an apathetic tone with a hint of mocking pity which made Rashi mad. He gritted his teeth and decided. Getting into lava chakra mode might take a bit of my lifespan, but for this bitch, I am quite willing. Yambi's chakra erupted around him, enwrapping him in dark orange bubbles mixed with a light orange aura as the temperature around him rose to searing heights. He was about to gloat, trying to unnerve his enemy when he froze, noticing a small and calm, barely present smile on his opponent's face. And then, nothing. Conan deadpanned, looking at the idiot who actually went into Bijuu chakra mode knowing there is somebody trying to get his chakra, meaning somebody knowing seals. Naturally, Rei would never send her against full Bijuu, not because he thought she couldn't take it but because he would loathe to endanger her. Conan's first order was to get a seal that would knock her opponent out the second he tried using Bijuu chakra in their fight. I see. Rei added something to his anti-Bijuu seal. Conan slowly started giggling, watching as Rashi's body slowly morphed into a female. So this is the added function of providing a month of despairing doom he was talking about. She calmly nodded, her lips still twitching upwards as she kneeled next to the newly changed redhead. It took her about a half hour of trying until she finally managed to siphon Yambi's chakra. Needless to say, by the time she was finished, Conan was utterly peeved and needed some much-deserved relief. I was told to leave a message, Conan's eyes gleefully glinted in a mischievous light that didn't spell anything good for poor Rashi. Poor lad, gal, gained a new tattoo right across her chest saying, Yuzora was here. For the following month, Rashi hid in a forest and refused to show his new feminine charm due to shame. To his complete delight, after a month he finally changed back into being male, but something stayed the same. For some reason, his female self was unlocked and Rashi felt weird and Yuzora was still there. Until the end of his days, Rashi never went to public baths anymore. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, Nanabai. Tsunade stood with her arms crossed under her chest and her face hidden deep under the hood of her black cloak, staring at the slowly gathering ninjas of hidden Waterfall village. Sure, maybe challenging the entire village by her lonesome self via breaking the legs and arms of some arrogant sexist jonins did not give her the best first impressions, but she was a woman on a mission. Ray wanted her to show Takigakure their weak to protect Jinchuriki, were his words. Tsunade had no idea why exactly he cared enough and not just ordered her to sneak in, break some skulls, take the chakra from the utterly defenseless newborn who wouldn't even notice, and discreetly leave without leaving even a single trail. But she was not complaining, alright. She was missing a good fight, and one versus a minor village was as good of a fight as she could get, since Conan's earth-hardened paper rain was simply too strong to overcome for her and May was not yet on the level to give her a proper challenge. Oh, the woes of mine. Tsunade amusedly shook her head, astonished that such arrogant thoughts passed through it. When she was a teenager, she would have never thought she would end like this. A man she adored, a place she could call home, a family that always had her back whether emotionally or physically if needed, and tons of love, sex, and cozy welcoming feeling. It was really something dear to her, since she never felt like that growing up as one of the last members of the fabled Senju clan, something she would fight to the bitter end for. So, are you finally gathered? Tsunade asked the men in front of her, the supposed leader of the village, in a highly impatient tone while tapping her foot on the floor. She was waiting for a half hour already, damn it. No answer. The Taki ninjas were quiet and stared at her dumbly. Well. Tsunade awkwardly shuffled. Maybe coming here to attack them and then wait for them to gather their forces and evacuate the civilians right in the middle of the village center might have come out as stupid. Yes, we are ready. Thank you for waiting. The Taki leader awkwardly nodded, not knowing how to feel about his current situation. Frankly, he could see his fellow ninjas were also utterly baffled and had no idea what exactly was going on. Were they attacked? If so, then why the fuck was their attacker just standing in front of them, waiting? Was this some kind of joke to the clearly feminine figure? Needless to say, anger sparkled in most Taki ninjas at the arrogance shown to them. Well then, what are you waiting for? Come at me. Tsunade loudly exclaimed, letting her hands fall from under her chest to freely hang alongside her body, and crouched slightly while spreading away her legs in a taijutsu stance. At her shout, all hell broke loose. The Taki ninjas leaped at her, kunais blazing, shurikens swishing through the air, only for the projectiles to be sent flying away alongside the first line of the Taki ninjas. Nevertheless, the army of Waterfall didn't get discouraged as the air started to become full of powerlessly sailing bodies of their comrades whenever a squad approached the invader. Tsunade stood her ground, not moving even an inch from her position, using her arms and hands to redirect every weapon, deflect every projectile, throw every exploding tag into the air, punch away every ninja who approached while doing it lightly enough to not kill anyone. Genins, chunins, and jonins alike rammed into her defenses, trying to engage her in hand-to-hand combat while overwhelming her with their numbers, only to despair when they noticed they were unable to make her take even one step back as she still somewhat relaxedly stood in her initial place. Blocking a punch, grabbing a wrist, throwing her opponent into the air, away from her. Using her elbow to hit a forearm of incoming punch to steer it away from her body, clench the collar of her opponent, and throw him into her another would-be assailant, causing both to be out of commission. Letting a kick land on her stomach, smirking at how her clearly Jonin-level opponent flinched as the bones in his leg rattled due to the impact, grabbing his ankle and using him as a club to bat away 3 other opponents before also throwing the half-unconscious man away. Tsunade was brutal and efficient, her steel-like body not even feeling the blows she allowed to land thanks to the mixture of Rei's technique of melding nature energy into the body and her own sage arts. Not that the barely noticeable black highlights around her eyes would be noticed to be as anything else than an eyeliner even if she didn't wear the hood. Since she started using sage arts, Tsunade felt her body becoming nigh impenetrable. Except for Rei, of course, hee. She daydreamed, grateful for the hood hiding her blush and small nosebleed as she distractedly baited away yet another jonin, breaking a bit more of his bones than she initially wanted. Seeing the poor man, the Taki ninjas stopped their vain attempt at attacking her and retreated, creating a distance between them and Tsunade, who didn't move even an inch since the start. Seeing she is not interested in moving, the Taki leader gritted his teeth. He asked her for an nth time what she desired to achieve by doing this before the fight started, but she always only shrugged, saying she came here to play with them. What the hell do you want? He shouted agitatedly. This was his village. Not some playground for bored monsters. You want me gone? Tsunade teasingly asked, leaning forward, which would normally show her cleavage, and make the men into a stuttering fool. A second later, she frowned when the Taki leader just nodded seriously without even trailing his gaze towards her cleavage before she slightly stiffened and suddenly felt an urge to facepalm. I am clad in a full-body black cloak. Of course, seduction would not work. Stupid. Not that Tsunade ever received training in seduction, but as a kunoichi, she clearly learned a few tricks on how to make a man not pay attention. If you want me gone so bad. Wanna make a bet? Her love for gambling showed. The Taki leader frowned. What would be the stakes? He was aware there is no way out of this situation than indulging the kunoichi in front of them. You throw everything you can on me for 5 minutes. Any jutsu or technique. As long as you can make me move even an inch from my place, you win and I leave, after I get the chakra of Nanabai. Of course, Tsunade added in her mind, but if I win and don't move, I want to see the child with Nanabai sealed inside of it. She quickly saw the reluctance of the Taki leader, and so she decided to force him to accept through his subordinates. You know, until now I never went for a fatal hit. Not one of your subordinates is dead yet. I think it would really be in your best interest to comply with my bet. She shrewdly voiced out with a teasing tone that caused a shiver to run up the spine of every single Taki ninja present. Not long after that, the second round started. Technique after technique rained onto Tsunade in hundreds, and she decided to get at least mildly serious. Wind jutsus were blown away by the wind pressure of her punches. Fire jutsus were stifled by the violent winds generated by her punches before they could even approach her. Water jutsus were dispersed as the water was sent flying away, yet again by the pressurized winds of Tsunade's punches. Earth jutsus, an earthquake-causing stomp, was enough to snuff out any chakra in the ground that could potentially endanger her winning the bet. Honestly, 3 minutes in, and the Taki ninjas knew they were utterly outclassed when they saw the nonchalance of their enemy, punching the air and completely mitigating whatever jutsu they threw at her. At the last minute of the contest, the Taki ninjas just shook their heads in exasperation, knowing they lost. Ever so reluctantly, the Taki leader presented baby Fu, making Tsunade coo at the small girl, which caused the baby girl to giggle and prompted Tsunade to swoon even more. This in return made all the frustrated Taki ninjas lower their heads in shame when they saw Tsunade take a step forward to get a better look at the girl. Defeated by a baby not even a month old. They wanted to cry. Tsunade really liked the chocolate-skinned baby. She was cute, but that didn't stop her from discreetly activating the Bijuu chakra draining seal hidden on the palm of her hand as she put it on the girl's stomach, tickling her. 5 seconds later, Tsunade had the sample for Rei without anyone noticing. I wonder how long it would take Conan to do this. I bet Paperbrain would have to rely on angering the Yonbi Jinchuriki in order to activate the knockout seal. Tsunade chuckled. She knew how Jinchuriki are normally treated, and since she quite liked the small baby girl, Tsunade turned towards the Taki ninjas. You will treat the girl right. I don't want to hear about any physical abuse. If you don't like her, don't bother with her. But you won't beat her up, nor will you stand still seeing she is physically abused. And God help you if I hear she was raped in this village, because, at that moment, the annihilation of Takigakure will be assured. Do I make myself clear? She threatened, releasing some of her killing intent that silenced any possible protest and made the Taki ninjas take a step back. Only now the fact that the woman was really a monster was hammered down. The killing intent was almost inhuman in their opinion. Tsunade worked hard to intertwine her killing intent with her senjutsu chakra, making it even more terrific, after all. The Taki ninjas only very reluctantly agreed to her demand, so Tsunade added something. If you really can't come to love and accept the girl when she is about to become a genin, I will come and take her away. My visit was more to show you how utterly outclassed you are and how her presence could be a threat to the village since you don't have the strength to protect her. And just like that, I made my plan to take the girl under my wing when she is a teenager acceptable. Tsunade grinned before silently disappearing. The only indication the Takigakure was ever invaded were the various marks of jutsu all around on the surrounding buildings. The Taki leader let out a relieved, stressed, and tired sigh before his eyes narrowed as he spotted something written in front of him, right on the spot the woman was standing during the fight. He actually had to take a step back to see it since the writing was quite big. After he read it, he blinked. Then blinked again. And then let out an exasperated groan when he recognized the ground was marked by almost unremovable earth jutsu. The writing stated. Yuzora was here. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Nibi. Kumogakure was quite busy this time of the year. It was the harvest season, and that, for a mountain village like Kumo, meant their ninjas run back and forth between bodyguarding, bandit extermination, and supply delivering missions for farmers and various traders going and coming to sell their crops. It didn't help the situation that the Raikage left some days prior to the peace treaty. While the ninjas were grumbling about signing such a worthless piece of paper that eventually meant nothing, the civilians were quite happy. Alas, it was happiness brought by ignorance. Not that the ninjas would enlighten the civilians about it. If anything, the Raikage wanted nothing more than to storm Kirigakure in revenge for the death of his beloved. To kill every single man and woman from Kiri who was part of the Nagori Isles invasion. To kill Ringo Amuri who was the commander. His rage was legendary after that mission. He single-handedly reduced an entire mountain to rubble and cemented the public opinion on his position as the third Raikage successor. What many didn't know, however, was also afraid. Afraid of Rei of Kiri, the monster that manhandled him and Killer Bee as if they were children. Mei, wearing a straw hat and a bit battered old-looking civilian clothes, merrily strolled through the gate to Kumo, not even being stopped by the guards since she was just one of the numerous children of farmers coming and going to help their parents to sell the crops. As long as they couldn't feel chakra from her, everything was just peachy. Just like that, Mei infiltrated Kimogakure. Through the front gate, inwardly snickering that Rei's chakra hiding technique and some old clothes were all she needed to get in. But really, the Kimogakure is incredibly beautiful. Mei looked up the houses built either on the tops or on the sides of the mountain and the bridges connecting them. It was an ethereal sight and she really believed no other village could surpass Kumo when it came to the natural beauty of the place. Not really it has anything on Rei's dimension though. Mei scoffed and turned to enter a side alley. Apparently, that was not such a bright idea since the second she was far enough, 5 thugs who obviously followed her into the alley blocked her path. They were about to open their lustfully grinning mouths but Mei couldn't really be bothered. 5 kunais and 5 thuds later, she was again on her way, deeper into the alley. When she decided she was sufficiently out of sight and nobody followed her. Boil release, steam clone jutsu. The air thickened until a small amount of smoke soundlessly burst out, not unlike when someone creates a shadow clone, but unlike shadow clones, this smoke didn't reveal a body, rather it gathered into a smoke-like figure of Mei. Here, Mei handed each clone a pouch with a set of 100 spying seals which the clones quickly absorbed into themselves, causing it to sink into the smoke. Put this all over the village. Especially in restricted areas. Mei ordered and the 5 figures vanished as if dissipating. Ha! Who said I can't be subtle? Take that Conan. Mei smirked, remembering Conan's distraught expression when she showed the woman this sneaky use of her steam clones. They can dissipate into the air, becoming wisps of barely noticeable chakra, and get wherever they want, capable of squeezing themselves even through the smallest of crevices. The only thing capable of showing them were incredibly strong seals, which meant Mei's clones were much, much better than Conan's when it came to sneaking around. Needless to say, Conan's eyebrow twitched for days on end, much to Mei's delight, when that little tidbit became clear. And then, much to Mei's displeasure, Conan came with the marvelous idea of, let Mei take care of the spy network. And just like that, the tables turned and now it was Mei who was perpetually scowling and Conan who was smirking like a loon at her suffering. After all, Mei hated sneaking around. Melting something. Easy. Bathing enemies in lava. Sure. Drowning somebody. Fun. But sneaking around. Nua. Having hundreds of clones sit around in a room, shifting through the material on spying. Bleh. Maintaining a spy network. No. Freaking. Way. Fortunately or unfortunately, Rei intervened, and Conan stayed in charge of the spy network while Mei became the person who was tasked to spread the spying seals. Not that it lessened the playfully condescending smirks of Conan that threw into Mei's face that insufferable message of, I am still more useful to Rei. Conan liked to subtly portray. Despite everything, Mei could only wistfully smile as she really couldn't imagine her life without these small rivalries between herself and her sisters. Hours passed quickly while Mei toured the civilian-accessible parts of Kimogakure, trying out the local cuisine, getting to know some people, and just eavesdropping to get some information while she waited for her steam clones to be finished. Finally, 3 hours later, all 500 spying seals were installed, no one from Kumo the wiser. And now, the last part of my mission. Mei nodded to herself and used a self-withdrawing seal her clone put near her target. Yugito was a 12-year-old and already a ninja of Kumo for 2 years. She was not like Uncle B despite knowing they were the same. He was a hero while she was mocked. He was the right-hand man of the Raikage while she. Her throat hitched as she remembered her unpleasant memories and the slashes of her sword became faster, more ferocious, scarring the poor wooden dummy on the empty training ground far away from the village. She wanted to run. Slash. She wanted to prove herself being useful. Slash. She wanted to gain respect. Slash. She wanted to be treated normally. Slash. She wanted to get stronger. Slash. She wanted her suffering to stop. Slash. She wanted many things but. That was when an amused snort woke her from her anger-induced rampage. You really love slashing things up, don't you? You would get along well with our resident sword loon. A feminine voice alerted Yugito to the presence of somebody unknown to her. Her body instantly tensed as she quickly turned around only to blink when she spotted a bit older auburn-haired girl in civilian clothes. Worse yet, the girl didn't seem like a ninja. Her posture was far too relaxed and lazy. She didn't give off the tense feeling other ninjas do. She was a perfect picture of a harmless civilian. Who are you and how did you get here? This place is off limits. Yugito evenly warned only to get a pointed and piercing look from the girl. Oh, is that so? Fine, the girl uncaringly shrugged. I am Mei, by the way. She sat down into the grass and Yugito barely prevented herself from gaping. The civilian girl just completely ignored her warning. If you don't introduce yourself I will call you Gurchan, you know. Since you were growling at the poor wooden dummy. That pulled Yugito out of her reverie. I am Ni Yugito, genin of Kimogakure. She nodded but totally ignored the girl when she patted the patch of grass next to her, signaling Yugito to sit. Yugito just stood a few feet in front of the girl, prepared for a fight. You can call me Mei. I came here because I am interested in you. Mei stated with a hum in her tone, causing Yugito to flinch and almost take a step back due to how intensely Mei's eyes trailed over her body. I see you were trained on what it means to be a kunoichi from an early age. Mei lightly said, a feeling Yugito couldn't quite put her finger on, in her tone. Yes, I have trained since I became 6 years old. Yugito nodded. It was not like the entrance age to Kumo Academy was a secret. Mei only snorted derisively at that. I am not talking about that. She shot Yugito a knowing look that made Yugito's breath hitch, and her body tense. She took a step back while taking a stance with her sword, preparing to pounce at Mei at any indication of hostility. The girl might look, seem, smell, even feel like a civilian but Yugito now knew the girl was certainly not just a civilian. I have no idea what you are talking about. Yugito stated and Mei raised an eyebrow at her. Why are you taking a battle stance, then? She asked with apparent amusement, causing Yugito to scold herself. You really are only a kid. Mei chuckled, making Yugito irritated at being called a kid. But tell me, how long are they raping you? As if a bucket of cold water was poured over Yugito. No idea. She sputtered, her mind a complete mess while she tried to make herself appear small as her body uncontrollably shook. That was something she desperately tried to hide and not even her teammates knew about. Mei just gave the poor girl a pitying look. Female Jinuriki. I should have expected this, shouldn't I? Mei wistfully lamented. She thought Kumo would treat the girl properly due to Killer Bee but, apparently not. And here I wanted to just come here, grab some of Nibi's chakra and be on my merry way. She sighed in irritation. Stop. Mei's firm voice rang through the training ground, stopping the distraught Nibi Jinuriki in her tracks as she fearfully looked at Mei. I was spat on, stepped on, beaten, starved, cursed, had rocks thrown at me, and the only thing that saved me from being raped is my master. Quite honestly, I thought you would avoid that fate since Killer Bee is so famous and seen as a protector of the village. Mei tilted her head in a pondering manner and Yugito could only listen, unable to tear her eyes away from her. I see, it was the war, wasn't it? Yugito flinched, neither Killer Bee nor A could watch over you so the people who didn't like you had easy access and a free hand to do whatever they wanted with you. Typical. If I had to guess, it was Kumo councilmen who loved to abuse you, no. That's why you have to keep your mouth shut or face the consequences. Mei slowly guessed what exactly happened to Yugito. Yugito started shaking again and tightly closed her eyes only to feel herself being gently hugged, something she never felt before. It didn't take even a second for Mei to feel Yugito melting into the embrace, creating a sour taste in Mei's mood. I am Mei of Kiri. Yugito's eyes shot wide at that. I can protect you and give you a home where you will be appreciated. The question is, do you want to be protected? Mei reached her hand towards the crying Yugito in a silent offer. Chapter 134, Chapter 134. A Stray Cat. Ray looked at the sheepish Mei and the quiet shy-looking quivering blonde girl she dragged into his dimension. Care to run that by me again, Mei? He asked, blankly blinking at his second apprentice / soon-to-be lover / current pain in the ass. You see, Yugito needed home and I thought, you know. Mei briefly glanced at Ray's face, noticing his unreadable expression, and lowered her head again. So, you basically stole a Jinuriki from Kumo. Conan pointed with an amused tone. Yugito suddenly found herself staring at the floor while fidgeting. She knew taking Mei's offer is basically treason, which is certain death. She also knew that despite it looking like she was kidnapped, the Kumo Council would just spin their usual bullshit and put the blame on her. Not to kill her, but to gain even more hold of her. She hated them to her core. But, she didn't want to inconvenience Mei, one of the very few people who were nice to her. Sure, Killer Bee was nice to her and tried to look out for her but he was always away, fighting on the front lines. B's surrogate brother, was also trying to be nice to her but Yugito knew it was more because of B rather than out of his own volition. She was not that close to either of them and that's why she accepted Mei's proposal. There was just nobody genuinely waiting for her in Kumo. Hey! Rei wanted a sample of her chakra. Now, here she is, Mei gestured to Yugito, who looked between her and Rei in complete shock. I would say I fulfilled the mission requirement better than anyone. Mei gave Conan a defiant stare. And by doing that you most likely utterly pissed the Reikage off. Please, at least tell me you didn't leave the mark behind. Rei asked hopefully. No. I made sure to mark the entire training ground with the Yuzora was here mark. Mei tilted her head confusingly, causing Rei to facepalm. You know what? He drawled tiredly, fuck the Reikage. Anyway, he turned towards the fearful Yugito, welcome to our home. He smiled, ruffling the girl's hair, which made her flinch, and Conan and Rei suddenly understood why exactly Mei dragged Yugito back with her. I guess a sudden contact with a man will be a bit too much for her in the following weeks. It will take a bit to get the mental trauma out of her. Rei turned towards Mei. Since you brought in the stray cat, you will feed, bathe, and train her. He told her jokingly, making Conan snicker while Mei looked as if she just ate a lemon. She didn't consider who would take care of Yugito. She definitely didn't think it would be her. Consider her your pet and your first apprentice. Rei quipped and turned around to leave Mei's room alongside Conan, who was mirthfully snickering at Mei's predicament. The two left and the room descended to complete awkward silence. Am I a bother? Yugito asked unsurely, only for Mei to drop back onto her bed and bounce up and down for a bit with an audible groan. No. Mei answered with a pout. I have no clue how you interpreted that, but if you were a bother, Rei would have thrown you out, no questions asked. That was basically him allowing you to stay here. Mei grew silent only to let out a frustrated yell and started flailing her arms in the air, startling Yugito for a moment. Her frustration finally dropping, Mei calmed down and continued, breathing a bit harder than usual, I am just angry at myself for not considering who would take care of you. I could have pinned you on Conan if I did. Mei sullenly said. So I am a bother. Yugito's sweat dropped while also feeling a sinking feeling in her stomach as sadness overcame her. Even here nobody wants me. She bit her lower lip. It would have been infinitely better for you, Mei continued, a bit miffed at saying that, causing Yugito to stop her self-pitying and snap her gaze back to Mei, who still laid on her bed. Conan trained me, Conan trained Ringo, Conan trained Sun, ahem, Mei coughed, my second sister Tsu. Only Tsu can match Conan when it comes to the women here, and even that is only when Conan is not using some of her jutsu. Being in Conan's care would give you the best training available. That's why I wanted to pin you on her. Mei explained, and Yugito's heart warmed as her eyes widened at being told. Mei thought about what would be best for her. This Conan, is she Conan of Kiri? Yugito asked unsurely. The woman looked around 18 at best and definitely didn't seem to be somebody who tore Kumo fleet to shreds by herself, brutally killing thousands in the process. Nor did she look like someone whose specialty was drowning people alongside their own castles. Yes, she is the strongest one of us women here. Mei huffed. But I thought you gained your SS rank sooner. Yugito tilted her head. Mei's story about how she decimated the IWA army of 10,000 mercenaries and over 500 ninjas was legendary. Sure, many versions were outright retarded, but still. Mei's fame was a big factor in why Yugito took the offer of protection. And who do you think trained me, duh? Mei rolled her eyes, causing Yugito to avert her eyes in shame, but for the first time since she entered Rei's dimension, a small smile appeared on her lips. Conan can be a bitch sometimes. Especially during training. I might want to one-up her to satisfy my vindictive pettiness, Mei acknowledged that very easily, too easily in Yugito's opinion, but I look up to her, you know. She is like a mother I never had to me. Mei quietly added with a nostalgic smile. Yugito didn't know what to do in this emotional situation and did the only thing she knew would calm her if she was distraught. She unsurely walked towards Mei, dragging herself above her on all fours as the girl still laid on her bed, and then Yugito suddenly hugged the surprised Mei, whose arms snaked around Yugito's torso, both enjoying the comforting feeling of their embrace. Nah, wanna be friends, Yu-chan? Mei suddenly said, causing Yugito to frown at her new nickname. Yugito made what she later deemed to be at the same time the best and the worst mistake in her life, she agreed. Good. That means I will have to train you so I won't be embarrassed by your strength. I wonder if Ringo would like a sparring partner. The poor stray cat had no idea what was in store for her in the future. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, Sanbai 1. The next day came and Yugito was settling in well. Unfortunately, the operation to round up the remaining samples of Bijuu chakra couldn't wait despite the surprising addition of Yugito. Yesterday, Conan acquired Yanbi's chakra, Rei got hold of Ichibi's chakra, Tsunade took a liking to the Nanabai girl and got some of her chakra, while Mei brought in a freaking nibby Jinuriki. Now only Sanbai, the most important of the bunch, remained. Why was he the most important? Because Rei wholly believed in using whatever waves Akatsuki will create in the future to provide yet another cover for his next steps. For that, Sanbai had to go to Yugura. Well, there might or might not be a scheme of Rei, or two involved in that, but details aside, even the messages of Yuzora was here were basically just warnings to other villages that Yuzora can threaten them. At least, that's what the villages would see, and partially, that was really their purpose. But Rei had something else in mind when he asked his girls to relay this message after their tasks are done. These messages were a direct provocation to other small gatherings of strong ninjas. Groups such as... there was no other group than Akatsuki like that. Or will be, since Akatsuki was not yet created. Anyway, the problem with these mercenary underworld organizations was rather simple. They mostly relied on a good reputation, especially at the start. Akatsuki needed to be the best in the underground sphere to gather sufficient funds. So, Rei thought hard and long, basically from lunch to brunch, and at the end of his enlightenment, he found a very simple solution to the equation. He just had to create his own organization and make it famous. Not through mission success rate, rather through attacking other villages or their strong ninjas. Humiliate a village here, poke a Jinuriki there, perhaps show a middle finger to the Reikage, and voila, Yuzora would be famous. As for attacking Jinuriki, Rei knew it had no relevance as of yet, but later. When Obito finally becomes dead set on Project Moon Eye. Oh, Rei would pay a fortune to see the expression of the future Obito when he finds out that some group called Yuzora was in possession of the Nibi Jinuriki and that they attacked some other Jinuriki as well. When the boy finally realizes he has competition. Better yet, once Yuzora gained notoriety, Akatsuki would have to step up their game in order to get more funds, so Rei hoped they would come to light sooner than in canon and other nations would focus on them. He certainly planned to help this to happen as best he could. Not that it would be so hard, since he knew Akatsuki were a bunch of arrogant, self-centered pricks. Meaning they would never rest until they claimed first place in the notoriety. Rei decided they could have it, and he would even give some intel on them at the right time to the right people. The more eyes on them, the less on him. Nobody could say he was not generous. I feel bad for the girl. Tsunade impassively said, looking at the cave where Rin was screaming bloody murder as the Sanbai was in the process of being stuffed into her. It was already evening, so she found a spare minute to visit Rei, Conan, and Mei, observing the place while Ringo was preparing herself. This was her mission. She could have been a good medic if only she learned how to freaking fight. Stupid fangirl of that Kakashi boy. All she knows is healing, which is nice but utterly useless in the field if you are captured in a second. Tsunade brutally summed up Rin's situation, not leaving the girl any dignity left. Sure, Tsunade wanted to see at least one medic on a team, but that didn't mean she would suffer an incompetent medic ninja who could not even properly throw a kunai. If there was something Tsunade hated more than people who dismissed her, it was medic ninjas who didn't train to fight and kill. I am ready. Ringo suddenly said, clad in her own black cloak with a hood and two chakra metal swords strapped on her waist. She was doing some serious observation for the last hour. Rei and the girls got the prime seats to watch how one of the best assassins of Kiri worked. And even Rei had to agree that he didn't put as much thought or consider as many angles as Ringo did when planning on executing an attack on the enemy base. It was both weird and gratifying to see that Ringo learned something useful even after her apprenticeship to him ended. Rei had set up some observation seals inside the cave. How, not even Ringo, who meticulously watched it, knew, but thanks to them, he and his girls sans Ringo, who was currently sneaking closer towards her first target, the two guards at the entrance, could see what was happening inside without actually having to leave the comfortable nearby hill. At a girl, Ringo made yet another two lads lose their heads. Mei exclaimed, watching two heads fall towards the ground and Ringo catching them before they finalized the fall and gently placing them on the ground. She then fluidly caught the falling bodies and soundlessly dragged them into the bushes before also depositing the heads there. Yeah, well, that was fast. Rei nodded. Ringo's movement of preventing bodies from creating any sound was certainly well practiced. Even he doubted he could do as well as she due to the sole reason of him not really having the needed muscle memory for it. Obviously, by now, Ringo was doing it on instinct alone. Rei then snapped his fingers, activating the observation seal, and a hologram-like structure of the cave appeared on the right side while a screen appeared on the left side in the air. The girls gawked at it, seeing something like that only in cinemas, and Rei smirked. It is so easy to impress. He shook his head. While this world had televisions, in fact, his Bairi company sold the best of them, they were not really that widespread nor modern, so seeing such a screen was something of a novelty for the girls. Well, that just means I will have to add television to the house in the dimension. Maybe we could have a nice evening with popcorn while watching movies together. Rei stopped thinking about it when he noticed Ringo bypassing the first line of defense, starting to take care of the Chunins from behind. Let's see what is in our newest member, shall we? Conan calmly said with a slight trusting smile. Humph, it's not like this is hard for Ringo. This mission is actually right up her alley. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Mei snorted, crossing her arms. She wanted to end this quickly by smoking the Kiri ninjas out, but Rei put a quick stopper to that, so she was now a bit butthurt. Tsunade just watched in amusement, not really knowing Ringo's skill set or ability all that well due to her spending much of her time in Konoha. She stayed quiet and just observed. Ray sighed. He liked Ringo and didn't like her endangering herself before she was deemed strong enough by him. Alas, the woman wanted to prove herself, and here they were. His gaze sharpened when she finally felled the last Chunin in the first line of defense. While he was impressed she didn't alert anyone, Ray knew this was just a start. This is where the Real challenge begins. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Sanbai 2. Ringo released a sigh of relief as she laid the body of the last Chunin in the first defense line soundlessly on the ground. She could feel how rusty she became at this during the years of war and the half-year she spent in the Yuzo Islands with Ray. Normally, she would not even feel weary, but now she was actually a bit annoyed because her instincts were a bit delayed. She almost alerted the enemy to her presence on 3 separate occasions, which was unforgivable in her opinion. The more I train with Mei, the louder in my approach I become. Sigh, that girl is really a very bad influence on me, isn't she? Ringo bitterly smiled, walking up the wall until she crouched upside down on the ceiling, sneaking deeper into the cave. Ray said the Rin woman managed to run away, but I see no way she could do such a thing with all these ninjas around. The Mizukage must be bonkers if he really wants to unleash Sanbai in Konoha. Sure, some tree huggers would die, but Konoha would gain Sanbai, which in turn would surely be an unimaginable loss in the opinion of the council. What is the old coot thinking he is doing? Ringo mulled over the actions of the third Mizukage as she silently walked on the ceiling, high above the heads of Kiri Jonin. It was quite easy to avoid any and all sentries when she knew the protocols and how Kiri trained their Jonins and ANBU to counter this exact way of infiltration. Hence, it didn't take long for Ringo to be behind the second line of defense, the one manned by Jonins. She turned around and started looking for lone targets. Ringo knew she would be unable to terminate every Jonin and ANBU, but the success of her mission depended on the number of Kiri ninjas she would be able to dispatch without anyone noticing. She only needed to thin the proverbial herd in order to create an opening for herself. After 3 minutes of searching, Ringo scored. She found 2 Jonin going at it like rabbits in a remote area of the cave. Needless to say, the man and woman could only look at each other in shock as her sword ran them both through. I am really good at connecting people's hearts, am I not? Ringo smirked, but it didn't last long before she noticed the man pissed himself as he died, right into the woman, and Ringo grimaced. I didn't need to see that to lead a happy life. Ringo hopped onto the ceiling again and searched some more through the Jonin area. Her next target was 2 men playing cards in a room sculpted into stone. Obviously, these were the highest-ranked Jonin since they were here only to observe and command. Not like it helped them when Ringo appeared crouching on the table, and before they could even widen their eyes, each of her 2 swords removed 1 head. Thankfully she didn't need to worry about the sound of falling bodies since they were in a quite remote area of the cave system. These chakra hiding and self-soundproof seals of Ray are plain cheating. Ringo pouted a bit before gathering all valuables, weapons, and exploding tags from the corpses. Not like they would actually need them anymore. Ringo proceeded with her mission. Creating a lighting clone to kill via quick shock, wrapping her fist in lighting chakra and ramming it from the back through the chest of one ninja, using her swords for quick kills, or simply throwing a shuriken or kunai at a vital place fast enough for her victim to be unable to react. She managed to kill 12 Kiri Jonin out of 36. She counted. Honestly, not everything was that smooth. Many of them noticed something off, but thankfully her instincts and experience were good enough for her to dispatch them before they alerted others. But now the hardest part, huh? Ringo frowned. She knew ANBU were specially trained for this. She also knew she could not keep the fact that some Jonin disappeared hidden for long. Moreover, she had no idea what kind of tracking jutsu bullcrap would the ANBU have. For all she knew, they might already be alerted to her presence and preparing despite the Jonin being utterly oblivious. After all, only very skilled trackers can ever make it into hunter squads of Kiri ANBU, and that most of the time means some special type of jutsu for such things. Ringo moved towards the ANBU area, this time not on the ceiling because she knew the ANBU would be too careful for her to let her sneak on the ceiling. While the Jonins were occasionally looking up, the ANBU would have hidden sentries posted even on the ceiling and the walls. In fact, it was a standard procedure. This might be a bit of pain in the ass. Ringo mentally grumbled as she spotted no less than 4 ANBU guarding every single of the 3 entrances to the third and final defense line in the cave. 2 stood right in the middle of the corridor while 1 was above them on the ceiling, hiding in the shadows, but it was the last ones who worried Ringo. They were hardest to find for the sole reason of being members of the Hosuki clan, which meant they hid in a puddle of water near the wall slightly behind the 2 ANBU guards standing in the corridor. If I want to get through, I will have to either soundlessly kill the guy on the ceiling in a way that won't alert anybody. Bah, that's impossible. Ringo whined. This setup was incredibly well thought out. The guy on the ceiling watched the entire corridor from above, and that meant he had his eyes always planted on the 2 obvious guards below him. The guy in the puddle however served more as an ambusher for any idiot who made it this far and was incompetent enough to not spot an unnatural puddle on the ground. No laughing. It actually happened more often than not in the shinobi world. The real problem was the puddle guy had a clear line of sight on the guy on the ceiling at any given moment. Meaning no matter who Ringo attacked, the other three would be alerted the second she showed up. After 10 minutes of observation and consideration, Ringo decided to go for the middle path. The guys on the left one looked a tad bit too familiar with each other, not due to how they acted but due to how deceptively relaxed they were in each other's presence. ANBU never took their guard down, not even towards other ANBU but the guys there trusted the others, which meant they had a fair share of missions together under their belt, which in turn meant their teamwork was better, which would be bothersome and could cost Ringo precious seconds. The ANBU guarding the right path, on the other hand, were certainly not familiar with each other. Their senses were so high-strung one almost noticed Ringo with the corner of his eye before she stepped back into the shadows. She had to be still for an entire minute for the guy to finally decide it was just his imagination. The fact there were over 30 jonin and even more chunin ahead surely had a value in him deciding not to check more closely. Sneaking on these guys would be a plain bother. That left Ringo only with the middle path, which was still troublesome, but clearly, the puddle guy was not familiar with his teammates and was alert. The guy on the ceiling had hots for the female standing guard in the corridor and his gaze lingered on her from time to time, while the woman and the man standing next to her in the middle of the corridor were clearly former teammates since they were relaxed to each other. These guys had their guard up too, but their teamwork would not be as good as the guards on the left, nor were they as alert as the ANBU on the right path. Ringo narrowed her eyes and joined her hands into a hand seal as a plan formed in her mind. Clearly, she would not avoid the fight, and the fact the missing jonin would be noticed sooner or later made the decision for her. She could only confront them. Let's do this. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. She whispered. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, Sanbai 3. Ringo created 5 clones in total. 2 for the right and left side each and 1 for the middle path where a real body was going to hit. The clones quickly sneak into their positions as the plans start. The ones on the right and left side distance themselves from the ANBU guarding the corridors and create a small commotion not far from that place, drawing at least some ANBU away and creating confusion among them. Honestly, the cavern corridors were all interconnected and this was a bit risky plan, but if she didn't make the side corridors guards busy, the risk would be way bigger. As long as she dealt with the guards in the middle corridor quickly enough, she might even be lucky enough to lower the number of ANBU guards in the last defensive line with the actions of her clones. It didn't take long for sounds to start spreading from neighboring corridors and Ringo grinned. The guards in front of her certainly looked restless enough as she watched them from behind a small protrusion on the wall near the ceiling, cowered in shadows, while her clone was a bit further away. Ringo's clone planted a low-powered explosive tag on the wall of the corridor quite far away from the guards before taking an appropriate distance and hiding in the shadows as the exploding tag ignited. The explosion alerted the guards almost instantly, making the 2 visible ones move towards the spot. They were far from the puddle and ceiling guy when they finally arrived, only to see a scorched wall. But clone or not, Ringo was still way better at sneaking around. They didn't even manage to widen their eyes as 2 swords pierced their hearts from behind by the clone lurking in the shadows before it dispelled. While the 2 visible guards went away, Ringo infused as much lighting chakra into a kunai and threw it towards the puddle guy. Not even glancing if he noticed and prepared to dodge, Ringo ran on the ceiling towards the ANBU hidden there. She could only hear a sizzling sound of lightning in water and a loud scream as her sword impacted the tanto of the last remaining ANBU, pushing him back. Clearly, her kunai hit spot on. Ringo could see the minuscule widening of the ANBU's eyes as he realized just who was clashing swords with him and panicked. After all, not every day one found himself crossing blades with a legend from his village. His hesitation lasted barely a split second. A small flinch that would mean nothing in front of most jonin, but alas, Ringo was not most jonin. Her instincts flared and before even she herself knew it, her sword slightly tapped her enemy's blade away, with minimal strength in order to do it as soundlessly as possible, before the tip of her sword quickly found its way into the ANBU's chest. The man was dying before he finally recollected his wits. Ringo's eyes also widened in surprise at how she reacted, and she only barely managed to catch his body and stick it to the ceiling with her chakra as she flattened herself by laying on her back there just in time for a unit of 4 ANBU to run under her through the corridor. Fortunately, they are too busy to look up. Ringo mentally sighed, hopping onto the floor, and with a quick flick of her wrist, she threw the cloak of the corpse currently sticking onto the ceiling around her shoulders and put his mask on. Sure, she will probably be discovered if someone pays her too much attention, but now, when the second defensive line in the cave is under attack, Ringo doubted anyone would care about one masked ANBU walking around. Ringo walked through the corridors, avoiding the rushing ANBU. Whenever she met such a group, she pretended to make haste as if she was going to report, and nobody really even raised an eyebrow at her despite her heading deeper into the cave rather than to check out the commotion. The further she walked, the more apparent it became that the chunin and jonin were just a diversion. In the cave must have been stationed at least 100 ANBU, and compared to that, the first two defense lines were quite pathetic. Ringo really couldn't help but chuckle and praise herself for making many of the ANBU head outside of the third defense line in order to check out whatever setup her clones made. From time to time, she could even hear explosions going off, and only one of her 4 shadow clones on the sides dispelled so far. Honestly, reputation or not, she didn't like her chances at sneaking inside with such skilled sentries all over it. The entire place was more guarded than a damn castle of a major daimyo. After 20 minutes of walking through the cavern corridors that resembled a labyrinth, Ringo finally arrived at the main hall where the ceiling of the sanbai just finished. The whole room was big, almost massive, with a stone altar covered in seals and 4 big crude stone pillars covered in big ceiling tags. On the altar, a small naked form of teenage female laid, only her Konoha forehead protector was still on her head as she drooled onto the altar and occasionally twitched from pain. Ringo winced when she saw the girl. Killing might have been her job, but she at least made sure to make it as painless as possible whenever the target was not somebody deserving it. The girl on the altar though, she was clearly put through hellish pain and her brain was still in the process of rebooting. Ringo didn't wait and walked towards the girl while discreetly molding her lighting chakra. Before anyone even noticed her actions, she was sufficiently close to the altar, and that's when all hell broke loose. The old farts that were Kiri Seal Master tried to desperately distance themselves, the guarding ANBU tried to rush closer to Ringo, and Ringo clapped her hands. A loud bang resonated through the cave before a static noise unbalanced everyone in range. The second this happened, powerful lighting tendrils coursed out of Ringo's connected palms, creating a cage around the altar, completely cutting out the guards. To think this is not even a jutsu yet, just an exercise for manipulation of my lightning chakra. Ringo smirked and walked towards the girl before she took a sealing tag given to her by Ray, and after 20 minutes of trying drew some of the sanbai's chakra into it. Mission completed, Ringo sighed as she saw her lightning cage being surrounded by no less than 30 ANBU and flexed her chakra. The lighting cage instantly morphed, but the ANBU guards didn't have time to rush in since the lightning took shapes of various animals, bears, wolves, dogs, deers, and many more, before it started engaging the ANBU, who did their damnedest to avoid the moving concentrated lightning constructs. The biggest of them, however, was a big Chinese dragon made of lightning that rammed its head into the side of the cave, creating a way out through the wall. Ringo briefly glanced at the waking girl on the altar and shook her head before uncaringly walking out. And just like that, the last piece is collected. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Kazekage's Return. Raza returned from the Kage summit where he signed the worthless piece of paper called the Peace Treaty. Honestly, he didn't really know what actually was the purpose of the document except for being an agreement for the official end of the war. Sure, it had a few stipulations here and there, but frankly, Raza didn't even remember what exactly these stated since nobody really could enforce them, hence they were not worth remembering. He was sure that Kumo would breach it in 3 to 5 years tops without even knowing they did it. After all, the new Raikage looked young and brash, and worse yet, he looked driven to strengthen Kumo at all cost. Raza secretly heard him yelling threats at the Mizukage while asking for the heads of every ninja who participated in the mission that resulted in the death of his fiancée. Needless to say, the Mizukage just smiled with amusement at the young brute. Raza was just glad Suna was far away from Kumo so he would not be forced to deal with the men much. Crossing the last sand dune, Raza finally spotted his beloved Tsunagakure, and promptly froze. "Oi, Baki, is that mist?" he asked in disbelief. "That is mist, my lord." Baki nodded, not knowing what else to add. But, shit. Raza cursed and instantly sped up towards the village. Did the waterfucker breach the treaty already? Fortunately for Suna, the Mizukage had no interest in them. The visit from Yuzora happened 2 days ago, but there was still an enormous amount of water all around, constantly in the process of vaporizing. The entire Tsunagakure was veiled in a thin cover of water vapor. Raza didn't even look at the guards standing at the sides of the corridor in the sand wall. He just ran forward, passing the bewildered Chunins at a speed they could not follow. Why are Chunin guarding the gate when they can't even intercept someone at Jonin level speed? Raza idly thought, but it was quickly squashed as he finally entered Tsunagakure. He stared in bewilderment at the houses made of hardened sand soaked in water, some of them partially dissolved. The buildings in Suna depended on the environment where rain never happened. This new flood, or whatever it was, destroyed quite a bit of building, and the damages, oh the damage. Suna looked half buried in sand and half flooded by water. Even now the Kazekage was actually ankle deep in the water. What the heck happened to my village? He screamed with wide eyes. Oh, Lord Kazekage, one passing Jonin saw him and jumped in front of him, taking a kneeling position before slightly frowning due to having to kneel in the water. We survived a storm. I have no idea, but the censor ninjas are saying it was natural. Bakura however says it was not and that she briefly fought the enemy. She was found passed out on the top of the Kazekage tower with what the council believes is a message from those who attacked us. Bakura. Raza's eyes narrowed but nodded the ninja to lead the way. He really didn't like that woman. Always criticizing his decisions, saying what she thought would be a better decision. Worse yet, since she became the hero of Suna in the war, she actually had some support in the council, and that was that. Maybe her advice had merit, but couldn't she give them in private so he won't be publicly undermined? Nope, he really didn't like that woman. The Kazekage arrived at Pakura's room in the hospital and saw her sitting in the bed, giving orders to a few jonin, which only soured his mood. "Jonin Pakura, who gave you the right to command my forces?" he coldly asked the bedridden woman. "Oh, Lord Kazekage," Pakura smiled. "Counselor Saruna gave me the command since this situation is non-standard," she informed him indifferently. "I started with having our ninjas help with getting rid of the water and the repairs of the half-collapsed buildings. Our forces. Fucking Saruna. I gave her the command because I knew she would not under any circumstances pass it to someone else." Raza inwardly cursed while his face stayed impassive. He clearly miscalculated, and the second there was a problem, Saruna passed the command to someone else in order to not be blamed if she did anything wrong. "I see." He jerked his head down, trying to pass it as a nod. "Then could you describe what exactly happened?" "Yes, sir. 2 days ago, a heavy storm impacted Sunagakure. I quickly asked for the help of our sensor ninjas, who assured me it was natural. There wasn't much I could do about it in that case, so I started trying to vaporize the water with my scorch in order to prevent the village from being completely flooded. Sometime during this action, I realized that if this was not really a natural occurrence, the enemy would most likely aim for the treasury. The rain was too thick and the communication with others was completely cut, so I risked it and went alone." Pakura stopped her, droning out how the events happened, and grimaced. It was the guy who was hired by you to help us get past the IWA border outpost. The Yuzora." She trailed off, knowing this information didn't look well for the Kazekage. It might not mean much, but it has certainly shown a bit of incompetence on his part. Raza bristled at that. The political situation in Suna didn't look all that well for him. He and Pakura's supporters were in direct opposition. Funnily enough, Pakura herself didn't give any indication of being interested in the position, but that didn't mean anything since she was the only ninja capable of facing him in the village. This entire thing just proved she was more competent than him, and he didn't like it. He could already see some councilmen harping at him for months, uncaring he was not present during the attack. "What of the Bairi representatives?" he asked. "It was them who recommended Yuzora, so I have had them interrogated. There was no real need for anything serious in that regard since they were very cooperative. We have information of what exactly Yuzora is." Pakura gestured towards the table where the report lied. "I must say, I was taken down by one jutsu. I have no idea how to even start thinking of fighting that monster," she quietly added, lowering her head. The room suddenly descended into silence as the Kazekage took the document and read through it. The present ninjas were all jonin ranked, and seeing one of their strongest say she had no chance, it didn't bode well for them. Ray of Kiri. SS rank. What the fuck is somebody like that attacking Suna for? According to this report, nothing was stolen too, despite him being in the treasury. Raza read through the document and sighed in relief. At least the seals in the treasury worked and nothing was destroyed despite the snow covering everything. Seriously, snow? In the desert? What the fuck is that guy? At this rate, we can write him off as a natural disaster instead of a ninja. Raza glanced at Pakura and his eyes gleamed. Maybe I could. I see, this is troubling. Jonin Pakura, what is the extent of your injuries? He asked. Pakura shook herself from her sullen mood and raised her head to look at the Kazekage. I have many cracked bones, torn muscles, and I was half frozen when they brought me to the hospital. According to the medics, I will stay in bed at least for a half year, followed by another half year of retraining myself to get back into shape. Very well. Job well done, Jonin Pakura. Raza nodded before turning around and walking away with the report on Yuzora. Despite his stern face, he was inwardly grinning. Looks like luck is on my side. I was talking with the Mizukage about how we could help each other out, but to think a Kiri Nuke would attack Suna. Raza was almost skipping with elation. He couldn't just assassinate Pakura. He needed a good reason to get rid of her. After all, the daimyo liked the woman. Raza even tried to find out if she pulled kunoichi on the old decrepit fool, but apparently there was no hanky-panky between the two. But because of this connection, Raza needed to get rid of Pakura quietly and legally. He was aware it would considerably weaken Suna, but the woman was too dangerous to him. Daimyo support, many supporters in the council and among clans, moreover fame and being liked by the general populace and non-clan shinobi. It was as if the woman was aiming to become the Kazekage. The saddest part was, she didn't even realize her actions were threatening Raza, causing him to think of a way to be rid of her. I thought it would take years to send her on her way, but this made it all so much easier. I have to send somebody competent to Kiri, after all. I just hope the Mizukage won't ask for too much for this help since I will be providing him with a quality bloodline breeding sow. As such, Bakura's fate as an emissary to Kirigakure was already sealed, a year before she even recovered. Chapter 139, Chapter 139. A leisure morning. It was morning, almost a month after the end of the war, and Ray sat behind the kitchen table in his newly built house in the Uzushio, trying to doodle seals in the middle of the circle made of 9 paper tags with samples of all of the Bijuu. Seriously, it was a strenuous job and he was at it for quite a while now. The things I do for my girls. Ray sniffed and wiped an imaginary tear before his face split in a shit-eating wide grin. But damn, having a personal Bijuu will be so worth spending the time on it. Suddenly naked Tsunade groggily walked into the kitchen, yawning while pressing the bedsheets to her breasts. Ray looked at her and smiled. Already awake? I thought it would take you more to recover. He cheekily stated, making Tsunade roll her eyes as she approached him and tenderly pecked his lips. I am Senju. If anything, stamina is my good point. Tsunade nuzzled her head into the crook of Ray's neck while sleepily pulling her body into his lap. Yesterday's celebration took a whole lot out of even me, however. I doubt Conan will be up before noon. As for Ringo and May, I doubt they will walk today. Seriously, what the heck was vibration style? To think you can handle all 4 of us. Tsunade mock glared at Ray with a sullen pout. Senjutsu for the win. Ray's lips twitched in amusement. Shush. If I remember correctly, it was mostly you who. Ray was interrupted when Tsunade pressed her lips to his again. What happened in the bedroom stays in the bedroom. Tsunade whispered while giving him a warning look, causing Ray to give her an amused accepting hum as his hands snaked around her waist and pulled her naked body closer into his chest, only the thin bedsheet and Ray's clothes separating them, before surprising her with a sudden make-out session as he stuck his tongue into her mouth, causing Tsunade's arms to lock behind his neck and press his head more into hers. She really missed these kinds of mornings during her time in Konoha. After 5 minutes they separated, a trail of saliva still connecting their mouths as their infatuated eyes stared at each other. Tsunade was starting to get increasingly aware of Ray's hands tenderly rubbing her sides while Ray enjoyed how Tsunade's fingers lovingly played with his haar. Their lips again met, this time in a quick peck as a loud growl of Tsunade's stomach interrupted them, creating an awkward silence between the two lovers. I am going to get you something to eat. Ray said after a while, making the embarrassed Tsunade stand and relocate to the chair next to Ray's one, letting him go to prepare her breakfast. And here I really wanted him to bend me over the table. Tsunade sullenly laid her head on the table, pouting while letting the bedsheet covering her fall on the ground. When Ray came back to the table after 5 minutes, he wasn't really surprised that Tsunade was naked. In the past month since she came back from Konoha to permanently stay with him, they had sex almost on daily basis, so sitting next to her naked form didn't really do anything to his focus anymore. He sat into his previous place while placing the plate with sandwiches and some bacon in front of Tsunade. With a barely restrained smile, Ray watched as Tsunade, whose eyes were already closed as she laid on the table, first started cutely sniffing with her nose. Once, twice, thrice, before she was scrunching it and subconsciously leaning her head closer towards the food he prepared. I swear, your food should be banned as a very potent addictive drug. Tsunade huffed and raised her upper body from the table with an annoyed groan mixing with a delightful moan before she started eating, and Ray turned back to his little ceiling project, enjoying occasional satisfied sighs from Tsunade. By the way, Conan's clone dropped off the reactions of the various villages to our little Bijuu chakra gathering a month ago. Ray started after he saw with the corner of his eye that Tsunade was finished with eating and was now just licking the tips of her fingers like a lazy cat. So? She drawled. Why would their reaction even matter? She laid back onto the table with a content sigh, causing a small blush on Ray's cheeks when he saw how her breasts squished against the table. Needless to say, Tsunade's content smile only widened at his reaction and her eyes mischievously sparkled, but she kept herself from commenting. It matters a lot, really. The Kazekage, for example, decided to get rid of Bakura sooner than expected. Ray said, not raising his head from his ceiling project. So this Bakura will be our new sister? Tsunade asked, a bit interested. No matter that it grated at her pride and she promised to get more stamina, yesterday Ray fucked all 4 of them to the ground, so she naturally welcomed another addition to their family, pride be damned. Ray shrugged. I like the girl. No. I like her a lot. Unique bloodline, a mastery at kunai handling that could potentially rival even Ringo's sword skills. She was a solid S-rank ninja for years. Plus I already made my preparations. The rest depends on her. If she is willing, then yes, she will become one of your sisters, the last one of them, in fact. I don't intend to breach the number 5, mind you. Ray hummed while erasing the entire left side of the seal with a frown as he understood the foundation was fundamentally flawed. Last one. Tsunade muttered under her nose before sighing dejectedly. Yup, definitely have to step up my stamina training and potentially pull the girls through it too if Ray decides to refuse taking more than 5 girls. Damn, such a pain. She huffed before refocusing on the important stuff to get her current predicament out of her mind. What about the other hidden villages? Ray flashed Tsunade a knowing smile before turning back to his seals. Well, the Raikage actually made us the public enemy #1 when he saw the message in the training field where Nibi Jinchuriki usually trained. I heard his pissed half-scowl, half-snarl, an exaggeratedly twitching left eyebrow, and hilariously twitching chest from anger was a quite ridiculous sight. He lightly commented and Tsunade snorted at the mental image. Oh, and his hair supposedly stood up from how shocked he was too. Ray added, causing Tsunade to be unable to hold it in as she started openly snickering. I can see how that information matters. She commented between her snickers. Then there is the Mizukage. Ray continued, fortunately for us, Ringo was not seen so he has no idea it was us who infiltrated the cave which helped the girl run. She still died by impaling herself on her teammate's lightning jet stash. Chidori, Tsunade nodded, it was a shocker when I heard the Namikaze brag about the new technique of the Taki brat. Ray smiled, knowing what would follow. And it was even better when I blatantly told the cheerful idiot that I saw it used by Kiri Ninja years ago when he tried to register it as an A-rank original in front of the council. The Hataki brat was so furious and even the good-natured Minato glared at me. She merrily laughed at the memory. Though their protests quickly quieted down when I used Chidori in front of the whole council, my eyebrows smugly raised at them. It is a known fact that lightning is not my nature and I never really met with neither Minato or Kakashi so they could not teach me the technique. Let me guess, you told them you thought it looked cool so you learned it. Ray chuckled. Exactly. Tsunade beamed. Poor Kakashi didn't get his original move. Both shared a small laugh at that before Ray calmed down and continued with telling her what Conan's spy network found out. IWA has no idea anything ever happened to their Jinchuriki. The gender-confused guy must have been quite embarrassed at what happened to him, Tsunade smiled, and Konoha, well, the blondie is neck-deep in paperwork while 2 of his students are dead, and another is depressed and he has no time to really juggle between his new position, his newly pregnant wife, and his last remaining student. I doubt he expected so much stress when he took up the hat. He probably didn't expect shit thrown at him by lazy civilians who just slide their own paperwork to him instead of doing it themselves either. Ray shrugged. There was a reason why he vehemently avoided any position of power in Kiri. Sure, his status as secretly pending Nuknin was one but he actually wanted to avoid being pulled into the political games and siding with one or the other side. Minato was currently between rock and hard place since wealthy civilians wanted the civilian council to stay even after the war ended, the clan heads wanted it to end, and the advisors didn't get swapped yet due to Minato not having enough time to consider their substitutes. So far, the counselors wanted the civilian council to stay but that was more due to personal gains, rather than for the good of the village. Surprisingly, the Hokage's paperwork actually only increased since the establishment of the civilian council despite its main function was to lessen the bureaucratic burden on the leader. Sad thing, becoming the big honcho. A truly sad fate, being unable to push work on somebody else. Ray gently shook his head, spotting that Tsunade actually fell asleep. He formed a chakra string and pulled the bedsheet from the ground, putting it over her shoulders while using chakra sealing method to channel temperature seals on the bedsheet to make sure Tsunade is warm and won't catch a cold. As he watched at her content smile as she slept, Ray sighed. In the end, everything he did was worth it if he could enjoy and share his happiness with his girls. Author note. Yeah, sorry, I was really between making lemon with May and Ringo but then I decided against it. There might be some teasing R18 scenes with them later on but I won't do full-blown lemon. Chapter 140, Chapter 140, Training 1. Ray leisurely sat on the porch of his mansion in the Uzushio, contently watching May and Ringo spar with weapons while hordes of his clones were rebuilding the village. He especially loved May's sullen exasperation at the bored and completely almost half-asleep look on Ringo's face. Well, at least we know May will not be a swordsman. Ray chuckled, sipping the tea Conan prepared for him. I guess. It is quite amusing how she is flailing her tanto around like a petulant child. Conan, who sat next to Ray, shook her head. Then again, pitting her against someone as skilled in kenjutsu as Ringo is not providing a very beginner-friendly learning environment. She is certainly not giving up though. Ray quipped. You know she is taking it as a way to bolster her stamina. Conan barely restrained herself from grinning. She at first tried to follow Tsunade in her suicide physical training but she amusedly snorted, she didn't last for 3 hours. As if you lasted more than 6. Ray rolled his eyes, enjoying Conan's huff. Not my problem. She literally breaks, heals, re-breaks, and re-heals her body as she infuses chakra and healing chakra into her muscles, bones, and organs while she is in Senin mode, her body brimming with senjutsu chakra. It can't be called training. It's more of a self-torture. I doubt any interrogation squad would be able to break anyone who manages to get through 5 hours of that no matter their method. The feeling of having your muscles slowly pulled from your bones is frankly disgusting, only surpassed by having your beating heart being repeatedly squeezed enough to constantly damage it while she pumps healing and senjutsu chakra through it. Conan shuddered, rubbing a spot on her ribcage. I am telling you, Tsunade is crazy. We should never give her a Kaguya to play with. It made her batshit insane. The best part? She with a gleefully grinning expression told us she cannot provide us with any pain-numbing drugs or jutsu, so we should just suck it up and take it as pain tolerance training. How fucked up is that? Conan was almost hyperventilating as she finished her rant. Needless to say, even Ray was surprised at Conan's outburst. I guess there is a first for everything, eh? He thought as silence fell on the two of them, only the sounds of Conan's quickened breathing and the background noise of Mei and Ringo's fight interrupting it. Ray stared at blushing Conan in disbelief as she averted her face to avoid his gaze before he started loudly laughing. So there really exists something that can break even your composure, eh, Conan? I would like to see your reaction when she cuts you open and sticks her hand through the cut into your body before proceeding to grope your organs. Conan sullenly sniffed. Nobody told you to join her training. Ray shrugged uncaringly. You really have no care in the world, do you? She can kill herself by doing that. Conan sighed and Ray grew silent for a moment. It was only his serious look that prevented Conan from saying anything else. I can understand Tsunade and her reasons for doing it. Ray told Conan with a rueful smile. She is jealous, you see. He saw Conan was about to interrupt, but he just took hold of her hand and squeezed it, signaling for her to listen. You have your paper jutsu, which is disgustingly overpowered if applied in a correct way. You can throw meteorites made of earth chakra-hardened paper willy-nilly, Conan. Leveling a village is not really a problem for you. Then there is Mei, who has her own two bloodlines with even more destructive power than yours. Do you really not see how that could make Tsunade feel a bit useless and jealous of you? Jealous? Why? She has wood release and Shikatsumiyaku. Conan tilted her head. You and I have wood release too. That really doesn't count. As for Shikatsumiyaku, that is exactly why she is undergoing such brutal training. If there is one thing Tsunade is proud of, it is not her wood release, Senin mode, or her medical knowledge. She is proud of her ability as a physical fighter because that is seriously the only thing she is excelling in between the three of you. Tsunade could not passively strengthen her body with nature energy like Ray did every day, almost all day. Honestly, take away all the ninjutsu variants with nature energy from Ray, he would still have an incredibly powerful body after almost over a decade of using that method. His way of strengthening it was gradual and took a lot of time, but he could honestly overpower Tsunade in Senin mode. Tsunade actually approached Ray before she started with her insane body training. The punchline of every body strengthening technique using chakra or any energy was according to her repeated breaking of the cells while recreating them stronger as chakra nourished them. This way, the body gradually became stronger. Hence, Tsunade decided to quicken the process. She is the best medic ninja in the world. She knows her limits and won't go beyond them, nor will she cripple herself. The stronger her body becomes, the easier and safer it will be for her to use the Shikatsumiyaku. That bloodline is really twisted. There are adverse effects of using it and a whole lot of problems. And while most of those are negated by her Senju physique, Tsunade requires a strong body to use Shikatsumiyaku without much of a strain. Actually, nobody but she could use it to its best capacity, since any internal injury, no matter how small, caused by using that bloodline she will discover and heal thanks to her vast medical experience. Tsunade is actually building herself into the juggernaut of the team, you know. Ray said, completely trusting that Tsunade knew what she was doing. Ray was really a bit curious about the limits of the Shikatsumiyaku when used by a senjutsu user with a ridiculously strong physical body. She wouldn't even need to use it outwardly. Just plating her organs and the inward side of the skin in internal bone armor would make her incredibly hard to injure, considering that the Shikatsumiyaku makes the bones way denser than normal, and with the addition of chakra, it was as if she wore plate mail made from chakra metal under her skin. You didn't mention Ringo. Conan tried to change the topic as it grew a bit uncomfortable. She didn't want to question Tsunade's capabilities as a medic, but her methods. Conan really didn't like seeing Tsunade suffer because of her damn pride. I doubt Tsunade counts Ringo as important enough to care about her as she cares for you and Mei. It will take a lot of time until that happens. Plus Ringo is weak for now and her specialty is clearly tracking and swords. No real world-breaking bloodline to speak of either. Ray hummed and Conan nodded in understanding. I see. She does have a long way to match even Mei. She said, her eyes strained towards the redhead who was boredly deflecting Mei's wayward slashes. Conan really didn't think Ringo could survive Mei for longer than 3 minutes if the girl tried to really kill her. After all, it was Conan and Ray who trained her, and they put a whole lot more effort into it than when they trained Ringo. Mei was, in the end, loyal only to them since the start. Not really. I saw some of her ideas and I can tell that Mei would really have to step up her game if she wanted to stay above Ringo in combat power. Rei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Despite everything, when it comes to lighting release, Ringo is a genius and she indeed deserves praise. Her newest technique is frankly mind-blowing. Conan just raised her eyebrow at him in a questioning way which made Rei frown a bit. Don't give me that look. I was really surprised when I saw what she came up with, and while we kept it a secret, my clones helped her with the technique for 3 months already. She is almost finished with it. Honestly, it can probably make her completely impervious to Mei's mist. Rei gleefully smirked, and I can't wait to see what face will the pipsqueak pull when she realizes it. Conan slightly smiled and shook her head before her eyes landed once again on the petite sword-wielding redhead, her opinion of her slightly changing. Maybe I am a bit too harsh on Ringo. Maybe I am still underestimating her. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Training 2. Both Conan and Rei watched Mei and Ringo in silence, Rei leisurely enjoying their sword fight, in which Mei was grossly outmatched, while Conan observed only Ringo and her movements. She was not interested in the farce of a fight whatsoever. Slowly, Conan's discerning eyes started widening as she spotted what she previously didn't even bother noticing. Her style changed. Conan pursed her lips in concentration. Indeed, it did change. She frowned. Ringo became slower. No, she stopped dodging. Why would she? Conan narrowed her eyes. Someone who didn't intimately know Ringo's fighting style would not catch up on it, but Conan had trained the redhead. If anyone knew how Ringo fought, it would be her. She no longer dodges everything. She fights as if she was heavily armored and most of her opponent's attacks didn't even matter. Rei smirked as he saw the focused look on Conan's face with the corner of his eye. He quickly understood that Conan noticed. Ringo's style simply became more reckless. Blows that she would previously in no way let even graze her, the weakest but dangerous ones, now ever so slightly scraped her. She still tried to evade, but the new technique of Ringo is a game-changer for her, and I made sure the girl understood it. Rei thought while merrily shaking his head. I really look forward to when she is finally comfortable testing it in a real fight. Just then groggy Yugito walked out of the house, rubbing her eyes and stretching like a cat. Good morning. She mumbled, just loud enough to be heard. Oh, Yugi-chan, finally awake. Rei teased while gesturing towards the spot next to him, causing the girl to happily nod and sit where he told her to. As if you didn't know I woke up. Yugito cheekily puffed out her cheeks. The month she spent with Rei and his girls really improved her overly serious nature, and she became more playful, truer to her feelings. She was no longer wary whenever Rei was around. A second later, Rei's clone stepped outside with a tray of scrambled eggs, toasts, and 2 fishes for the resident cat. Naturally, it started to prepare breakfast the second she woke up, since Rei had the entire place covered in various seals, among which, various detection seals were quite common. Yugito's expression brightened like the sun when she saw the tray with breakfast, and especially the fishes. Rei proudly chuckled when he heard her audibly gulp her saliva down. The girl was getting quite used to his cooking. Without even waiting, Yugito started chomping on the fish first. Yes, eat up, kitty. Mei wanted to start your training today. You will need all the energy you could muster. Rei shrewdly grinned. He knew what Mei prepared, and honestly, Nibi Jinchuriki or not, he was pitying the girl. Maybe I should teach Mei some common sense when it comes to instructing others. Nah, practice is better than 1,000 words. Sorry, Yugito, your sacrifice will not be in vain. His lips slightly twitched, which was noticed only by Conan, who hid her silent snickers behind the sleeve of her purplish-black kimono. Yugito started choking on her food, clearly wanting to say something in return if her narrowed glare was an indication, but Conan spoke first. Well, I think you should stretch before Mei is able to get you in her care. Anyway, Rei, you promised me a sparring match yesterday. Still up for it? She leaned closer towards him and kissed his cheeks with an expectant expression, making Rei's eyebrow twitch. In the end, he sighed and relented. He knew there was no avoiding it. She clearly knows I hate fighting her because it is so hard to hit her. Why the heck did she have to come to enjoy sparring against me? It is pure torture chasing her all over the field. Damned Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, I clearly remember she got this bad habit of enjoying making her opponents irritated when she started sparring against them with her clones while she hid in the treetops, snacking on sweets as they made fools of themselves. Rei stood up, resigned to his fate, and followed, excitedly skipping Conan to the nearby empty training field while leaving Yugito to her much-needed breakfast. Unfortunately for him, there was no member of the Seven Swordsmen present, so it was him who had to suffer. Needless to say, his desire for Ringo's new jutsu to be showcased and Tsunade's power-up was not entirely without any ulterior motives. He desperately needed a new playmate for Conan. Maybe I should fetch Kisame later on. This is pure bullshit. Yugito subconsciously muttered as she watched the fight between Rei and Conan. Yes, fight. It was not a sparring match. Not when both threw around assuredly lethal moves. What kind of madman did I agree to join? She dryly laughed. Most of the time, the only thing Yugito could see was blue lightning flashes and a flurry of paper slices. She couldn't even hear the sound of fighting as the sound of static deafened her, and more often than not, she had to cover her eyes from the ferocious winds generated from the exchange. She got only glimpses. Glimpses of severed limbs and... Well, she now really didn't look forward to the training May prepared for her if this was any indication. Isn't that similar to the rakeage speed? Yugito mentally screamed. In the field, Rei, holding his chakudo, zapped from one place to another, cutting Conan's limbs, piercing her heart, decapitating her, only for the blood to sprout the second he slashed through her flesh. Then a second later, the blood burst into uncountable red paper slices as her body changed to variously colored paper slices. By that time, however, Rei was already exchanging blows with yet another Conan who attacked him a split second after he scored a hit on the previous one. Hagoromo, have mercy on my soul. Rei whined. He cut off Conan's hand. He turned around and pierced the head of the Conan that appeared behind him right through her eyeball. He kicked the body away, getting his sword free out of her head and fluidly slashing towards the right, slitting the throat of the next Conan, ENDS. He kicked behind himself, hitting the knee of the next Conan, unbalancing her while he heaved the sword up and brought it down on her in a downward slash, bisecting her. The entire surrounding was now just a flurry of paper, forcing Rei to saturate his body with lighting chakra and bolt away from there in order to avoid being caught in them. This repeated again and again and again, for the next hour. 7,150, 7151, 7152, 7,153. Rei counted. How many freaking times do I have to almost kill you until you are satisfied, Conan? It's been an hour already. He stopped, lowering his sword, and Conan appeared in a flurry of paper 4 meters in front of him, totally fine in pristine condition. I take it, you like my newest masterpiece? She said with a very rare full-blown content smile on her face, making Rei scowl. Only you could create such a complicated yet perverted thing from a foundation made on most basic jutsu. It's damn annoying. Rei huffed, glaring at the woman who giggled, making him involuntarily smile. Why is it only during these moments when I am completely irritated that she forgets her facade? Not cute at all. Rei hummed, also slightly smiling without even realizing it. So. Did you see through my newest origami technique? Conan proudly asked. Are you really going to call it origami technique? Rei asked in disbelief, but Conan just playfully shrugged. That is a very big part of it, after all. She innocently blinked at Rei's fed-up yet piercing and accusing stare. In the end, Rei had to admit his defeat and sighed. Fine. Whatever. He grumbled. So, my technique? Conan tilted her head with a small coy smile, causing Rei to stop his grumbling and snort in derision. What technique? He asked with thick sarcasm covering his tone. All you do is kawaii me right before you are hit with a singular slip of paper while activating the storage seal on that paper, which pops in a paper clone mid-kawaii me. There is that henge sustained by the clone itself that makes it seem as if my attack really hit you and blood actually spurted out before the clone dissolves back into paper slices a second later. All you do is use clone technique, kawaii me, and henge. Rei wanted to scream. So why the fuck is it so hard to freaking hit you? What is this bullshit? You didn't even try to dodge. You didn't take even one step during the entire fight. Kawaii me, kawaii me, kawaii me. The fuck is that shit? He raged. Conan just heartily laughed at his outburst with a teasing look. Cool, isn't it? Cool my ass. Rei whispered under his nose. He was moving at solid rakeage level speed when the guy was using his lighting armor, and yet, despite his senses being enhanced, even he couldn't spot the moment when she substituted herself with the paper. To think her origami would reach such a level. She is a monster, no doubt. At this rate, there is no way to win against her without a large, massively destructive area of effect jutsu. The way she used henge to actually simulate blood and gore while she transfers herself to her opponent's blind spot and attacks while he is distracted due to scoring the hit. That's outright nasty. I can see how most shinobi could fall for that. Everyone stops for a millisecond if their enemy doesn't dodge an obvious attack they are certainly capable of evading. Whether they want or not, their brain starts to think about whys, and that momentary pause is when she strikes from behind. It would take some serious battle and danger instincts or high sensory ability to react to that. Rei's eyes gleamed with happiness despite his sullen appearance. He was naturally glad Conan was getting even stronger. Rei sighed to calm himself down and decided to indulge Conan, who had this praise me shine in her eyes. I must admit, he shook his head in disbelief, the way you fluidly connected the 3 basic aspects of shinobi arts into a singular technique and made it into something like this. There was a reason why the basic 3 jutsu were, well, basic. The henge was an introduction to the lowest level genjutsu. The basic clones were also supposed to be genjutsu aimed technique, but their purpose was to make sure the students have at least basic chakra control. And kawaii me was a preparation for ninjutsu. One just stretched his chakra, connecting it with a thing they wanted to swap with and then swapped. This meant it was not teleportation. Just chakra manipulation. As Conan demonstrated, she could swap with any of her uncountable paper slips since they all contained some of her chakra. It was basically a teleportation technique in her hand since she didn't need to reach with her chakra. The entire thing barely cost her anything and she could probably do it with her eyes closed for an entire week without a single break. How broken jutsu. Ray inwardly chuckled and walked towards Conan and with a gentle smile, he lovingly rubbed her head while tenderly hugging her. Good job, honey. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, May's Idea of Training. Conan and Ray finished with their sparring match and alongside still flabbergasted Yugito, they went towards the training ground where May prepared something special for her kitty charge. The second Yugito showed her face, excited May dragged her towards the middle of an obstacle course if it still could be called that. Ray could somewhat see parts of the obstacle course used to train A and Bijuu ramped up to insanity levels. Lethal traps, maiming traps, and worse yet. So this is why May wanted those area-effective chakra-constricting seals, gravity-heightening seals, and water-like environment-simulating seals. Ray thought with a sweat drop as his throat went dry. And they say my training methods are brutal. Conan mentally deadpanned at the clueless May. She couldn't help but feel proud. Does she want to kill me? Yugito did the clever thing and fearfully took a step back. This, May proudly gestured towards the huge death trap she prepared, is my masterpiece. As the Jinuriki of the Nibi, you are naturally nimble and agile, so training those aspects is a must. She exclaimed with twinkling eyes, making everyone's face twitch. So I asked myself, hey, May, how could we help Yugi-chan, and the answer was obvious. Obstacle course. May, S-sensei. Yugito asked unsurely, looking at the obstacle course. And the corpses around. She pointed towards the bodies or parts of bodies still strewn all over the course. That. May dismissively waved her hand around, don't worry. I just borrowed them for testing purposes. Ray facepalmed. Conan approvingly snickered. Yugito gulped. Only now that she took a closer look did she notice. They are all B and A-ranked rogue ninjas from the bingo book. All of them are Jonin level. She mentally freaked out. Not paying attention to the fidgeting blonde Jinuriki next to her, May tilted her head in a pondering manner. Though, I am not really sure why they all decided to take a permanent vacation from this realm after starting the obstacle course. The best of them didn't even get halfway through. May shook her head in disappointment. Yar. Permanent vacation. Yugito took another step back. She didn't need a permanent vacation from her living state. Maybe I should have stayed in Kumo. May, Ray butted in. Maybe it would be prudent to shroud Yugito in your steam armor to ensure she is not fatally injured. Jinuriki or not, he didn't see a 12-year-old finishing even 10% of the insane death sentence of an obstacle course May prepared. Not when experienced Jonins apparently died, not getting past 1/4 of it. May looked a bit conflicted at making it easier for Yugito. She clearly had great expectations of the younger blonde but. May, Conan gave the girl a meaningful but amused look, making her flinch and quickly nod in acceptance. Good girl. Conan smiled at May while inwardly she was facepalming. No matter how you look at it, with all those restrictive seals affecting the entire area of the obstacle course, even Chunins would be reduced to civilians. Just the water simulating seal would make this almost impossible ordeal unless one had incredible body strength but. Ray walked towards the two girls, wrapping his right arm around May's shoulder to cheer her up while wrapping his left around Yugito's to make her feel better. He felt there were things that just had to be said. After all, this was also training for May on how to train someone. May, you are expecting too much of Yugito. She is barely high gen into low Chunin level right now. You can't compare her to yourself when you were 12. You were already training for years with us at such an age. Yugito didn't have personal trainers. If you want to help her train, you gotta start slowly and be mindful of her needs. Not. His voice turned awkward, try to kill her with the first exercise. It took some persuasion but in the end, May relented to go easier, much easier on Yugito. Needless to say, the resident kitty holder was elated at hearing her life was spared from having any restricting seals placed on her during the course and the fact her life was safeguarded by May's jutsu, Ray's seals, and to give her a bit more comfort, even Conan created full-body underwear from her earth chakra-hardened paper slices for the girl. Much to Yugito's dismay, they didn't have the heart to outright cancel it since May put her heart into preparing it. Half-hour later, Yugito stood in front of the entry point of the course, nervous as all hell while she felt up the invisible steam armor shrouding her. Seeing she needed encouragement, May walked closer to her and gave her a brief hug. Yugi-chan. She firmly addressed her. When she was sure she had Yugito's full attention, her voice softened, I know you had a very hard and sad upbringing. I had too. I remember every rock, punch, or kick thrown at me. The only advice I can give you is to not try to forget but remember and steel your resolve. Train so it can't happen to you again. Train so nobody can treat you like trash again. I can give you training. I can teach you. But, it is you who needs to repeatedly break your limits. It will be painful and at times you will cry in hopelessness, but trust me, it is worth it. Mei said with a gentle encouraging smile. A bit flimsy speech at cheering her up, but it would do. Ray chuckled, shaking his head. How cringy. Conan, who sat in Ray's lap, slightly smiled and leaned her back into his chest. Then again, that might be exactly how she felt training under me and Ray. They watched as Yugito gained a determined look and turned towards the obstacle course. And then, it started. Yugito ran inside, masterfully running through the first corridor, which was riddled to the brim with projectile trap seals that spewed kunais when somebody was near them. She almost made it look easy. She is actually using surface walking to run on the wall where the amount of trap seals is the lowest. At least we can be sure she can use her brain well. Conan pointedly commented, causing Mei to be a bit depressed when she remembered the numerous hours of Conan telling her she was doing cool-looking but moronic things. Yugito reached the second obstacle. Vertically laid poles in a sea of swirling fog that kept close to the ground. The half-melted, slowly sizzling bodies in the fog gave Yugito a clear image of what would happen should she fall. With a gulp, she used all the nimbleness and dexterity of a cat she could muster in order to jump from pole to pole, trying to get through the obstacle as fast as possible. She stepped on the third pole, and discovered the room was not as simple as it first appeared. Gravity-enhancing seals with an area of effect around the pole, isn't it? Conan asked, observing the panicky blonde as she almost fell into the melting fog. Yup, some poles have none, others have seals with different gravity scaling. This entire exercise is built to make her control her balance at will and become accustomed to gravity or pressure shifts in the environment. Mei said, proud of herself to come up with it. Look. She managed to land on the fourth pole. Ray said, changing the topic. He was not about to discuss how asinine this entire exercise was. One misstep and you are in a melting mist. Yugito had to step on very small poles of various sizes. The smallest could fit only one tiptoe while the largest barely had place for 1/2 of her small foot. Needless to say, the ones on the smaller side were more common. She also needed to be capable of adjusting her gravity center in a split second to adjust to sudden gravity pressure change due to the seals. The only thing that was missing would be something to force Yugito to go quickly instead of her own pace. Now that would make the creator into one right asshole. Yugito was doing well. She noticed she had time to adjust, so she jumped from pole to pole, taking at least 5 minutes to get used to the sudden gravity shift on each pole. Even those that didn't have gravity seals were quite challenging since she was expecting the gravity shift, and when it didn't come, she got unbalanced. Many times did Ray think she would finally fall as she flailed her hands, only her natural cat-like balance saving her. Conan could see Mei getting excited as Yugito was about to jump from the 10th pole to the 11th. She only managed one before. Ray deadpanned, seeing the pole under Yugito fall down a second after she landed on it, causing her to fall into the melting fog. Only the steam armor around her prevented the girl from being made into a mushy goo by the fog. Ray slowly turned his gaze towards Mei and gave her a dry look. Really? Now he understood why so many jonins died without even completing 1/4 of the course. It was the work of a completely sadistic bastard. The whole thing was made to be impossible to pass. Yup. It wouldn't be an obstacle course without proper traps to give her a bit of a push. Mei brightly smiled before frowning. But to think she would fail at the second obstacle out of 20. You were right, Ray, Yugi-chan needs a more refined approach. I am not gonna ask what exactly refined means. Clearly, Mei got her inspiration and training ideas from somewhere. He glanced at amused Conan. Sorry, Yugito. It's for your own benefit. This concerned observer is unable to ease your suffering. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Practical Training 1. Ringo stood in between a small man in green spandex with thick eyebrows and Konoha headband who was on his ass and the group of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. Well, I heard the Mizukage sent his 7 best to cause some mayhem in the land of fire, but to think he would be bullying. Ringo glanced at Dewey and shuddered, whatever that green creep is. Amuri, Raiga Kurosuke sneered. Shouldn't you be hiding in some hole? Going rogue, bringing such a shame to the title of Kiba wielder. I will enjoy making a funeral for you. He said, reminding others who was the woman in front of them. Funnily enough, half of them were new wielders. Capable but nothing like the ones in Mei's generation. Sparkling shitstain, you can't even handle your own little sword. Making this into a pissing contest. Seriously. Acting cool doesn't suit you. Ringo rolled her eyes, ignoring his enraged spluttering, and drew the chakra blades she received from Ray years ago, attracting the attention of the swordsmen. They naturally knew a quality blade when they saw one. Ringo decided to indulge them. These two have no names. Ray told me it is the swordsman who should be known, not the swords. While I might not wholly agree, I can see his reasoning. You all are nothing. You have no reputation by yourselves. You are known for the reputation of the weapons you wield. The reputation that was given to them by the feats of their past wielders. She slowly trailed her gaze on each of the 7 in front of her, but you are not them. As someone who grew up on stories about the heroics of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Ringo was really disappointed by the current generation. They might not be weak and each of them is at the very least experienced A-rank ninja, but the war was very costly for Kirigakure. Especially the failed attack on the Land of Fire. Not to mention the viciousness of A after his fiancée died. Kirigakure ninjas were forced to invade the Land of Lightning because of the decision of the council, but A was putting his everything to slaughter as many of them as humanly possible. Considering his lightning armor, he was doing pretty well for himself. Haruto Kurenari, the previous holder of same hata from Ringo's generation, died in the Land of Lightning. His squad was intercepted during one of their missions by Kiri hunting squad led by A himself. The men knew he could not win against A and his hunting squads. Even if he disregarded the blatant disadvantage of being outnumbered 1-5, his squad members were not trained A and BU like the Kiri ninjas. Haruto also knew he could not run either since A was much faster than him. So, Haruto chose the logical option. He gave same hata to his squad and told them to run while he, holding an ordinary katana, stood his ground against A and all his hunting squads. The men actually managed to hold them all long enough for the Kiri ninjas to run away with same hata. Without his sacrifice, Kiri would have lost one of its 7 blades that day. Compared to that, Ringo Riley looked at Fuguki Suikeisen, the newest wielder of same hata. She could see the man was compatible with the sword. If he were not, same hata would not choose him. But compatibility only meant he had high enough chakra reserves and his chakra was tasty enough for same hata. Without the sword, the guy was a bit lacking, to be honest. Ringo knew of him, and even now she asked Conan for intel about the wielders of the 7 swords. Frankly, Fuguki depended too much on Samahata's abilities in her opinion, which made her respect for the guy drop. Same hata was overpowered. Even a total beginner genin-level swordsman could defeat a chunin-level opponent with the sword by just waving it recklessly. Hence, Ringo didn't feel the need to respect Fuguki himself, rather than the blade he was wielding. Her eyes trailed towards the wielder of Kubikarabocho Juzobiwa, and she smiled. The man was a total asshole, but Ringo couldn't say he was not skilled. Mari, your successor just might live up to your expectations. Ringo mentally noted with a small amount of relief. The previous owner of the Kubikarabocho, Mari, was the only other woman in the group in Ringo's generation. She was vicious and fought for every single bit of infamy. In the Third War, she, despite being only an A-rank ninja, killed at least 1 Konoha S-rank ninja, Uchiha no less, and 12 A-rank ones. Not to mention over 50 B-rank victims of her silent killing. Out of all of the members of the 7, it was Mari who dealt the biggest damage to the enemy forces. The woman was one hell of a battlefield assassin. Honestly, Ringo would even go as far as saying the woman created the silent killing method. Sure, the previous owners did use Kirigakure no jutsu in tandem with the sword, but it was Mari who improved it to such a degree that it actually became an art of killing. Mari always said that there is just something magical about assassinating people with a big-ass cleaver. Ringo inwardly chuckled, full of mirth. Unfortunately, Mari died in the failed attempt to invade the Land of Fire. Kubikarabocho was one of the unimpressive swords. Its ability was not overpowered. Drinking blood to repair itself. Bah. But that only meant the wielders of the blade had to be that much better skill-wise. And hungry for fame. Ringo grinned at the obvious desire to prove himself in Juzo's eyes. Kubikarabocho was weak compared to the abilities of other swords. Hence, its wielders always aimed to make it more and more known. Make it taste more and more blood. With Juzo, Ringo was satisfied. Yup, that guy is so not getting killed today. Then her gaze fell onto the last member of the current generation of the 7 who was worth her attention. To her eternal irritation, it was the wielder of Kiba blades, Raiga Kurosuke, or as she dubbed him, the shit stain. How I would love to kill him. Ringo ceded, but Ray wants him to live. It took quite a bit of persuasion for Ray to make Ringo promise him she would not kill Raiga. After all, Ray was not omnipresent, much less omnipotent. If the guy survived, there was a chance he would end up meeting the kid with strange dojutsu again, and Ray was mildly interested in the kid. As for Raiga, Ray didn't care about the guy. He was only a convenient tool to find the crippled kid with dojutsu, whatever he was called. Well, the surroundings are slippery and my hand could always slip and cripple the bastard. Ringo offhandedly hummed. The last 4. Jinin Akabino, the wielder of Kabutowari, Jinpachi Munashi, the wielder of Shibuki, Kushimaru Kuriare, the wielder of Nuabari, and Arada Haruna, the wielder of Hiramakarei. Now these 4, Ringo was killing for sure. They were all from her own generation, therefore dangerous and highly experienced in using their respective blades. Oh yes. I will enjoy testing my new jutsu on you. Ringo whispered to herself as she looked at the four of them with a battle-hungry look while raising her right arm and blade towards the sky. At that moment, all four of them had similar thoughts. Damn, did we have to encounter this kind of crazy? The cloudy heavens rained lightning. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Practical Training 2. Lightning Release, Lightning Susanoo Armor. Streams of crackling blue lightning continuously fell from the sky, connecting with the tip of Ringo's raised sword. Every time a stream fell, a loud booming sound and strong shockwave followed, sending Dewey, who was close, flying back and forcing the members of the Kiri Seven Swordsmen to leap back and brace themselves to not be blown away. It was Raiga Kurosuke who first noticed what was happening. The natural lightning that should have dispersed after falling from the sky, actually gathered around Ringo, wrapping itself around her body while becoming more concentrated. He knew she was doing some kind of insane and powerful lightning jutsu, a jutsu that would instantly kill even him, the best lightning user of Kirigakure. That's why he wanted to stop her. The other members of the Seven noticed a bit later and instantly wanted to disrupt Ringo, but the shockwaves were too strong. No matter what they did, they were kept at bay, gritting their teeth in frustration and watching as the natural lightning started to become visible and shape up into a pulsing blue fiery aura. 5 seconds passed and the blue aura started slowly solidifying, creating electric blue samurai armor on Ringo made of natural lightning held together and shaped by lightning chakra. She looked as if she was armored in mini Susanoo, only 2 intense electric blue orbs shining from the fearsome helmet. Dropping down the arm with the sword she used as a lightning rod, Ringo mumbled. I still have to train a lot to do this instantaneously. She was really disappointed with the time it took her to create the armor coating. Her brown eyes turned electric blue as a side effect of pulling unadulterated nature energy into the lightning chakra armor. It made the armor stronger but also allowed her to enter something Ray called pseudo-sage mode. Instead of balancing the nature energy with the chakra in her body, Ray said she's balancing the nature energy in her armor made of natural lighting with the chakra in her body while her lightning chakra was holding it all together. To get that right was quite the pain in the ass. After all, it was impossible to do it normally. It was Ray who found the solution to that little problem after a month of researching. Dewey was flabbergasted to the core when he recognized what he was watching. The woman in front of him half opened all of her inner gates. Shuddering fright washed over him as his bushy eyebrows disappeared in his hairline. Never once would he imagine it was possible to open an inner gate halfway and use it to perform a jutsu. Dewey's fright only increased when the armored form of Ringo half turned towards him and the electric blue intense orbs landed on his small frame. Ringo looked at him for a second before speaking. Run along towards the team you saved. This will get messy fast and you are frankly in the way. Dewey had no idea how to react to that, but his fear was instantly suppressed when after hearing her speak about his son. He jumped up, youth, and started running in the direction his son's team left. All 7 members of the Kiri swordsmen and Ringo deadpanned at the green blur. And just like that, the green screaming weirdo lives on to spread youth-induced heart attacks all over Konoha. Ringo sighed. According to Ray, having 2 of them in one village might just be the thing that could finish the village off at a later date. Nevertheless, I am a bit disappointed if that was the best genjutsu user of Konoha. He didn't even use his unbreakable youth genjutsu Ray praised so much. She shook her head in disappointment with a relaxed posture, but the corner of her eye already stalked her first prey. Fuguki Suikeisen only barely managed to raise Samehada in order to block Ringo's slash, who just appeared in front of him without any telling sign. Shit. Her speed was enhanced to such a degree. He thought in a slight panic as sparks flew from the spot where Samehada met Ringo's nameless chakra blade covered in a bluish fiery aura that occasionally crackled with lightning. The panic quickly subsided however as he realized they were almost matched when it came to strength. That was a big surprise too though. He was considered to be one of the physically most able in the Kiri Seven Swordsmen. After all, wielding a greatsword required a great deal of strength. So the former wielder of Kiba blades, swords that needed agility and flexibility instead of strength, was quite surprising. Fuguki flashed the bored Ringo a brief grin as he saw his comrades react and jumped towards Ringo. They were still a bit far away but... touching Samehada with a sword covered in chakra. This woman really learned nothing during her brief stay as one of the 7. There was a reason why Kiba wielder never fought against Samehada wielder. There was just no way to parry or block a sword that sucked chakra when one was relying on coating his swords in chakra. The fiery lightning aura around Ringo's blade instantly vanished and Fuguki's grin widened. He did not notice that Ringo already let go of that sword, which made him a bit late in seeing her second blade approaching his waist. When he finally spotted it, he could only move Samehada's handle to the left, blocking Ringo's second sword with it. Fuck, even handle can suck chakra. Ringo inwardly cursed as she felt the chakra in her sword quickly disappearing and let go of her remaining sword. Samehada was now positioned horizontally in front of her at the level of her head since Fuguki was a giant of a man and she only reached his chest. He was fully grinning at her with a mocking gaze at the now disarmed woman. He could not believe how easily he forced her to abandon her weapons. In his opinion, she was the biggest shame of the Kiri Seven Swordsmen. Ha! You got rust dash. And Ringo, who was still clad in the lightning Susanoo armor, simply willed her lightning chakra to make the natural concentrated lightning extend from her palm, and a shining blue sword made out of natural lightning appeared in her left hand in a split second. Instead of attacking, Ringo just swiftly positioned the back of her sword in the middle of Samehada's handle, between Fuguki's hands that were holding the upper and lower part of the long handle of the great sword. Her right hand also flashed and another sword made of concentrated natural lightning appeared. Chill ran up Fuguki's spine. No wonder she let herself be disarmed if she could create lightning swords at will. He knew he had to do something, and since the back of her lightning sword was connecting with Samehada's handle, Samehada hissed in pain as it tried to suck chakra out of the sword. Ringo's blade, however, just slightly shimmered. Unlike the fiery lightning aura that coated the blades from chakra metal, her current created swords were mostly made of natural lightning held together by Ringo's lightning chakra like the rest of her armor. Samehada managed to eat up the lightning chakra, but all Ringo had to do was keep supplying the sword with more and more of it to make it keep the shape, while Samehada was getting constantly zapped as it tried to eat the chakra. Needless to say, it didn't take even a split of a second for Samehada to refuse to eat the chakra. Fuguki could force it, but at that point, he had other problems. While he tried to make Samehada eat the chakra from the lightning sword, Ringo slashed the sword in her right hand at his neck in a piercing move. Assessing his situation, Fuguki quickly realized he had only two options. He could not evade while holding Samehada because of the sword hooked around the middle of Samehada's handle. Refusing to be disarmed, he went for the other one, a fence. Letting go of Samehada's upper part of its handle with his right hand and at the same time, pulling his left hand that held the handle on the lower part back, Fuguki smashed Samehada into Ringo's unprotected left side without any obstruction, since the sword in Ringo's was still hooked around the middle of Samehada's handle. Fuguki's eyes widened when Ringo didn't even budge from the force of Samehada's blade slamming into her. His plan was simple: shred into her left side and send her flying away, freeing Samehada and creating distance. But Ringo didn't move even an inch. The lightning Susanoo armor on her left side was shimmering, not unlike the lightning blade, just on a bigger scale, while Samehada was shrieking in horrific pain, trying to wiggle away from the armor of natural lightning covering Ringo. Even the enlarged spikes that covered her whole left side and were supposed to shred her couldn't even pierce through the armor. Fuguki didn't have much time, since Ringo's sword was almost upon his neck. His left hand let go and he jumped back while Samehada finally disconnected from Ringo's armor and fell on the ground next to her, wheezing in pain. While smoke was rising from between its scales, Ringo smirked at Fuguki, who was looking at her with immense rage and a bit of humiliation at being disarmed in a 4-second-long exchange. Ringo didn't have much time to gloat, however. The other 6 members of the 7 were already upon her, their swords slashing, piercing, and stabbing into her figure with a loud clang, or boom in case of Shibuki, but their wielders' ferocious winning grins disappeared when her armor blocked all of their attacks without even leaving a scratch on the armor. Well, so much for that. Ringo amusedly quipped and pulsed the chakra in the lightning swords she held. A split second later, the swords burst into a large energy wave that slammed into the 6 swordsmen surrounding her and sent them flying back at breakneck speed while the lightning swords dissolved. Fuguki hatefully watched as his associates were flung away and Ringo casually bent down, picking Samehada up by its handle. Samehada tried to pierce her hand with some spikes, but again, they could not penetrate the armor covering Ringo's hand, and one fast zap made the sword very obedient. Ringo, with a gleeful smile, pulled out a special stasis storage scroll given to her by Ray. Normal storage scrolls could not store living things, hence, Samehada or any other of the 7 swords, for that matter, could not be stored, no matter if they possessed sentience or not. Hence, this feat required special high-level fuinjutsu. Fuguki could only helplessly watch as Ringo stored Samehada and put the scroll into her pocket, all the while she stared straight at him with a mirthful gaze. Ah, why is he glaring at me so much? I am a ninja, not some honorable samurai who would throw the blade you dropped back to you. I would naturally take the only thing that could possess any sort of danger in this fight out of the equation as soon as possible. Does he even realize this is basically 1 versus 7? Ringo thought, resisting a strong urge to shake her head in disappointment at him. Her armor didn't take much chakra since she only had to hold the natural lightning together. But once Samehada started eating the chakra from a large area, she had to quickly resupply it, and just the single second when Samehada was connected with her left side cost her 2% of her whole reserves. There is no way I would leave such a weapon in the hands of my enemies. Ringo sighed as she connected 2 chakra strings with the handles of her nameless chakra metal blades on the ground and pulled them back into her grip, coating them in her lightning Susanoo armor, which made them many times sharper and tougher. She only started with the fiery lightning aura coating her blades at the start of her fight against Fuguki to goad him into a false sense of security when she dropped her blades, after all. Well then. Ringo's eyes flashed in giddiness when she saw Fuguki taking out an ordinary greatsword from a storage scroll while the other 6 members of the Kiri Seven Swordsmen stood up and prepared for a fight. Let's start the real testing of my new technique. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Practical Training 3. Juzo jumped at Ringo the second he regained his balance, forcing her to block a sweeping slash from his Kubikurabocho with her right blade. Not even a split second later, Jinan's Kabadawari's axe met Ringo's left blade as sparks flew all around. Jinan's blow was much stronger than Juzo's, but nevertheless, it fulfilled its purpose and Ringo was now in a deadlock. Ringo knew Jinan would most likely use his hammer to strengthen the force behind his axe, so she leaned on her left leg, putting as much weight onto it as possible to brace for the impact that would come from her left side. Jinan smirked, pushing himself from the ground into a spin, and before Ringo registered what he planned, his hammer impacted Kubikurabocho instead of his axe. Ringo, who was still blocking Kubikurabocho with her right blade and was balancing herself for a strong blow from her left side, didn't last even a second before her guard broke and Kubikurabocho met her waist, bending her and sending her flying through the air to the left. Despite preferring working solo, the 7 swordsmen of the mist knew what teamwork is and could work together seamlessly. This was shown by the direction Ringo was sent flying to, straight at Jinpachi, the wielder of Shibuki. Ringo tried to regain her balance by twisting in midair, but a string caught her leg, again making her unbalanced as Kushimaru kicked her chest, sending her back on her track towards Jinpachi even faster than before. Kushimaru landed onto his feet, and instantly fell onto his ass as smoke started rising from his right leg, the one he used to kick Ringo's armor. Clearly, he got zapped by the natural lightning in return and would not regain his nimbleness anytime soon. Jinpachi held Shibuki like a baseball bat, and when Ringo's body was finally in his striking range, he swung. A booming explosion resounded from his explosive sword as the dust was sent into the air. The ball of dust was broken up not a second later by Ringo's body that was sent flying in yet another direction by the explosion, right at the wielder of Hiramakarei, who was already waiting for her with a hammer made of chakra. Ringo, however, twisted her body mid-air as she was about to reach into Arata's striking range. This time, there was nobody able to stop her. Her foot kicked the ground, which completely changed the trajectory of her flight, making her crash through the air towards the ground instead of towards Arata. Crouched on all four, Ringo slid on the ground in front of Arata, who didn't expect her to do something like this. Ringo seamlessly transferred all the kinetic force from her flight into sliding, mitigating it slightly, and then she pushed against the ground, again changing the sliding into the spin. It was so fast that Arata didn't even have time to register when exactly she appeared in front of him as her body was about to spin from right to left, and with that, her right blade was rushing towards his neck. Ringo was already in Arata's guard. He didn't have time to change the shape of Hiramakarei, and with a massive weapon like the chakra hammer, it would be hard to counter, so he was forced to go defensive and block. Pulling the hammer slightly towards his left, Ringo's natural lightning-coated blade crashed into the chakra-made hammerhead, cracking the ground under them from the force, causing Arata's knees to bend. Nevertheless, Arata was already in the process of changing Hiramakarei into the shape of 2 swords to match Ringo's dual-wielding. He was indeed the best to block her or stop her momentum, as both used energy-made or coated blades and both could dual-wield. And as Ringo spotted he divided Hiramakarei into 2 while changing its shape into some kind of oval chakra blades, she decided to take the kitty gloves off. The twerp was really arrogant if he wanted to fight with 2 swords against her of all people. Her left arm snapped into action, slashing towards the left blade of Hiramakarei as Arata was barely done with the division of his sword. Needless to say, he couldn't put as much strength behind his block and was sent sliding back, ending the deadlock of their right blades. Ringo didn't wait for him to regain his bearing and jumped forward, viciously slashing her swords, getting faster and faster. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 4, 8, 16, lightning bolts cracked and snapped all around the duo of a petite redhead who was like a rushing bull and a tall blue-haired man who barely managed to block with his big oval swords made of chakra. Ringo's speed was increasing by slash, and Arata had really a big problem to block her fast-paced combo. Slowly, he started redirecting, parrying while retreating backward. Ringo's sword stopped as 3 blades landed on her from behind. Kubikurabocho, Kabuto Wari, and Kiba wielders put their best into it, wanting to injure her while she was focused on Arata. Kubikurabocho stopped on her neck. Both of Kiba's blades were flashing with lightning and trying to dig into her right side, in an upward stab that would reach her heart and right leg, right above a quite important artery. And Kabadawari's axe was in the middle of her back, right alongside her spine, as Jinan smashed his axe into it. The battlefield stilled. Arata was gasping for air, happy he held Ringo down long enough for the others to attack. His 2 Hiramakarei were crossed over his chest, stopping one of Ringo's stabs a few inches in front of his face. Really, lucky. Puffed. Ringo suddenly snickered. Hearing that, the 4 swordsmen around her stiffened. 3 of them felt a chill go up to their spines when they realized that. How the heck is there not even a scratch on her armor? Kubikurabocho stopped on the armor coating her neck, many cracks appearing on the blade as the natural lightning reverted most of the force of the blow back onto the blade. Juzo's eyes widened. Sure, Kubikarabocho was broken many times but never by its own attack. The lightning coating of Kiba blades shimmered down to inexistence almost instantly as the electric energy was absorbed by Ringo's armor. The only reason the Kiba blades were not damaged was their lightning attunement, and Ringo was forced to step back as his blades uncontrollably shook from the impact, causing his whole body to tremble while his wrist screamed in pain as he tried to not let go of the vibrating Kiba blades. Kabuto wary, the second Jinin stuck his hammer onto the back of its axe, trying to use it as a wedge to break through Ringo's armor and dig into her spine. The force was completely negated. At least from his perspective. He didn't feel a thing. His axe though, the whole force of his blow and that of Ringo's armor's counter was focused solely on the axe, causing it to shatter into pieces as two opposing forces squished it. Needless to say, Jinin was horrified at part of his sword that was supposed to be able to penetrate any defense being broken. Lightning armor, force reflection. Ringo's eyes gleamed. Did the idiots think I would not prepare for them? The previous exchange where she was sent flying was enough of a lesson for her. Clearly, having superb defense didn't mean she could not be unbalanced or sent flying. It might be still in the stage of development, but Ringo naturally already implemented a few tricks into her armor to increase her defensive and offensive power. Arita didn't see what happened behind Ringo. He still thought she was affected by the 3 blows to her back and he just had to keep her in a deadlock while his associates penetrate her armor and finish her off, but... With a mocking smile, Ringo suddenly lengthened the blade he was blocking. The one he stopped just a few inches in front of his face. And Arita was sent onto a permanent vacation as his head was skewered by a blade made of natural lightning, creating a charred hole into it. Didn't expect that, did ya, fucker? Ringo cheered while the lengthened part of the blade made of natural lightning retracted back into a coating around the chakra metal blade. Shit. The 3 swordsmen behind Ringo had all similar thoughts, wanting to distance themselves from her. They weren't stupid and knew the hunter just became prey. But Ringo would not let them go so easily when they had the guts to attack her back, right? Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Raijin's Descent. Ringo's blades gleamed blue as she spun on her heel, sending a piercing stab at Jinin, who now held only the hammer part of Kabuto wary. He quickly put the hammer head in the path of Ringo's sword, blocking it, but Ringo was no longer paying him any attention as her feet impacted Juzo's chest, cracking most of his ribs while breaking some as lightning from her armor shocked him unconscious and the kick sent him flying way back, causing him to let go of Kubikarabocho that quickly spun in the air until it stopped by its blade burrowing into the ground. 2 down. Ringo hummed, half turning her head towards Jinin, who just now realized he was used only as a diversion. The situation was quite bad for him. He was closest to Ringo, half of his weapon was destroyed, Raiga was behind him without any way to help him fast enough for it to count, and other remaining members of the 7 who were capable of fighting may have been on their way to intercept Ringo, but it was apparent they would not make it before she attacked him. Jinin took a defensive stance with his hammer. For now, he had to endure. Ringo looked behind where Kurierere Kushimaru was running at her, trying to hide his injured leg by acting alright. She then glanced to the right where Jinpachi Munashi with his shibuki was also approaching at a fast pace. To her left, Fuguki Suikezen ran at her with an ordinary katana. Smart. Ringo thought as she looked at the giant of a man. She knew he could run faster. That meant he was letting others engage her first. For someone who lost his sword, which was his best advantage, this was indeed the best approach. And finally, in front of her were Jinin and Raiga, who was still slightly trembling but looked determined to kill her. Ringo smirked. There was just one last test to do. Stabbing her swords into the ground, their lightning Susanoo armor coating disappeared the second she let go of them and lightning started to surge around them. The sky above her also started crackling with blue bolts as Ringo's lightning chakra seeped into the swords, making them perfect lightning rods. Watch out. Raiga shouted as his eyes briefly widened when he recognized the technique. Gritting his teeth, he started pouring his own lightning chakra in big amounts around himself in preparation for Ringo's technique. That's Raijin's Descent. He was, however, too late. Lightning release, Raijin's Descent. Ringo gleefully shouted, grinning like a loon with her arms theatrically spread apart, her hair standing up from both excitement and the exhilarating feeling of the static electricity coursing through her body. From the black clouds above, 2 blue lightning dragons coiled around themselves in a swift descent. Their maws as big as a house deafeningly roaring at the ground. They were fast approaching. It barely took 2 seconds since they appeared high in the sky for them to crash on top of Ringo's head. A deafening boom resounded through the surrounding lands while the lightning painted the world blue as the lightning energy instantly raced through the area. The trees in the radius of a few kilometers lost all of their leaves. The trees in the radius of a few hundred meters became charred. The ground in 100 meters radius became shallow but still a massive crater, and the air crackled with spontaneous electric discharges all over the whole supercharged area. Raijin's Descent. A secret self-sacrificial technique passed from Kiba user to Kiba user through special scrolls. The so-called above S-rank one-time final army killing move. Ringo was hunched over with her knees bent from the strain of two S-rank lightning dragon jutsu smashing together into her as she discharged a large amount of lightning chakra around herself. It was not to protect her body, rather it was a part of the technique. She had to envelop herself in the pure unadulterated lightning chakra of the amount of high-level S-rank jutsu that would supercharge the two S-rank lightning dragons upon impact. When the three S-rank level energies met head-on, pushing against each other, naturally, the two S-rank lightning dragons would win because the amount of energy was bigger. At this point, the user who is serving as director for the two lightning dragon jutsus would be torn to shreds because of the immense pressure of three S-rank forces focused on one point, her. But the jutsu would continue. The power and energy contained in the two S-rank lightning dragon jutsus would literally be deflected from being vertical to being horizontal due to coming into contact with the S-rank lightning chakra the user exerted. This would also boost the two S-rank lightning dragon jutsus before it would all explode in a horizontal surge of lightning energy and pressure, devastating kilometers of land around the area of impact. It was not only Madara and Hashirama who were well above their peers in their time. Every village had one or two of these hidden experts who could fight these two even if such a fight would mean sacrificing their life. Hashirama would never decide to go the peaceful way and hand out the Bijuu in wishful thinking for peace if the villages could be easily conquered by him without much bloodshed. His diary certainly said enough. In the end, he was raised to be a ninja, not a monk. Shit. Ringo let out a deep breath and cursed. She could already feel the bruises forming on her body as her bones creaked. Thankfully, nothing is broken or cracked. She gritted her teeth through the pain as she straightened herself and stretched her protesting muscles who were just put through a literal shredder made of pure energy. She would never use the jutsu if she didn't know she could survive it. Her armor would protect her but. Kirigakure had some recounting on Madara's and Hashirama's power, and Raijin's descent was something made to counter Madara's Susanoo or Hashirama's wood techniques. In close range, the trees would be literally liquefied and Susanoo would be breached, injuring the user if not killing him. 60% of my chakra, huh? Ringo bitterly smiled as she realized how much of her chakra she had to use to concentrate her lightning Susanoo armor in order to prevent her muscles from tearing and bones from breaking. The armor still had massive cracks all over it but was somewhat intact. Well, considering this would be way above my chakra reserves limit before bonding with Rei. She subconsciously smiled while a slight blush dusted her cheeks as she thought about that while looking around, not forgetting she is still in combat. The first person she spotted was Raiga Kurosuke, who was a few meters away from her. He was kneeling on one knee, tightly gripping kiba blades stabbed into the ground as faint, slowly dissipating bluish shimmering coating covered his body and swords. It was almost depleted and the man himself was already unconscious because of chakra exhaustion, but he survived. If he was even a meter closer to Ringo, his chakra reserves wouldn't make it. Well, I was ordered to leave him alive. Ringo sighed and shook her head. I so hate calculating these things. The next thing Ringo realized was that Jinin, who stood closer to her and was in fact in front of Raiga when she started her technique, was nowhere to be found. I guess he was vaporized alongside the hammer, then. She shrugged. Not every weapon could withstand such concentrated lightning chakra at such a close range. Kiba survived because it was from the start attuned to lightning. Her own nameless blades were covered in a protective chakra layer, but Kabuto wary. It had no chance without Jinin coating it in chakra, and the guy had no time for that. What a pity to lose one of the 7 swords. Ringo clicked her tongue. She looked to the right where Fuguki should have been located. Honestly, she didn't put much thought into his survival, so she had no idea if he withstood the jutsu. The second Ringo spotted his body, she mirthfully chuckled. The earth dome he hastily created for his protection must have been run through instantly, burying him in the dirt without him even knowing how or when he was knocked out. Ringo analyzed the situation as she saw Fuguki's half-buried bend-over unconscious form with his legs sticking up towards the sky from the ground. The guy survived only because he was lucky that his nose didn't get covered. Then again, the dirt most likely grounded most of the lightning, causing him to survive. How lucky. Left side. Ringo only nodded when she saw a bit charred but still breathing form of Jizobiwa. She kicked him far enough for the energy discharge to give only a slight caress to him. Merrily walking towards the half-liquefied, half-broken Kubikurabocho, Ringo amusedly noted that the weakest of the 7 swords actually survived her technique at close range. She took it by the half-destroyed handle. He can still regrow it to its former state if he sacrificed about 200 liters of blood and 50 times of his chakra reserves. She threw it towards Juzo, where it landed with an audible clang. So, Jinpachi is dead. Ringo's eyes lingered on the dust-covered Shibuki on the ground. That explosion maniac would never let Shibuki out of his hand willingly. Her head turned slightly. Hiramakari is also fine, but Arata's corpse was vaporized. No big loss there. Ringo briefly pondered if she should take Hiramakari but decided against it. One sword taken and another destroyed was enough spoils for now. Kiri still needed its swordsman. Ringo relaxed. I guess this is I-. Kushimaru's Nuabari stabbed into the biggest crack on Ringo's chest, right above her heart. Sparks and lightning discharges flew around as the Nuabari trembled from the strength its user used to push its tip against the impenetrable yet cracked lightning armor. Ringo blinked and Kushimaru's sweat dropped as he realized he fucked up. Oya. You are still breathing? Ringo asked as her empty hand snapped in Kushimaru's direction, taking hold of his masked face before she pulled him closer towards her. Normally he would surely dodge since he was the most agile of the seven, even surpassing Ringo's past self, but now Kushimaru's left side was incinerated. He lacked his left hand, he lacked half of his left leg, half of his left chest and stomach, only the fact his wounds were burned shut prevented him from bleeding out by now. Ringo sighed in exasperation. Kushimaru was always vicious little shit. Of course, he would try to score a killing blow despite being half dead when his enemy finally relaxed. How the hell did he even survive? She didn't try to talk to him. There was nothing to talk about. She just started a chidori on her free hand and speared his chest through, tearing his heart out before using lightning discharge to destroy it. Blood started slowly dripping from under the chin of his mask as his body slackened. Kushimaru Kuriere died. Ringo threw his body onto the ground and stretched her arms up before leisurely walking towards her chakra blades stabbed into the ground and picking them up. Oh well, job well done. Time to go home, I guess. Chapter 147, Chapter 147. The start of a town. Rei caressed Ringo's hair as she dozed off in his lap after she carefully threw same hata at Yugito with words, I think this one will fit you well considering you are Jinuriki. It was funny how no matter Yugito protested that greatsword and nimble cat-like fighting style didn't go together, Ringo just shrugged her off and said she believed Yugito would find a way before promptly monopolizing Rei's lap for herself with a smug self-satisfied expression. She must be really exhausted, Mei commented, half glaring at Ringo clad only in a skimpy yukata after taking a long bath to scrub off all the dust from her fight. How could it be so? Mei started carefully poking Ringo's butt, making her whimper, bouncy. She muttered to herself while her free hand was comparing her own. Rei just chuckled and let the girl to her own fantasies while he read his notebook where all his rough ideas on his Bijuu project were written. It was a very slow-going and tiring process. His days were filled with research, sex, and more research, but he was sure it would be worth it in the future. Strong or not, neither of his group was at the level of the endgame Naruto or Sasuke, much less Kaguya. The anime made it seem so easy. In under 4 years, a total orange-loving Hokage screaming loser became a deity-level powerhouse. In under 4 years, an edgy duck-butt-haired language-impaired HN, Avenger wannabe became a deity-level powerhouse. All because of some nonsense about being the reincarnations of Indra and Azura, some magical eye power, and beast sealed in the stomach. When one really looks into how exactly Naruto and Sasuke got so strong, it is really sad because they are nothing but predetermined to be such. What hard work. I bet at least half of the Jonin put more hard work into being a ninja than Naruto's bird brain could ever comprehend or Sasuke's avenging tunnel vision could discover. Rei sighed. I am so pissed. Becoming Jonin was not really all that easy. The amount of seemingly useless skills one had to perfect was mind-boggling. It was not all just about firepower and killing things. Not entirely. Rei was putting in the hard work. Training, studying, researching, earning money, playing politics through the Biri company, and much more. He was progressively getting stronger too. He was also making his girls stronger and was delighted when they put in the needed effort to become incredibly strong without him even having to ask them for it. But the main characters. What the fuck was with some old deity-class world-peaking geezer touching the two boys and them suddenly gaining the necessary additional power to face against Kaguya? Maybe I should have chosen some plot armor bullcrap during my reincarnation. Rei hummed jokingly, getting back to his Bijuu creation research as he enjoyed Ringo's silky hair in between his fingers and her soft cheek pressed into his thighs. In the end, as long as he had his girls and all people he cared about were happy, was there even a reason to complain? Rei sat on his couch with Conan sitting on his right side with her back straightened and with a pondering expression on her face while Tsunade was sitting on his left side, leaning on his arm, totally uncaring about the meeting. Only these two knew what Rei wanted to say, and while Conan was racking her brain to think about how to improve or make Rei reach his goal easier, Tsunade didn't care. If Rei told her to do something, she would do it, but leaning on Rei was more enjoyable than thinking about the current topic. Opposite them, Mei sat in Ringo's lap. Since they found a common interest in weapon forging, Ringo and Mei became almost inseparable, and together, more often than not, even flammable. Rei might have repaired 5 houses per day thanks to his clones, but Mei and Ringo destroyed at least 12 per week in their sisterly arguments that left craters all over Yuzushio. Both were a bit curious about what Rei wanted to talk about since he grouped them all together, but while Mei's eyes were gleaming in interest, Ringo had a bored expression. There was no way Rei would call all of them together for a fight at this stage, so, meh. I called this meeting because the rebuilding of Yuzushio is mostly finished. We have a village, now we need villagers. Ray said, taking a teacup from the table. May and Ringo instantly snapped at attention. We are finally going to make a ninja village. Ringo's eyes gleamed. Since she got to know Ray will eventually make his own village, she wanted to create a group similar to the Seven Swordsmen. Alas, she was currently the only swordsman, and with May, they were in the stage of finding out how to create swords on par with Kiba at the very least. That was partially the reason why she took Samehada, the most incredible of the seven swords. She needed an example to study. No. Ray shook his head, causing Ringo to deflate. We are making a civilian town with the goal of making it into a very important trading hub in the future. He continued, and enjoyed Ringo frowning for a bit before he added, officially at least. Ringo and May looked at each other, tilting their heads in confusion. What do you think the hidden in Hidden Village stands for? Conan added, a bit annoyed at their dull expressions. Modern ninjas, really? She scoffed, making both Ringo and May blush a bit from shame. I didn't think of that. May admitted with a high dose of sarcasm in her tone before her tone turned to seriousness as she looked at Ray. So you want the ninja village to be hidden behind the appearance of a civilian town? You know that won't work for more than a few years, right? Konoha already tried that. Of course not. The actual ninja village will be in a different location and we will use seals to thoroughly hide its existence. But that's not important for now. First, we need to build Yuzushio into an important trading town, and for that, we need people. Why not use the merchants and employees of the Biri company? Ringo asked, but Tsunade gave her a deadpan look, causing her to sheepishly smile in confusion, which made Conan giggle and Tsunade groan. In the past months, Tsunade took over Conan, or Nakona as was her alias, and became Nadetsu Juzun, the new director of the Biri company, with her wood clones that could literally be molded to a different image. Nadetsu Juzun was a tall tanned lady with an average chest, blue eyes, and blonde hair of a darker shade. There was no way to relate her to the real Tsunade in any way. Plus the wordplay with her name was so lame, childish, and elementary no self-respecting ninja would actually believe it to be more than a dumb coincidence. Obviously it's to avoid exposing that Yuzushio and the Biri have ties. The entire success of the Biri company is built on the fact that we have no affiliation with any village or nation and provide equal services to everyone at the same price. Tsunade explained with a patient tone before gesturing to Conan. It took Conan and Kurubo years and the entire Third War had to happen to firmly establish this fact in the minds of our clientele, who believed us to still be biased towards Kirigakure since we originated in the Land of Water. Make no mistake, the Mizukage and the Water Daimyo were pissed at us for not showing any favoritism towards them during the war. Showing a favorable relationship is fine, but outright putting our people to Yuzushio is a blatant show of favoritism and bad for the business. And I am not even talking about the message such an action would send. Despite her tendencies, Tsunade was groomed to be very skilled in politics and economy from an early age. It was just that most of the time, she disregarded everything in favor of resolving her problems with a straight punch to the noggin. Alas, the second Conan discovered there was a bit more to Tsunade's mind than rampaging around like a drunk half-mad badger and healing. She started grooming her, Nadetsu Juzun, to be her successor, as she started showing that she, Nakona, was ill and would eventually step down. In Rei's opinion, it was a good move since Tsunade was indeed more able in these matters compared to Conan. Naturally, that particular agreement took a lot of intimacy, a promise of more time spent together, which Rei planned to do anyway since he missed her when she was in Konoha, not that she had to know that, and Conan had to donate 20 of her paper clones to do the paperwork for Tsunade. After all, paper jutsus were a huge advantage there. All in all, Tsunade only dealt with the direction of the company and the most important stuff. So, you will probably want highly loyal people acting as merchants for Yuzushio and the first inhabitants, so I guess the strategy will be the same as what you told Kurubo to do to get employees for the Biri. We are going to save some poor bastards and offer them a safe haven, food, and comfortable life and slowly build their feeling of belonging, some basic manipulations, maybe. Tsunade bit the tip of her finger and Rei smiled, patting her head. I, Conan, and Tsunade are going to the land of grass. Ringo and May can focus on their forging or training Yugito. In May's case, he gave the pouting girl a knowing look before his expression shifted to seriousness itself, but please, stop fighting in the open. If you feel the itch to destroy a big plot of land, go to the dimension. He strictly said, narrowing his eyes at the two women who gulped and started frantically nodding. Rei smiled. That is all I wanted to say to you. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Harima Village 1. 3 figures were walking on the muddy road in the countryside of the grass country, clad in black cloaks. These cloaks were the same and yet different from the ones Yuzora members wore. Thanks to a special illusionary seal, they were tattered and seemed to portray a guise of poverty while still being fully capable of covering the wearer's identity. Rei never really understood why Akatsuki members always wore their cloaks. Or how the heck did they manage to infiltrate a hidden village while wearing it, for that matter. He was a ninja and the first thing ninjas did not do was scream, "I am here," with his clothing. That was also the reason why neither he nor his girls wore their ninja forehead protectors anymore. Finally, Ray and his party arrived at the entrance to Harima village. Despite this village being quite far away from the war frontier, many of its inhabitants attempted to flee only to be returned by Kusa ninjas who needed them in the village to grow a special kind of poisonous plant for them. Needless to say, the average lifespan of Harima village inhabitants working with these plants was around 35. The village was dependent on the Kusagakure for everything from food to even things like shovels. It was already a miracle they had their own well. Kusagakure would never let them be independent since a lot of their income came from what the villagers grew there. Are you sure we are at the right place? Tsunade questioned, frowning at the small wooden huts, more often than not having many cracks, being completely in disrepair, or showing previously destroyed parts unevenly patched with planks of wood. Tsunade turned towards Conan with a pissed-off look. You said an Uzumaki family is living here. Ray only nodded in agreement. Long ago he distributed bloodline identifying seals of his own creation to the peddlers and merchants working for the Bairi Company. He had quite a lot of places where Uzumaki clan members lived in relative peace, but he nor the Bairi Company could not do anything during the war in most cases. Frankly, so far the Bairi Company found means to take in only 20 Uzumaki from the 212 discovered cases of people with bloodline ties to the Uzumaki clan. Most of these didn't even know they were Uzumaki clan members, and more often than not they were affiliated with some ninja village. At this point, they have so scattered the revival of the Uzumaki clan without any major help would be just a pipe dream. Just remember that Uzumaki are not our primary objective. Ray lightly said and started walking towards the village. Kazuto Kariki looked at the villagers gathered in the square, all underfed and wearing shabby clothes with many tears. His cold brown eyes scanned every single one of them until they stopped at one pale-skinned young girl with red hair, amethyst eyes, sunken cheeks, and a slightly bulging stomach. Kazuto could only click his tongue at that. He knew the brat she was expecting is his. He made sure none of the male villagers dared to approach her, and his men knew well she served him exclusively. The position of overseer of Harima village was a poor one without any way to get rich, since the villagers didn't have much, but nobody could say it didn't have at least some advantages. But who would have thought she would get pregnant? Kazuto glared at the woman who was kneeling a bit away from him, causing her to flinch. Should I just kill her? But she has that bite heal ability. If it came out I killed her when she could become such a valuable asset for the village. Kazuto was not really exceptionally strong. During the entire war, he survived on his smarts rather than bronze, and even his high position was thanks to his skills in flattery. This situation was not really different. He kept her ability in secret for the entire duration of the war for his own benefit. Whether it was satisfying his lust with what was in his opinion the prettiest girl in the village, or having an easy-to-use healing tool. Meh. I will just take her to the village, and when the higher-ups get to know of her ability, they will take care of the matter for me. As long as I play my cards right, a bit of threatening her with her parents will be enough to ensure her mouth is shut after I take her to Kusagakure. Nobody has to know I knew about her ability for years. Kazuto's eyes then landed on the two people in their late 30s kneeling next to the girl. Alas, they would have to die the second the girl left the Harima village to tie loose ends. He could only sigh in sadness at that. His poor subordinates will be saddened. The girl's mother was the second prettiest woman in the village despite her advanced age. Honestly, Kazuto didn't like it when he took over the post. He outright hated how the villagers were treated, but the position of overseer of the Harima village was the only thing that prevented him from being sent to the front lines. At first, he only took the red-headed girl as his servant only from pity, because he knew the ninjas appointed as his subordinates were always those nasty, vicious, and bitter forever genins who just love to make other people, those weaker than them, suffer to alleviate the feeling of their own incompetence and stress from living on the edge. But as years went by, he got used to it. He only did what was necessary for the Kusagakure to thrive, at least, that was what he told himself every time he saw his servant girl cry in the corner. The stupid cow doesn't even know how good she has it. Other girls would jump to be in her place. Kazuto mentally scoffed when he saw the girl clutch the hem of her tattered clothes with her hands. Kaya Uzumaki, you will accompany me to the Kusagakure. It is time to start being useful to the village that is feeding you. Kazuto bluntly exclaimed, making the girl and her parents' heads snap in his direction with scared expressions. He smirked, walking closer to her before grabbing her hair and yanking it back to make her look at him. Don't worry, you will still be considered my slave. What? Do you have a problem with my decision? They could only lower their heads in acceptance. Neither Kaya nor her parents wanted her to go alone to an unknown village, much less a militaristic one like the Kusagakure when she was pregnant. Life in the Harima village was not comfortable, and most of the time it could be called downright cruel because of the ninjas who were stationed there for the village's protection, but at the very least, they knew what to expect from such a life and were already used to it. Work diligently in the fields, bear with some bullying from the ninjas, not like they could overdo it too much, and spend as much time in the comforting presence of the family in order not to mentally break. Going to the Kusagakure was a big unknown, and it scared Kaya to think how she would be treated there. If the way her family was treated here was any indication, going to Kusagakure frightened her to no end. Especially since she would not have her family to encourage her. I sure as hell do have a problem with your decision, twat. A low gruff growl of a very pissed woman resounded through the surroundings as a monstrous killing intent and chakra pressure flooded the square. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Harima Village 2. Tsunade, wearing a blank white mask, suddenly appeared behind Kazuto, who suddenly found something grabbing his shoulder and pressing him down with massive force, causing him to fall on his knees. With an abrupt twist of her fingers, Tsunade snapped his collarbone, making him scream and attempt to trash, but her grip was too strong for Kazuto to break free. She saw the silent and verbal interaction between him and the barely 15-year-old frightened and underfed Uzumaki girl, and she didn't like the conclusion of her findings at all. Tsunade expected the Uzumaki family not to have a very easy or nice life since Rei chose the village for recruitment, which meant the living conditions must be frankly a wholesale shit, but to think the entire village would be abused by ninjas of their own country. That was unthinkable. Not even one of the big five would dare to do a stunt like this openly. Sure, they do a lot of nasty business, sometimes even massacre is involved, but ongoing abuse against civilians is something that would make their clientele drop faster than a meteorite if it was known. Poverty was widespread, but bullying of the populace was something only bandits did. Not to mention the shitstorm the daimyo would cause if it reached his ears. There would simply be a hell to pay. Treating an Uzumaki like shit in front of me, you must have balls of steel. Tsunade quietly said in a dark tone, causing the people around to get chills. Let's put them to a test, then. Kazuto suddenly found his field of vision shifting into the blue sky as he was flipped back. Brief pain impacted his senses when his back roughly met the ground before he was even capable to register what was happening. And then, white searing hot pain overwhelmed him, causing his vision to go blur. He wanted to scream, thrash around, curse, but his mind was completely numb from pain, unable to think about anything else, and his body was paralyzed. Tsunade gritted her teeth as she noticed Kazuto fainting and lifted her foot from the bloody fleshy bony mush that was previously Kazuto's crotch. Looks like your balls were not made of steel, after all. She derisively snorted, and every man in the vicinity, even Rei, suddenly had an overwhelming urge to ascertain their important bits are alright and as far away from Tsunade as possible. You know, not even steel could withstand your stomp. Conan's voice snapped many Kusa ninjas out of their reverie, but it was too late. Every single one of them who were close to the kneeling villagers found their heads took a short trip towards the ground as Conan's razor-sharp spinning paper discs cleaved through their necks so fast, they didn't even notice when they died. Tsunade just rolled her eyes and turned towards the ninjas further away from the villagers, but Rei had it already solved. He didn't use anything extraordinary. Just hundreds of 10-centimeter long water needles skewing the 20 or so remaining Kusa ninjas, and the job was done. In the end, the ninjas stationed in the Harima village were at best high genins ability-wise. The so-called failures who were unfit to do anything else due to their bad personality and low talent. It would be an embarrassment if Rei, Conan, and Tsunade couldn't finish them in under 5 seconds. Rei steadily walked towards the crowd of kneeling, and now scared, villagers, stopping only when he was 5 meters away from them. Every single pair of eyes were on him, showing fear and anxiety. After all, they did just see him and his companions slaughter their protectors. Fear? That's fine. Anxiety? Also understandable. But it is that small hope in their gazes that makes me assured we won't have to do much work to persuade them. Rei thought as a satisfied smirk appeared on his face. Hello everyone, we came with an offer you just can't turn down. The talks were finally finished. The villagers jumped at the offer of relocation and a chance at a new and better life almost instantly. Only a few older ones had a few questions that Rei readily answered to ease their worries. Needless to say, he also explained what exactly he wanted in return, and that was for them to learn and improve before entering his service. After all, this was a business deal, not a charity, and he made sure they understood that part. Rei was willing to provide better life and education, but the villagers would be expected to join Uzushio Trading Company, UTC in short, and strive to make the company and the Uzushio better. Well then, time to go. Rei clapped his hands and activated a seal he left on the edge of the square. Instantly, an oval-like portal appeared in the air a bit above the seals. This is a portal that will get you to Uzushio and apply the secrecy seal we talked about before. Rei gestured towards it. The secrecy seal was what Rei decided to use as a security measure. It was placed via chakra on the heart of the recipient, meaning removing it with any currently available means would be impossible to survive. The seal basically prevented the recipient from disclosing vital information about Uzushio, and not to be so totally totalitarian, Rei even added a function that would improve physical health, fitness, and even brain a bit through circulating their latent chakra. With that, no common bandit would be able to pose a threat to his new workforce after their bodies get a bit of time to adjust and they pass some rudimentary training. The villagers started going through the portal under Conan's supervision, and Rei walked towards the corner of the square where Tsunade was talking with the Uzumaki family. How is the family meeting going? Rei asked jovially, causing all 4 of them to turn towards him. Fine, Tsunade smiled. No longer wearing her mask, Yuzushiyo Gakure apparently started evacuating civilians the second they heard about the invasion. Kara and Kentaro were members of one of the groups that succeeded to run away. She offhandedly pointed towards the two older people. Hello, Kentaro sheepishly smiled, not knowing how to act towards Rei, who nodded at him. I gather you heard my offer. Rei stated, crossing his arms under his chest. Yes. We would like to join. Kara started after pinching her husband silent. The poor man looked like a kicked puppy. I must admit, we ended up here because we were afraid of being discovered. When we came, this was just a quiet rural village far away in the countryside, and it was only 10 years ago it all changed and nobody was allowed to leave anymore. She sighed, but her eyes were warily looking at Rei. You will be allowed to leave from Yuzushio, but the seal will prevent you from talking about it. After all, I plan to make it a merchant town, so being isolated is a big no-no. Rei explained with a smile. Fine. It will be better for our daughter and grandchild anyway, Kara sullenly relented. She knew their chances to survive would be nil if she refused. Not like we could get an education and a good earning job offer for us anywhere else. Rei could see both Kara and Kentaro were hanging on the last thread of hope. If the new Yuzushio treated them badly, it would probably crush their spirit. He chose to give them one last reassurance. Ah, don't worry. Tsunade is somewhat of a family with you, and she would beat me up if I didn't treat you well. Rei laughed, gesturing to the woman who was chattering the time away with Kaya a bit away from them while also giving the young pregnant girl a quick medical checkup. It didn't take long for the Uzumaki family alongside the other villagers to leave through the portal, and Tsunade rejoined Conan and Rei. So, portal. That's the first time I am seeing it. She hummed. Well, dear, Rei snaked his hand around her waist and pulled her closer. You are not the only one who improved. My clones are non-stop researching new seals. This one will be a good way for our future most trusted merchants and ninjas to go around the elemental nations without anyone being able to intercept them. The problem is only the means to keep it all secret for a long period of time. Hence, the secrecy seal. Conan added. Hence, the secrecy seal. Rei nodded, his cocky smile getting wider and wider. Don't worry, for our future ninjas I have a better version in the process of making. No matter what, I will make the first really hidden village in the elemental nations. So. What about him? Conan pointed at the only alive resident of the village except for them. Ah. Tsunade turned her head towards the fainted form of Kazuto, her lips twisting into a scowl. Just leave him there. If he survives, living with such an injury will be hell, and if he dies, it would take a few days of hell anyway. Both Rei and Conan nodded, turning back towards the portal and walking through it. The second the portal closed, the fields of poisonous plants suddenly flared up in fire. There was no need for Rei to leave the last batch of them available for Kyuzugakure, now, was there? Chapter 150, Chapter 150. New SS rank. The third Mizukage sat in his office, drinking his afternoon coffee and reading his last report for the day when suddenly, various clan heads and division leaders, basically the whole freaking council, barged into his office looking constipated. What are you all doing here? The Mizukage tilted his head in confusion, only for the councilmen to angrily narrow their eyes at him. You sent the Seven Swordsmen to the land of fire. Tsurumi Suiran, the head of the Suiran clan, barked out in an accusatory tone. Oh. So that's why the old geezers are gathered here looking at me as if I stole their spare teeth. The Mizukage finally understood before he returned back to his paperwork while starting to talk. Ah, no worries. The treaty had a few loopholes and this is one of them. He dismissively waved his hand around while feeling smug about this scheme of his. Due to the nature of ninja work, there was no way the treaty could contain a clause of complete forbiddance to enter a territory belonging to one of the 5 big nations. The treaty only said a big force is forbidden to be dispatched onto the territory. I sent only 7 of them. No matter how you look at it, nobody can say anything. The third Mizukage smiled smugly, thinking how he used the system to screw Konoha and the land of fire over. Mizu one of the councilmen patiently started but was quickly interrupted by the Mizukage. Don't worry. Everything is just fine. I know that ordering them to destroy a few important towns might be too much, but I have full trust in our 7 swordsmen. They know when to run. Plus, he took out a few files. I have already made sure to create fail-proof documents saying the mission was a valid one given by a noble from the land of earth who hates Konoha and lost a lot of money due to the newly established tax law of the land of fire. All ways how anyone could screw us over diplomatically are covered. Now we only have to wait for the 7 to return. Lord Mizukage, the swordsmen are the head of the Hozuki clan tried, but you are still not convinced. The Mizukage frowned, not raising his head from the document he was the whole time reading. You really think the ability of our strongest ninja group is so weak? He sighed in exasperation and continued in a bored drawl, fine. I can assure you nothing can happen to them. Konoha is still consolidating their power and most of their jonins are focused on border outposts. Most of their ANBU are on illegal and secret missions out of the Land of Fire. The only Konoha ninjas doing missions located inside the Land of Fire are chunins at best, and our Seven Swordsmen can eat those guys for breakfast. This entire thing was meticulously planned. I even used a lot of our ANBU to draw Konoha's attention elsewhere so our boys can rampage all they want in the Land of Fire while I am focusing on tightening the defense of our territory in case Konoha wanted to retaliate. Not even a mouse will move in the Land of Water without us knowing about it. See? I got it all thought out. No need to dash. Shut up. The head of the Yuki clan, Himeno's father, burst out as he glared at the Mizukage, who finally raised his head and looked at the elder in bewilderment and confusion. I've got enough of your bullshit. We came to tell you the Seven Swordsmen have returned. 4 are dead, and the remaining 3 will need a few months of recuperation at best, and at worst their injuries will never heal, permanently lowering their fighting potential. The mission ended up in a failure. The second they were heading towards the first targeted town, they encountered a freaking Ringo Emuri who merrily slaughtered her way through them without even getting a single scratch. Moreover, she destroyed Kabutowari and stole Same Hada. He finished while breathing hard, greedily gulping air and gripping his chest. Just remembering it almost gave him a heart attack. The more he talked, the more the Mizuki's expression darkened. How could they be back so soon? Then his question changed. How could they have failed? The second the Yuki clan elder mentioned Ringo, however, there was only one response the Mizukage was able to give as his expression turned ugly with a grain of powerless hopelessness in it. Fuck it all. Again them. Minato Namikaze sighed for the nth time as he filled his 100th paper in the office of the Hokage. If I knew I would become a paper slayer upon achieving my dream, I would never volunteer for this shit. Fighting hundreds of IWA ninjas was much more enjoyable than bickering with old geezers, doing paperwork, and why the heck do I feel as if my work became ridiculous? Leading this village is worse than explaining to a 5-year-old boy that girls do not have cooties or giving the talk to my students. Minato mentally raged, is it only me or the councilmen in this village are all mentally disadvantaged? Why the heck do I have to sign paperwork about taxes? Isn't that the whole reason why the civilian council was formed? To ease the Hokage's workload in times of war. For someone who vehemently refused to be dismissed after the war ended, they clearly are happy with not fulfilling the reason why they even exist. Fucking lazy sly old snakes who can't do anything but complain and whine. See how I dismiss you? Minato mumbled under his nose as anger started rising in him the more paperwork that didn't belong to him but the members of the civilian council he saw on his table. Alas, not even his 4 shadow clones were capable of being satisfactory help to Minato in his new duties. As he was thinking of a way to flay the civilian council alive, the door suddenly creaked open, causing Minato to smile widely as his pregnant tomato of a wife, not that he had the guts to call her that to her face, walked inside his office with her confident grin. Yo, Minato. What's up? Enjoying the paperwork? Kushina cheerfully asked, innocently smiling, but Minato wisely kept quiet as he spotted her threatening gaze. Hee, serves you right, taking my hat and putting the kicking devil inside of me, bastard. You can forget about having sex for the next half-decade at least. Yes, dear. Minato unsurely answered with a twisted expression while in the back of his mind having a very, very bad premonition of his very own personal Armageddon happening without him having any ability to stop it. Good. I am sure this won't destroy your good mood then. Kusha nodded in satisfaction and sat in the guest chair in front of his desk with a delighted groan before she put on his table a small book and slid it towards him. What is it? Minato took the book into his hands and froze for a bit. Another new bingo book. Now. The last one came 2 weeks ago. He narrowed his eyebrows in worry. It was a huge secret, but the bingo book only updated once per 2 months. If the update came sooner, that meant someone extremely extraordinary was put into it and they could not wait. Minato browsed through the pages until he came upon a new entry. This has gotta be some cruel joke, right? He looked with a hopeful expression at his exasperated wife who just shrugged, 4th SS rank coming from Kirigakure. Seriously? Plus this one is yet another rogue ninja. That makes 4 rogue SS rankers all from Kiri and all of them are most likely in one group. Let's see, she was given the title by Kirigakure. That's rare, they didn't give such a high ranking to anyone yet. Minato nodded, realizing how serious this was. For a ninja village to give their own rogue ninja SS rank. It meant something serious must have happened that completely frightened the village higher-ups. Huh. She was given the title for, oh fuck it all to hell. Minato stood up and banged his palm onto his table while gritting his teeth after reading how exactly she earned that title. Say what now? She killed 4 members of the 7 swordsmen of the Kiri and injured 3 of them to the degree they would need months of recuperation. Stole one of the 7 swords and destroyed another. And this all happened on the territory of the Land of Fire and I am only getting to know about it from the bingo book. Minato's chakra flared from anger, forcing Kushina to offset the pressure with her chakra. Lord Hokage. The secretary quickly ran inside as she felt the chakra flare, only to stop in her tracks as she spotted the furious glare of Minato and the 4 ANBU guards frozen stiff on the ceiling. Go and call the council meeting. Minato's voice was quiet but very menacing. I want to see what that snake Danzo has to say about this. There is no way he did not know about it. Needless to say, the Konohagakure's council room was not peaceful that night.